Hello and welcome. Welcome to another episode of the Constantine Chronicles, where we want to hear about your worldview, mate. All right. All right. Just went live. A little bit of equipment with the microphone. Hope it sounds okay. Not, let me know in the chats if you can hear me or not. Then it'll be another test to see if I can hear you when you come up in the chats. Sherlock Bones. No sound detected. Huh. If I'm speaking and you guys can't hear me, let me know. Should be able to. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bell. I appreciate it. Now the next test is someone comes up on a guest and comment. How's he having? But I think I got it. All right, we've been live for the last second. Yeah. All right. Awesome. Open talk to me. Mars, up here. I need to test out my ball.
Mars, you are summoned.
Yo, do you stream from the desktop?
Yeah, and from the live studio.
Yeah, that's what I meant, live studio. Yeah.
Yeah. Desktop. That way I can.
Cool mic.
Think so?
Look, yeah, yeah, like it's like a retro vibe.
Yeah. Plus, I got the striper metal.
You're kind of like breaking up a little bit though. I don't know if that's your internet or what.
I'm not sure. This is probably as good as it's going to get, though.
Okay. Okay, maybe it's. I think it's the gain. Like maybe when you're far away from the mic, it's not picking you up.
Yeah. And the only question is if they can hear you in the chats. If they can hear you in the chats, then I think that they will.
You got no viewers, no chatters.
I think they're. Yeah. Find out though. Someone. You should probably drag someone in. Mars alone drags.
Your audio is messing up. I don't know what's going on there.
The audio is trash or what?
It comes in clear sometimes, and then sometimes it's breaking up.
Maybe it's when I back away from the mic. How about now?
I mean, it sounds good now. Yeah, it could be.
When I back up, I'll be.
Yeah, that's it. You have to be close to the mic. Maybe you can switch your gain, like turn your gain up a little bit. That might help.
Yeah. What do you think if I?
Use this right here. How does this sound?
Nah. Now you sound like an atheist.
Cool. All right. Well, maybe we can get someone to come in this room and argue. So I seen a video that and talking about reality. What a joke! What a joke! No MAGA trash. What a joke! What a joke!
Where? I mean,
But
it's just funny that this God is like the ground of reality. They have no ground of reality, so it's
no,
like
it says no MAGA trash. So that dude probably doesn't even know what a woman is. Like reality.
they just take reality for granted, like they can have it without God.
Bad church. Bad church. Could you hear me in the comments?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That you have been summoned by the Lord of Ages to give an account for your worldview.
I gotta get one of those.
That'd be nice if I could use that to tell people they're going to hell.
Everyone, it's bad church in the house. What do you think of that?
Listen, I love the production value. We got like a
Yeah.
real studio sesh going.
Yeah. Check us out. Oh, by the way, I should mention, welcome to another episode of the Constantine Chronicles. I've been live for 7 minutes. And I got another person who wants to come on. And if you think the prompt is stupid as well as the host, go ahead and send a mercy like before you go on to the next live that's going to be more inclusive genre and intellect level. But between then, send a couple likes and a couple follows on behalf of the Matrix. Or someone, yes, like Justin W. Justin W's got some haters.
What do I gotta do to convince y'all that this universe is eternal? What do I gotta do? How much money will it
Oh,
take?
all right. Well, okay. Go ahead and start by convincing me with some just reason.
Okay. Um, can I start with the observation that at least at this level of local physics, energy is neither created nor destroyed.
So here's the problem. You've told me everything about the rules of the game, but you've negated the chess players. That only works in a closed system, but you're divorced all. So you have the mechanics, but you've divorced yourself from the mechanic.
What how would you describe this universe as an open system or a closed system?
This universe is a closed system. However, this computer is also a closed system, but that does not mean that the computer programmer does not have relation with that closed.
I'm okay. I'm following to the best of my ability. You're gonna have to break down the analogy for me. I'm trying to follow
Do you
the computer
understand what it is
analogy.
like to have an assembly line, but without the need of a Henry Ford, you do not have an assembly line nor a combustible engine?
Oh, okay. And then without okay, and without Ford's parents. There's no Henry Ford, and and then we start working our way.
Aha. Now, where does it stop? Here's why I will never take the infinite universe as any type of persuasion. Right? The persuasion is that I don't understand how you can account for change inside of this infinite universe. I do not understand how you can arrive at this moment. I don't understand how you can, if I ask you 10 jumping jacks, tell me it's 10 seconds. If I ask you to do an infinite number, you wouldn't even be able to count it, nor would you be able to stop. You wouldn't be able to place yourself intuitively inside of the infinite, right? So how long would that take you? How would you, this moment? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't either, honestly. Like I am waiting on science, and I might, there's
Yeah,
some answers that I
and so
might
now,
never.
and time becomes the plot hero of the narrative, right? So who's the hero of the plot? Time is.
I don't follow. I'm sorry.
Who's the hero of the plot? Time. Time is the plot hero of the narrative to the scientist, right? And then I'll get accused of using God of the gaps. Oh, you use
No, no,
God of the gaps. At the same
I'm
time,
not saying.
but within that same stroke of breath, they'll say, "But science will figure it out
Hold on,
somehow."
you've left me behind. Yeah, I'm not trolling. You know me, Constantine. I'm not trolling. You've left me behind though. When you say time is the, say it again. What do you mean by that? You're saying time is the time is the main character. What did you say?
Time is often the plot hero of the narrative when it
Okay,
comes
yeah.
to
What do you mean by that? I'm trying my best to follow you, brother.
yeah. What I mean is, me and Mars often get accused of using a God of the gaps argument, and then when we reverse the burden of proof, time will tell us everything. At some point, science will have the answers, and so then it becomes a science of the gaps. But within the framework of atheism, time is always the plot hero of the narrative, right?
Okay, yeah. Okay, now I think I understand what you were saying. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. God of the gaps or science of the gaps. Um, yeah. Um, okay, so. If while I wait on science, and perhaps, and this is the scary part, perhaps to my own fault, perhaps I'll never get that book that I'm waiting on to give me the next answer that I'm waiting on. But what do you, in the meantime, while I wait on science, you have another course of action. What is yours?
Right. My worldview comes with imperatives. My worldview
Okay.
comes with ramifications. There's something bad that happens from not subscribing to my worldview. So now it becomes a matter of what? Wager? I hope not. I hope this isn't fire insurance, right? So if I'm wrong, well, I've just lived my life arguing aimlessly on TikTok, and I've also given myself over to religious civic associations.
Okay. And if I'm wrong, or if, okay, and then if you're right, then all is well. And good.
Right.
Good. It's good to be right. Certainly
Yeah.
feels good.
Yeah. So one could say, oh, Christianity is just fire insurance, right? Well, maybe.
Okay. So here's what I've noticed as I've been just continuing my time on TikTok and connecting with different people who think differently like you. I've noticed that we all have done something with the concept of eternity. We all are holding it, and we all, if you can just follow the metaphor I'm going to paint, as broken as it might be, we all handle eternity differently. For some of us, we take eternity, and what I'm doing is I'm bringing it very much to the present. I'm assigning it to the present. It is a part of this human experience for me. For others, eternity it exists, but it is otherworldly, perhaps an afterlife experience or dimension. But it also exists for them in that space and in that way. Um, how would what have you where or how do you handle where or how do you conceive of eternity?
I conceive
That's my question.
of I conceive of eternity being something transcendent of what would appear to be finite within parameters of our understanding. So what else is the kingdom of heaven if it is not a universe that is alternate to this one? But it only stands to reason that there must be a transcendent host of said universe in order to account for change and constants within the universe. Because if I attach it to natural causation, then I need some sort of justifier or ultimate in order to account for change or the shifts in modality, agency. And what is that? Now, in the chats earlier, someone said, well, what if you're wrong about Islam? Or what if you're wrong about Buddha? That's good. We can golden calf things if we want, but now I need to know the characteristics and attributes to solve the problem that come with justification, plurality. It is the only thing I've. Hold on, I see how long this takes. Clark, you're back again.
Hello?
I'm gonna time you this time, Clark. See how long it takes you to stay on. I said I'm gonna time you this time, Clark. See how long it takes you to stay on.
You might have me confused. I've never talked to you before.
Oh yeah, okay. So what's up, Clark? How can I help you today?
Yeah, that's not my name.
Yeah, all right. So how can I help you, Clark?
Are you trolling me? I just want to know if you have an argument for the claim that atheism cannot explain reality. Do you have an argument for that claim?
Tag. This is what they
do. Tag. Check this out. Hey, yeah, so check this out, Clark.
Is the argument tag?
Okay, here's the deal. Clark, if you're going to start stepping all over me, man, I'm going to drop you. If you're going to have if you're just going to have a cool conversation and not be Clark, I'll talk to you. As soon as you start getting all Clarky on me, dude, I'm going to send you into the internet void. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm not Clark, but okay.
Yeah. All right.
I can't tell who's trolling. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm confused.
Yeah, Qualia, here's what this is. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call the shot where it goes. Right?
Oh, what's up, Tupac?
I'm gonna call it where it goes. Here's what's gonna happen.
Oh, Tupac, you're hot micing.
Qualia, or Clark, as he is sometimes, is going to get a little overwhelmed with some questions, and then he's gonna switch to some holy heavy philosophical shaming rhetoric, and then he's going to use some sort of asymmetric analytic philosophy, and I'm going to get jungled up in the vernacular, and then he's going to say, ha ha ha, slow boy, when I don't keep up with his jargon. All right.
Yeah, that's not Clark though. That's the only thing I got wrong.
Yeah, this is way too meta. How about you respond to the question I asked you? Do you have an argument for the proposition atheism cannot explain reality? Yes or no?
No. See, here's the other thing, Qualia. I don't have strings. You're not gonna prove. I'm not Pinocchio, bro. You're not gonna hold me up and be like, hey, say yes or no. Say yes or no because I made you say yes or no. You have to answer like I wanted you to. I'm not doing that. That's not gonna. I'll go. Yeah, Qualia said I got to do a yes or no.
So is it a true dichotomy that it's either the case that atheism cannot explain reality? Oh my God,
here we go. Yeah, so here's the thing. You can explain reality, but I'm going to reject your premise of reality.
You notice how you're not answering.
Don't do that again.
You wouldn't talk
Don't do that again, Qualia. Oh, you know what? I think I would, Qualia.
I don't think so.
I would talk to you. Oh, you train jujitsu? Oh my gosh! So then, what are we gonna do? Slap and bump hands, and then we're gonna do some hand. You're gonna pull some guard.
I'm gonna run De La Hiva on you.
You're gonna run De La Hiva? Okay, I'm gonna take that ankle and I'm just gonna twist it, and then we're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna quiet. Let's just have a conversation. I'm gonna grab your
meat and twist it.
You know the problem? Let me tell you something, Pac. Here's what's crazy about Qualia. I like this guy. I actually think I'd get along with him if I met him, dude.
Yeah, I like Clark too.
I would submit this guy though. We both trained jiu-jitsu, but I'm a purple belt. I'm more experienced than him.
Yeah, you very well might. Do you attack legs? Are you a leg attacker?
No.
Clark, I
Really,
thought
you
were
don't?
foreign-
No, I play lasso guard. That's my main guard.
You
I don't
like
the
lasso?
PK guard.
So you only do gi stuff?
Yeah, I don't really like no gi
Yeah, I like no gi because I'm not really
because
good
I
at
don't like to
grips.
wrestle.
Yeah, I get that too. You do a lot of gi chokes then?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I know that.
My favorite is the baseball bat choke.
Baseball choke? Good luck getting
Yeah.
that on anyone who didn't just start. When's the
No,
last time you got a
hit that.
baseball
You can
choke?
hit that on upper belts all the
Yeah,
time.
I mean, you can hit anything on upper belts if they don't respect it, right? I'll give you that.
Most of them don't
But I mean,
even like see it coming.
Yeah, you're gonna do it from guard, right? But if I see you going for that top collar and I'm in your guard, dude, I'm just gonna duck down low.
Yeah, but not if I bait you into passing my guard. If I open
Yeah,
my guard,
you'd have.
and
Yeah,
hold the top.
so you're gonna bait it. What are you gonna do? You're gonna let one leg loose so I can knee cut
Yeah,
across,
of
and then you're gonna
course.
swing it
That's
over.
what I like to do
Yeah.
in lasso too. I like to bait you to pass, and then I'll sweep you. Then I'll laugh.
Yeah,
like,
because
I'll
if I
laugh at
see
you.
if I see the pass, I'm gonna go for it. I'll take
I'm
baits
gonna
every
hit you, and I
time.
want you to look this up. I'm gonna hit you when we roll. I'm gonna hit you with a Marigali sweep, and then I'm gonna start
Marigali.
uttering philosophical jargon in your face. That's what I'm gonna do.
That would be legit. That would be legit. And while I'm doing my best to get out of whatever predicament I'm in, I'm gonna start hitting you back with just syllogisms like Jenga.
Listen, like I said, Constantine, I like you. You're very good at what you do, which is theology. But once you step into the ring that's completely out of your domain with me about philosophy, you're just out
Yeah,
of your
that's
depth, man. And
I like jujitsu.
Granted.
that's what was demonstrated. You just got outpaced.
Yeah, granted. But see,
in every aspect
here's
of
the thing.
conversation.
When you bring up theology to me, and then you try to rescue your lack of information with syllogisms, it doesn't work. That's what happened to you last time, Polio.
So this is way too meta. So just to be clear,
You're
let's
way
pull up
too meta.
Matthew 16:18. Matthew
Okay.
16.
Michael, you might be a
Let's
mod.
get into the theology.
All right, I check this out. Let's go to that. But have you found Caesarea Philippi on a map yet, Qualia?
What is the relevance of that?
Can I be a mod though, Michael?
Yes.
I don't let atheists mod on my live.
Come on, dude.
He's not an
it'll
atheist.
give you so much credit. Like, just like, wow, this guy is so fair.
I thought Tupac was an open theist.
Qualia, you're the guy who switches up every day. You'll be a Mormon one day, a Catholic the next day, then you're an atheist, and then no one knows who you are. I think you just come on here just to smoke dudes, bro. I think you just like throwing smoke, dude. That's what it is.
It's a bad faith, right?
No, I'm an
Yeah, he's a definition of bad faith.
Everyone knows, like,
Polly is like one of the most entertaining people in the world.
what is Tupac or what is Qualia or any of these atheists, like no one knows what the hell their views are. They're just shrouded in mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, P Mars is literally the last.
Can you please be a mod? I can be like an atheist.
Bad faith.
You think yourself, Qualia?
Just consider making me mod.
See, we're at a huge
I will
disadvantage.
consider it.
Constantine.
Okay.
We're at a huge
Why?
disadvantage because we have this obligation to be honest in a debate, and their worldview can't account for that, and so they can just lie and cheat, and so that puts us at a huge disadvantage.
Well, that's a skill issue. Like, look, just because I naturally have huge quads, would you like say it's cheating then I beat you in a weightlifting competition?
Damn, he's
Hey,
so
them
drunk right now, too.
Them quads ain't gonna help you if Qualia gets a hold of them legs. But he don't attack legs, so I don't know. He's a
They're at a
traditionalist.
disadvantage because they have to
From
argue
white
against God, which is impossible.
All right, so Qualia, you there?
Yes.
So this is I'm telling you, this is just not arguing. I'm just going to give you my thoughts on it, right? Caesarea Philippi is important to the text because the geographic location does play a part in the interpretation.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really my domain. I'm more of a philosophy guy.
Yeah, and I think here's something you need to consider when going into the text, right? So there's an appropriate way to do interpretation. There's inappropriate. If you're not going to consider the genre, if you're not going to consider the context, if you're not going to consider the geographic location of the text, you could come out with misinterpretation. And that specific text that you chose has a lot to do with a physical location called the Gates of Hades. And there's a whole lot that goes into that. It's very involved with that specific segment of scripture.
Yeah, from what I remember, Christ was speaking Aramaic to the apostles, so he's still saying that it's the rock upon which the church will be built. which means that Peter has primacy over all the other apostles. And that's why, like in Matthew 10:2, for example, like whenever they list the apostles, Peter's always listed first. And they actually, in Matthew 10:2, they refer to him as chief, which doesn't just mean first, it means he has primacy.
Yeah,
Hey,
I don't
if
have
you
any
don't mind me saying,
problems.
this
Go ahead.
this Qualia guy, he's a predator. He texted my 16-year-old sister and got nudes from her, and then came over to her house and tried to do the.
Hey, man, I'll tell you what.
That was
I don't know.
Kaysen.
That was who?
That was Kaysen.kn. That's his main account.
Okay. Well, I got a mod. Yeah. Hey, Mars,
Yeah,
aren't
you
you a
can
mod?
go-
Can you let up the next guest or whatever? Because I'm on parallel
think I'm a
desktop.
mod.
Not a mod? Hold on.
I'm not a mod.
Okay. All right, so
can't handle the
I'm
power.
I'm willing to grant you, Clay, that Peter was the I would say chief or had some sort of succession in leadership of the inner circle of apostles. However, where you're going to find some contention from me is he's saying upon this rock, and he's actually standing on a rock. And when they say, "Who are you? Who do you say that I am?" He says, "You're the Son of the living God." Okay, well that connects back to. So, in order to understand that text and its fluidity, all of its background information, I need to know about what's going on at this physical altar and Dionysus and what acts used to happen. Because as soon as you read the text, it should jump out to you and say, "Oh my gosh, why are these self-respecting Jews doing Caesarea Philippi at the gates of?" And so when Christ says it's you are a rock, but it's on this rock that I will build my church, and the gates of hell, the gates of Hades, which is the physical location, will not be able to prevail against it. In other words, these demonic agencies, this false idol, this will not prevail against my church. I'll build my church right now, right on. Or Kephas. But it's on this that I will. It'll never defeat. All of this that you see here that you're disgusted, I will graft. Still not. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you're going to take the church fathers tradition and say, well, Peter was the head of the church, and that the papacy thus derives an apostolic succession, I'll say, okay, cool. You win. Christ is still king at the end of the day. However, my issue then becomes apostolic succession and its unbroken chain, right? So if you're going to align with the papacy, I need to see that apostolic succession unbroken. And also need to see that doctrine in which they were custodians of needs to stay within the context of how it was presented in the first century. And if it's not, then these are the doctrines of man and not the doctrine of the text. And this is why I hold the sola scriptura. I believe the text should speak on itself and not man or church. I don't think the church speaks for the scriptures. I think the scriptures speak for the church. Now, the Eastern guys would disagree with me, and then comes a debate over scriptura sola or whatever. But I don't see any reason to. Okay, I guess you just left. Was it because we were talking like normal people? Shark? I don't know what happened.
He wasn't ready. That's all it was.
I think what happens with Qualia is if he's not just cooking the brakes off of someone, he doesn't want to talk. But if it's just someone who's like speaking with him or whatever, it's no longer a conversation.
He's a troll. He just wants to like dunk on people or whatever, and like
yes.
So
is that the real Shark?
Yeah, that's Shark.
Oh, okay.
That's Shark of Shark, all sharks. Hey, so Shark, I got something for you.
Shark, you are being summoned. Do you hear me?
Shark is gone.
No, man. Disappeared.
That's so Shark.
That is so Shark. Like, I'll be back. Yep. That was him. All right. Anyway, we just went live just a few minutes ago. If you are just tuning in, this is Constantine Chronicles. I want to hear about your worldview. Come on up and exchange worldview stuff with me. I want to see which one makes the most sense. I want to hear about some accountability within the frameworks of your belief system. And let's just have a conversation. Just went live just a few minutes ago. So if the prompt is stupid as well as the host, go to the next live. But like mine a couple times before you do it. Albert, what's up, my friend, my main man, Albert?
Hello, Constantine.
What's going on, brother?
I'm good.
Hey, this is my friend Mars, and this is my friend Jay, man. What's going on? I'm Mike.
Okay. Hello, Mars.
Brother?
I'm good.
Hey, this is my friend Mars, and this is my friend Jay, man. What's going on? I'm Mike.
Okay. Hello, Mars. Hello, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, Albert?
I'm good. So,
Hey, what's going on, Albert?
I'm good. So, wow, the prompt. Atheism cannot explain reality. Well, I totally disagree. I think atheism is the default position. It not only explains reality, I think it completely and powerfully explains reality.
Cool.
And so yeah. So
go ahead, man. Talk on that.
Look across different cultures. It's so obvious why religion and gods were invented by humans. We see that different gods are invented in different societies to reflect the challenges of those different societies. We see why Islam is invented in Saudi Arabia. Christianity is invented around the area of Palestine and Israel, modern Palestine and Israel. We see Hinduism is invented where it is. And when we look at these different religions and these different gods, they reflect the societies in which they were invented. And this is just to tell you that these are man-made inventions, and the default position is that there is no God, and humans sort of invent these concepts, almost ideologies or concepts to explain different challenges that they had and that humans continue to have in terms of issues around hope, fear, trying to bring a society together, trying to explain how humans came to be, the universe, etc., etc. So my claim would be that atheism totally explains reality, and I could get more into it if necessary. Yeah.
No, that's cool, man. I appreciate you coming up. Okay, so just a few questions about the nature of your reality. I'd like to know how you can bring everything that you just said into account. I would like your rational justification for your God denialism besides a story about different cultures inventing religions.
No, if it's for me, my claim about God is that God is a psychological invention that is influenced by culture.
Yeah, but Albert, listen, that's just your biography. You're just telling me things you think. I want to know what your rational justification is for the claim that you just made. Like, I know that you believe that, but I want to know how you came to the knowledge to believe that. And in atheism, explaining reality, you should be able to account for the logic that you just used on this panel right here to make that statement. So how did you do that? How did you come to that knowledge?
So research, I was able to read. I read a lot. Research has been carried out to demonstrate.
No. That's the first paradigm of knowledge, Albert. I'm asking you how that knowledge was able. So okay, listen. I can read this sticky note, right? This sticky note says like and share. By the way, like and share the live. Okay, now that you've read like and share, you know that I want you to like and share. But I'm asking you how that knowledge came to be. How did you acquire that knowledge? This is first century. This is empiricism. Okay, you just gained all that knowledge, right? Okay, now I want to ask you how that knowledge came. How did you come by that knowledge? Not that you read, but how did you have the knowledge in order to read in the first place within this naturalistic framework that you call atheism?
How did I have your question? I'm not sure I understand. How did I have the knowledge to read?
No. I understand you have the knowledge to read. look, I can read this, like and share, which, by the way, you should do that. Now, I want to know how that knowledge is even possible within your worldview. How did you come by that?
How did I come by? I came by that knowledge through reading the research.
No.
That's how
I don't think you understand the question.
Maybe
Right.
you're not asking it well. Maybe you're not posing the question well.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm not posting the question well. Okay. You can read this. This says like and share, right?
And that's how I would know that. Like.
That's how you would know. All right. That's at this level. Okay. We can both agree that it says like and share. How is that knowledge possible in your worldview?
How is that knowledge possible?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you want me. I'm not. The knowledge, I can explain to you that research has been carried out, right, to demonstrate how different psychological predispositions expose and continue to expose people to having this belief in supernatural beings.
Albert, you are not answering my question. If you dodge the question again, I'm just going to assume that you are not prepared for this conversation.
You might want to, maybe someone else on the panel can paraphrase the question for you, and because I'm not.
You want to try? You want to try that?
J or P Mars, if you can put it in, if you understand the question, you can put it in a different way.
Sure, yeah, we can do that. Sure.
I've been kind of reading a book, so I don't know the question.
I asked him how the knowledge he said, well, if only we all knew psychology, no one would be Christian. I've been reading up, and this all makes sense that all this knowledge is fabricated. So I said, hey, that's cool, I understand, but how did you come to that knowledge? He said, reading. I said, no, how is that knowledge possible? He said, by reading. I said, no, how is the knowledge possible? Not at the first paradigm, but the second paradigm. What makes knowledge possible? And he said, can someone else ask, because I don't understand. So I said, okay, fine. PMARS can re-ask the question.
So he's basically saying that what would have to be true in order for like knowledge to be also true? Like something would have to be true before knowledge to make knowledge true, kind of a thing. Like a precondition or a foundation.
Are you talking in terms of like the system, the framework? For example, maybe classical logic.
Yeah, how's that possible? Yeah. So you just use classical or Aristotelian logic to make the statement you just made. How is that knowledge possible? How are you able to come by that knowledge?
Oh, the first claim, my first claim.
Sure.
Again, well, yeah. Let me not overstate the claim, right? There is room for flexibility, and this is not 100% certain, a claim that is 100% certain. But I would say that when the idea, and this is also because I appeal to science, the scientific method, which invokes all the.
Albert, do you only believe in things that are proven by the scientific method?
Not exactly. Yeah, not entirely, but I consider the scientific method to be the most accurate method to ascertaining what's true about the world.
Hey, your name is Albert. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that a scientific fact?
Is that a scientific fact?
Yeah.
No,
it's not a scientific fact. Okay, so there's facts outside of science, right? Okay. So now, just using that same thought process, when you're making metaphysical claims like, I don't think God is, what is the metaphysical absolute appeal to in order to justify the claim that you just made?
There's absolutely no metaphysical. I think the whole idea of metaphysical or theological claims are just they're subjective kind of claims.
Okay, there we go, Albert. You're getting somewhere now. This is my question: has everything you said so far been subjective?
No, I have appealed to. I've tried to appeal to the scientific method, which is not.
But Albert, your name is Albert, but that's not an appeal to the scientific method. right now you're appealing to a metaphysical claim. So what is your metaphysical absolute in order to justify the claims?
No, I haven't appealed to any metaphysical claims. I have
No, you
used
said there's
the
no such thing as God, right? Is that a metaphysical claim? Hey, Mars, maybe I'm wrong about this. I want to make sure.
I've used
Hey, Mars, if I say God is not real, is that a metaphysical claim?
Yeah, anything like a claim about the grand scheme of reality would be metaphysical.
It's a metaphysical claim. So you've made a claim. You've made a metaphysical claim. You said God's not real. So now that you've made the metaphysical claim, how did you come to the knowledge of God not being real within the confines of your worldview?
I think I've made a physical claim because it's not metaphysical in any
No,
way.
no, 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 no.
I'm appealing to the
I just told you.
Yeah.
Actually, like, couldn't justify any metaphysical claim because like science assumes metaphysical claims, but it doesn't justify them. Neither does like logic. And so these are things that people just assume. And we're saying, well, that's not good enough. And so to justify metaphysical claims, we would have to go to God and his revelation. Like we could know things metaphysically true because God told us these things. Because humans are too limited to
Mars, I'll be right back. Can you take this for a second?
Okay, sure. Albert, did you just join?
Yeah,
You're good. Hey, Albert, Mars has been tracking the conversation. Just real quick, I'll be right back.
The claim is for you to bring God into the equation, you have to establish the existence of God in the first place.
Well, there's two types of realities. There's like dependent reality, which is reality that would depend on other realities for its existence. Like you depend on your parents, so you're like a dependent reality. But then there has to be, not everything can be dependent. There has to be one part of reality that is independent for anything to exist. And so that's what we're talking about. Like, God is that thing. He's like a necessary, self-existing reality. And so if you're going to say, well, God's not the necessary reality, you have to offer an alternative. You can't just not be convinced or something, or say, I don't agree. Because then nothing would exist.
If we were to look at in science, the same claim could be made about energy, for example. And energy doesn't depend on anything, right? You see, so
No.
would you say that God is energy?
No, this has nothing to do with science, and energy does depend on things like logic.
Energy depends on logic?
Yeah.
We need logic for energy to be in existence?
Yeah.
Oh, Christ, Jesus. Do you know what energy is?
And I mean, I couldn't really give you a definition. I know, like, it's like a state of matter, isn't it? Like matter can transform into energy.
Yeah, we do not need logic to ground energy.
You would need the law of identity to even talk about it.
Not exactly. We're talking about.
So if it had no if energy had no identity, then what is it? If it has no identity,
about an immaterial, physical.
But does it have identity? How could you describe something with no identity?
Without the law of identity?
Yeah, you couldn't describe anything without the law of identity. So this is something that's like necessary before anything even exists, because we have to use it to identify the existing thing. So like that's why we need like a grounding for like we need some, because it has to always be true. We need some uncreated eternal foundation from which identity can flow from, or else nothing would have an identity.
The thing is, there are so many aspects in science that can do that.
This has nothing to do. Literally nothing to do with science. It's a category error, because science deals with observable phenomena, But we're talking about God. We're talking about metaphysics.
Yeah, you would
And
have
you've
to
made,
establish.
and so Albert, you've made a lot of metaphysical claims since you've been on the panel. So what I'm asking you is, I'm asking you to call into account with this framework of quality, right? It's God denialism. You say, okay, well, I don't believe that there's a God. That's a metaphysical. I want to know, how do you account for that? And then I want to know how you account for ethics in your world. I want to know what your epistemology is and how you frame that. I want to know how you come to the knowledge you've said. I want to know how you use inference of logic on this panel. And I want to know what it is that you're appealing to, or is it just absurd? Or is it just an infinite
Here's the
regress
thing.
of
What
trash?
what I think what I think the people making the so-called metaphysical talking about metaphysical is that they're just talking, because here's the thing. You can
No,
think of it this way.
Albert. God is a metaphysical concept. You're making a
You have
claim
like
in a metaphysical. You're making a claim in a metaphysical category when you say there's no God. So now I want you to substantiate the claim that you just made, but without saying, "Well, I studied psychology and so therefore I think it's made up." Well, I'm not really concerned about what you think. I'm concerned of how you can justify the claim that you just made. That's a
First of
metaphysical
all,
claim.
first of all, there is no evidence to demonstrate that a metaphysical domain exists. It's just people talking about it as if it exists. I can talk about the
Okay,
metaphysical.
Albert, I want you to define metaphysics.
It's just a claim about
No,
some
no, 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 no,
domain.
no, Albert. I want you to define metaphysics. See, this is what's going on, Albert. I think that this probably works on some other lives, but when we called into account what you believe, you start flipping all over the place and saying random stuff like scientific method, but you're making metaphysical claims. Now you don't have the same metric. You start to get lost. So here you are, you're lost. So let me try and find you. What is metaphysics?
I'm saying that metaphysics doesn't exist. There's nothing like metaphysics. It's just
Okay,
concepts
fine. You're right. It doesn't exist. I'll give you that. I'm sold on that. I'm sold. I'm going to deconvert tomorrow. But first, tell me what metaphysics means.
So metaphysics, this is what I'm going to tell you about what metaphysics is. Metaphysics is this is a claim, or it's this idea that there is a domain, or there are laws that transcends the laws of physics, that goes beyond the laws of physics, which I call BS. Because there's no such laws, there's no such domain. It's just people making up things. Just the same way I can say metaphysics. That's two metaphysics in the third dimension. That's BS. I can put it in the fourth dimension. I can talk about metaphysics. I keep going, and that's just BS. There's nothing like metaphysical domain. There's just a physical world governed by the laws of physics, by the laws of science. You can say metaphysics if you like. You can say metaphysics if you like.
So here's the problem, Albert.
I
I wish you were more convincing, because if metaphysics didn't exist, you wouldn't be able to make a metaphysical claim in the first place.
Maybe metaphysics is like.
I can make metaphysical claim.
Well, you're not understanding what metaphysics
Wait a
is
minute.
like. The difference.
You can make a metaphysical claim, but metaphysics doesn't exist. Albert, have you thought this through?
No, I'm trying to show you what the inconsistency with the whole idea of metaphysics. I'm telling you that I can make a
You're not understanding the idea of
claim.
metaphysics.
So
We're talking about.
Yeah, and so this is the problem, Albert. I don't think you understand what metaphysics is. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. This probably sounds good on maybe like a dinner table at your house or something, but when you come across a panel where they're going to call you out on some of this, it doesn't go very well for you. I want you to come back when you know a little bit more and when you're better prepared to have this conversation. All right? Take it easy.
I was thinking maybe we shouldn't use the word metaphysics because it's too academic, but I'm not sure like what word would be better. Like reality.
Metaphysics don't exist, but I'm going to make claims about metaphysics.
Well, anytime
transcendent, maybe
transcendent. I don't know. I was thinking reality versus appearance. So metaphysics would deal with reality. Science would deal with how things appear to humans.
To say metaphysics doesn't exist is basically saying the idea and reality of the universe doesn't exist.
Metaphysics is just like the world as it is apart from like human observation. Like if you took off, because just being a human being creates a filter on reality. So metaphysics is like the stuff beyond the filter of the human experience. So it's appearances versus reality.
Yeah, so nothing exists behind his human purview. If we can't see it, it doesn't exist. So therefore, oxygen doesn't exist.
So I don't know, like a good way. I mean, I guess, but if we're gonna be talking about God, I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is like a deep conversation. So I don't know what people come up with, and they just want to be surface level.
Yeah. All right. I'm not smart. What's going on, man?
Oh, what's up, man? How's it going? I'm at work
How you
right
been,
now,
brother?
but I just want to say, good.
Working
I'm
on
at
a
work right now.
Sunday? Working on the Domingo?
Yeah, got to get this bathroom finished, dude. I'm
Man,
kind of running
going
late on
on.
the schedule, so trying to get work done. But this would just be my opinion. I would still keep the frame of metaphysics and still keep the words they use, because if you're going to use
You
those
want us
words,
to use
just
the
like what
language of your semantic, but my semantic is far superior. You will submit to my semantic.
Do you understand? Do you understand the code in which I have used for my
Man, anyway, what's up, man?
We were talking, but when we said metaphysics, like I didn't know what we were saying, so that was like that's why the
But
conversation wasn't going anywhere.
but
Yeah,
I would say
metaphysics
would
don't
would be
exist
a
while I
good
made a
have.
metaphysical claim.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Metaphysics don't exist. Like, oh wow, so you're gonna so you're
But you're
gonna
making
appeal to
metaphysical
metaphysics.
claims. Okay, well then we should just
You
drop you.
you're appealing to metaphysics to contradict metaphysics. Wonderful. Sounds like a
Yeah.
cookies don't exist, but chocolate chip cookies are the best cookies.
I don't believe in chocolate, but I can't stand chocolate.
Yeah, but I
Chocolate
would
is
say
nonsense, but it doesn't exist.
it's horrible nonsense. It's making me fat. I'm getting fat. But anyways, what I would say is keep the same words, but hold them and make them define them, because just like how Constantine did it, he just folded as soon as you brought it up. So keep the same words. Don't appeal to them. Make
I don't
them
know,
appeal
but
to
like,
you, because you have a justification for it as a Christian. You have the justification for it.
but I just think we should talk in a way like the general audience can understand.
Nah.
Like, I don't like using this jargon, because honestly, the people like Clark or Tupac, they use these big words and jargon it's like a smokescreen.
Dude,
To
what
where,
is going on with Clark, bro? What is
yeah.
happening? Like,
Well, that's
I'm just so curious about this dude. I'm like, man.
We need like a psychologist in here to understand Clark, I think.
Well, we just had one. We just had one. Just had a psychologist.
They like to give instead of evidence for atheism, they like to give a psychological report. But psychological reports don't like prove if something's true or not.
Yeah.
Okay, because if that was the case,
what they
then
do,
I have to
especially when
do
you
I have
start
to do a screen, right? So in other words, if psychology debunks Christianity, then there should be no Christian psychologist. If I run a search for Christian psychologists, am I going to come up with one? Okay, well. Did that make sense? Did my mic cut out or what?
No, dude.
Got started lagging.
Okay. You gotta put some felt. You gotta put some felt on the bottom of your mic.
We're gonna bring up Adrian, and when Adrian gets here, we're gonna have a little surprise for Adrian. You're the third guest, Adrian. So,
oh, nice. What's the surprise?
You got the air horn, or you can have this.
The volume's kind of low on that. FYI.
Oh, really? How about now? That better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. What up, Adrian?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, man? Is that your dog?
Oh, yeah, that's my dog. That's Tulip.
Ah, cool.
That's my dog.
So I'm kind of curious about the kind of argument being presented here. I mean, I guess theology believes it's got an answer to everything.
Your curiosity will get you destroyed on this panel.
What's that? Theology?
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
So here's how I normally do this, right? I say atheism cannot explain reality, and I would say my worldview does, and then the conversation.
I would say like Jesus doesn't just save your soul; he saves science and philosophy as well.
Redefine.
So would this like be the same
Redefine. Request up.
you
I ain't
could
seen you in
use
so
for
long.
Allah or the noodly appendage of the Pastafarian god or Dumbledore or whatever god you want to substitute? Like, is God just a slot where you put all the things you don't know how they work? So
no, it has to be the God of the Bible.
Redefine living. Redefine. What is up, dude? What is up?
You know, just enjoying the day, enjoying the beautiful Sunday, the day that the Lord has made.
Welcome to our live where we destroy every lofty opinion and take thought the captives of the heathens.
And you're going to hell.
Just real quick, and then I'll let you guys get back to your conversation. I've been searching high and low for a mature-minded atheist who can lay out a line of reasoning from which follows that there is no God.
Well, you just met Adrian's here. Adrian's here. Oh, Adrian.
Should I buckle up?
Buckle up for Adrian.
Adrian, do you have one of those?
In the same way that I don't have proof that there's like Allah or whatever, I guess, the pasta god, a unicorn that farted the universe into existence, Hogwarts. I can't disprove Hogwarts.
Adrian, are you making a categorical error?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Do all the people on these panels have to be so smug, or can you guys just talk like regular people?
Well, hold on. So, Adrian,
they're always this nice on the atheist panels. They always love us.
Silly voice and try to insult people without even explaining what I'm saying.
Adrian's like, just like I don't believe in unicorns and pixies, but don't be smug. I love the double standards of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to prove me wrong. Like, what's the difference between pixies and your deity?
One of them, God, would be in the category of ultimate, something that's non-contingent, did not derive from anything, something that's metaphysically primary, fully self-contained, things like that, you know? I don't think pixies are in that category unless you want to invoke and defend something like that. So you've either made a gross categorical error or you just, I don't know, are new, which is fine. Which is it?
Yeah, I mean, you tell me. What gives your
that's not an answer.
Prevalence than these ones?
Yeah, that's not an answer. Well, I just laid it out. Are pixies ultimate? Are pixies contingent?
What does ultimate mean in this context?
Are pixies contingent?
Contingent on what?
On anything. Are they non-contingent? Are they?
I don't know. I haven't met one.
Are they metaphysically derivative?
They are
so notice, ladies and gentlemen, notice how instead of Adrian defending his worldview, he pivots to something else and invokes like pixies and all of these weird things he doesn't believe in. Like, we both agree that those things don't exist. Okay, so I don't know why Adrian just ran to those things.
I think you do. I think it's pretty simple what I'm presenting, right?
Yeah,
you guys do this this frequently and you don't understand the difference?
Yeah, so Adrian, can you explain reality without God? What is your line of? I asked you for a line of.
I don't know why reality exists, but that doesn't mean God did it.
Yeah, I asked you. That's not an answer to my question, but I asked you for a line of reason. Adrian, I'm trying not to interrupt you. Let's be charitable. I asked you for a line of reasoning from which the conclusion that there is no God follows, and you gave me an argument from ignorance, which is a formal fallacy. So you didn't give me that line of reasoning. Do you have one?
Being correct, he specifically told you he followed the evidence to where it leads.
Yeah,
there is no evidence that leads to God, so therefore we don't need to.
Well, we can deal with that assertion.
We can deal with that. Do we need to switch to angry?
Yeah.
We need to switch to angry?
Yeah, so, well, if you tapped out, if you're done, if the best you have is a categorical error and nonsense, then yeah, we can switch to him. Is that what you want to do? Or do you have that line of reasoning? That's what I asked.
If you need to run away from what I said, that's fine.
Yeah, so it's a categorical error. Things like pixies, we already
You're a
agree that those
categorical error.
that we agree that
Oh,
those
sick
things
burn,
don't
dude!
exist.
Sick burn.
Oh no,
Yeah.
there's as much proof for pixies as there is for the Christian God. So
Well, hold on. Well, now let's see. Let's address you and the other fella at the same time. So the other fella said, "Who am I going to engage with? You or him?" Because I don't.
Well,
want
we'll
to
keep angry. Angry Reddit has a personal vendetta against me for some reason. I don't know. He just don't like me. So I'm going to put him on ice for a little while. Yeah, I'm going to put him on ice for a while, and then we can deal with Adrian. Adrian seems like a nicer fella.
Okay.
I'd like to deal with Adrian.
So Adrian, so aside from invoking a bunch of things that we both agree don't exist, and things that are categorical errors, do you have a line of reasoning from which there is no God follows?
yeah, I guess I would want to hear justification for your claim. Like you're saying it's a categorical error. That sort of just seems like you're saying like, oh no, I believe in my God so much that it is right. So
no, it's a formal fallacy.
Everyone else's explanation for the universe is wrong and mine's right.
Yeah, pixies aren't in the same. I mean, this is
category error is a formal fallacy.
Pretty basic stuff.
Do we want to use like the
pixies,
Muslim God so we could get more apples to apples, so it's not as quite as ridiculous and mocking?
The thing is, though, when we're talking about a necessary reality, like these things that you're evoking are not necessary realities; they're contingent facts. So that's what we're saying. Like it's a different category,
which I explained, and you don't even believe in those things, so you're not really answering. You're not actually engaging with the question, are you?
Also, even if I granted you,
you're not actually engaging with the question, are you?
Also, even if I granted you that the Christian God and pixies existed in the same world, you still wouldn't be able to give a justification for anything.
Well, that's a claim that we can discuss, but are you now conceding that atheism is foolish? And
bro,
now
you
want to talk.
I'm Christian.
And now
bro.
you want to talk.
I'm Christian, bro. I'm Christian. I'm not arguing against you. I'm arguing with you.
Well, that was a silly thing to say. So if someone wants to concede, if somebody wants to concede,
it's granting them. It's granting them and proving that they're logical. Through their logical purview, they wouldn't be able to justify anything, even if we granted them everything they want. Even if I granted you everything you want, you still couldn't come up with one single justification for it.
What's the argument for that?
Huh? Then justify it.
Justify what?
Everything.
Justify everything. Like, what do you mean everything?
Okay.
No, every fact.
Give me empirical evidence for your God. No logical fallacies, no garbage arguments, no partial testimony.
Look, I just want to know, like, why, if atheism is true, you couldn't justify things like apples on the table or moons existing.
Oh, because they're there, and I can see them, and I can talk to them.
Just because they're there,
really? Do you see an apple there?
What is this?
Yes, I also agree. There's an apple there.
Adrian, I'm on your side. Stop.
Just because it's there. Oh my God, it's there. It's there, guys. I didn't know it. It's just there.
So look, if atheism were true, here's the question.
It's just there.
Yeah, great. If atheism were true, why can't you know things like I have hands? There you go.
I do know that I have hands.
Adrian, I'm asking why they think you can't know things if atheism is true. I'm on your side, you silly goose.
You would have no absolute foundation for truth, and so reality.
No, we already have. We have Imago Dei. That's why we have hands.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I'm still waiting.
Oh my God.
Patiently for an
That's
answer.
Imago Dei. We are created.
I'm
we
waiting.
are created within the image of God. We are created within the image of
we
God.
created
Therefore, we have hands. Therefore, we are created within His divine image. We are created within His divine image. So therefore, that
We're
my
made in the image of a super advanced.
Yeah, that's fine. You can have that. We'll just say that's a sufficient explanation for justification on theism. Why can't you have that?
That is a justification.
I said it is. I said it's an externalist justification.
Let's do this. Hold on. Let me just intervene real quick. I don't want to let Adrian's feet out of the fire. I think you kind of got yourself in a little trouble, Adrian. I want to see if you can get yourself out of this. Redefine asked you a question, and I still haven't heard an answer. Just elaborate.
What's your question? I've heard a lot.
These atheists are so confident they must be on to something, and I want to know maybe we got it all wrong, fellas. And there is a line of reasoning
you're saying garbage presupposition
that
of apologetics.
Follows.
That's the problem.
So notice I asked the atheist, and he's like, well, talks about pixies and all of this other weird stuff, but I didn't get an answer to my question.
What question?
I want a line of reasoning from which the conclusion that there is no God follows.
I can give one. It's like a 3-part argument, though.
I'm
So, are we done with
sitting on
Adrian?
the edge of my seat.
Did
You don't
Adrian
understand.
stop?
To falsify a necessary reality, you have to present an alternative necessary reality.
Or you could just falsify the one that's being asked to be falsified.
No, that doesn't. So you're thinking of it as like a contingent fact. That doesn't work like that.
That doesn't make any sense. So, like, I can either give an argument against God or not. It's up to you guys. I don't care.
Well, before you give an argument against God, you're going to
get
have
what's
to
going on.
justify certain things, like the laws of logic, for example.
Gotcha. So when you asked for a line
Right.
of reasoning that leads to the conclusion that God doesn't exist, you weren't really asking for that, were you?
Well, I'm looking for a worldview juxtaposition, or a line of reasoning. So you can prove, let's just say for the sake of argument, that you prove that a particular God doesn't exist. I'm not sure what follows from that. What follows from that?
Obviously, what follows from that is that a particular God doesn't exist.
Right.
Now, here's the question again, man.
Atheism
Here's the question.
is the
Hold on.
Atheism. Just
What do
to
you
be
mean?
clear,
I was in the middle of a
atheism is
sentence.
the universal declaration
Wasn't I in the middle of a
that there
sentence?
is no God.
Wasn't I in the middle of a sentence?
Yeah, atheism is the
Wasn't I in
universal
the middle of a
declaration
sentence?
that there is. I'm sorry,
I was in the middle of
the
a
beginning
sentence.
of your sentence
I'm just
began
going
in
to
the
keep
middle of
talking
mine.
until I can finish the sentence that you interrupted. Thank you. Yeah, look, well, obviously what follows is that
So tube socks. What is atheism?
Can you
define
stop
it for
interrupting?
me?
I was in the middle of a sentence.
Can you define atheism for me, tube
Yeah,
socks?
I'll do that in a second. I'm happy to.
Let's
Listen.
let's let him get his argument out. Let's let him get it out.
Yeah, so like the answer to that question, like obviously what follows is that whatever God concept is in the argument, if it's sound, like it's not going to exist. Now, the question you asked me is if I had a line of reasoning to show that God doesn't exist. And this God is the argument I'm giving is one for the CT God, because presumably you're asking about that. Okay, and then instead of me giving that argument, instead of you, well, I'm just trying to respond to what you're saying. Stop over talking. I'm just trying to respond.
That's not what I
let me respond to him.
Respond.
Well, hold on. That's not what I asked for.
Just stop talking. You can return and respond what you want.
Hold on. So tube socks. Are you able to have?
I'm just going to keep speaking until I can finish.
I know, because you're not able to
let me
have,
respond to him.
I'm just going to try to keep talking.
So I'd like to get a little control over the panel. Hey, listen, check it out.
Moderation here.
Hey, check it out. Listen, here's the deal. This is who's allowed to speak right now. Hawk and Redefine. Adrian has simply bowed out, so that's fine. Hawk has decided to throw his hat into the ring. Redefine is going to engage Hawk. Hawk will engage Redefine, and will let them advise their very well.
Yep.
Well,
now,
he's going to need to do that.
I thought I was
I
going to
need a
finish
point
my
of
thought.
clarification.
I
need a point of clarification.
I'm not going to be steamrolled. I'm going to finish the thought.
I need a point of clarification.
No, I think you can wait. I'll answer any question you want after I finish the thought. I'm just going to keep talking. I'm not going to stop talking until I can.
Can you moderate your panel for a moment?
I'm going to keep talking until.
Okay. All I'm trying to say is that I've had a handful of interactions with tube socks, and every time I have interactions with tube socks, he'll continue to gish gallop, and he'll behave like he is now because he's terrified.
Just trying to respond.
Hold on, I'm almost done. He's terrified to actually engage in an actual mature conversation. So that's what I would like to do. So. He made multiple points. That's called gish galloping. But when I interjected to correct him, all of a sudden he wanted to continue bloviating instead of be corrected.
Yeah. So I'm going to respond to what you said.
You can interject, and I can interject too. Whenever you say
so Redefine. What you asked Adrian and then the panel more generally was, do you have a line of reasoning that leads to the conclusion that God doesn't exist? Then I offered an argument. You said, wait.
That's not what I said.
What? All right.
I didn't say a God. I just said
you said God.
Yeah, God. Yeah.
Great. And then instead of me giving that argument, right, allowing me to give that argument, you said, wait. I want to hear your worldview such that you can give arguments. So which is it?
Well, right, because that would be a precondition for argumentation. So it would be both.
Gotcha. So you don't want to hear the argument that leads to the conclusion.
No, I actually said both. I said, so what I need somebody to present and defend a coherent worldview, because that is going to be what it takes to falsify my worldview.
Why would that be true? That's just a crazy thing to say.
Because intelligibility and argumentation and logic and facts don't exist in a vacuum.
Yeah, but why would
what you're trying to do is you're trying to present, because in order to falsify the Christian worldview, you're going to have to invoke and defend another complete worldview.
That's just to repeat the claim. I'm asking why that's true. That doesn't make any sense.
And again, I'll say it again, because
I'm happy
things
to give
like
you a
facts,
better worldview,
things like
but it doesn't follow that I need to give you
those
the
things.
worldview to
Hold
give you
on. Sorry, I'm answering the question. Because things like that don't exist in a vacuum. Okay, so the context of facts, things like that, predications, knowledge states, laws of logics, those are all aspects of a worldview. So I need to know what worldview you are speaking from if it's not the Christian worldview.
Okay, so the fact that there needs to be a world and things that exist for you to have things like knowledge, right? That doesn't entail that you need to hear an alternative worldview for you to accept an argument against a different worldview.
Well, it does
if you have an argument for that, other than just to repeat the claim that obviously it's an ontological truth that you need things in the world to give arguments, right? Well, that's just not meeting the burden that I asked you to fulfill. Now, I'm happy to give you a worldview that I think is better than yours, but obviously the claim that you can't accept or hear an argument without hearing an alternative worldview.
Because I'm going to need to show that you are reasoning properly from a worldview that is not the worldview, as opposed to reasoning improperly from within the Christian worldview.
Yeah, that obviously
fantasizing. So notice all we're getting from Tube Socks is dodging. So what I would like from this atheist or any other atheist is for them to present and defend a coherent worldview. So are you able to do that or not?
Of course I am. I said I was, but obviously it doesn't follow. The thing that doesn't follow is that you don't need to hear an alternative worldview to accept an argument and for it to be logical and well-rounded.
But
it does when we're arguing at a worldview level.
It doesn't make any sense. Nobody accepts that.
It has to do with that it's a necessary.
Yeah. So what worldview are you speaking from? Is it a theistic worldview or an atheistic worldview?
It's an atheistic one, but I actually had to go.
And can the atheistic worldview satisfy the preconditions of intelligibility?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, can you give me your argument that the law of identity, for example, is universal?
Well, it wouldn't have to be an argument. It would just be a worldview that's coherent, right?
Yeah. So what would your argument? Right. Well, that would just beg the question.
No. Redefine.
Yeah, you're just saying it's universal and it's true.
Redefine. See the mistake he's making there? He thinks what the worldview issue is about coherence or like contradiction. That's not the thing. It's about unity. He has to tell us what would actualize like the unity in his worldview. What's like the unifier, right? So that's what he won't do. So he wants to make it about coherence as opposed to unity. But Bonson will say, like, when we're talking about worldviews, unity is the name of the game. So he's avoiding the unity issue. That's where you got to nail him down.
Yeah, when I say coherent worldview,
when we're talking about unity, we are talking about the unification of things such as the laws of logic, the law of identity, and how it comports with reality. So pressing him on the laws of logic, the law of identity, that is something that he's going to need to satisfy also. You can press him on unity. I'm familiar with that.
But like it's not about contradiction. Like he could have a worldview that doesn't.
I'm not talking about contradiction. I'm asking him to justify a universal claim that every entity that exists cannot be its negation. That would be something such as the law of identity.
He's trying to frame the argument about like contradiction and coherence of worldviews. But you could have a worldview that's coherent, right? Or it doesn't contradict. But you need unity. Unity is what is key. So he's avoiding the issue of unity, and he wants to talk about coherence and contradiction.
You were saying the same thing.
But then contradiction is begging the question to even talk about like, well, does my worldview contradict? You haven't provided the ultimate context for the law of non-contradiction.
Right. You two are saying the same thing.
That's the issue, the unity.
All right, you two are saying the same thing. Listen, what I meant by a worldview that's coherent is just a worldview that explains the thing that he's asking me to explain.
But we're asking what
the point is
let's start with the law.
But the law of identity. the
we get
law
some
of
moderation here,
non-contradiction is a unified description of reality,
Yeah,
right?
can we get some
And
moderation here,
so
please?
we're
Like I was in the middle
we're
of a sentence
we're asking
again.
what
Like, you can interrupt
unifies.
that.
What is the? Where do you get the unity
I'm
for the
happy to
law of
explain. Just let
non-contradiction?
me finish my thought, and then I'll answer that question. Just calm down. So when I said coherent worldview, all I'm saying is a worldview, right? That explains things like laws of logic and knowledge, right? Now, the point I was making earlier is that all I have to do is.
Did I ask you to do that?
Can you stop?
No, because
why am I being interrupted again?
Yeah, because Precept Mars
All
intervened
right, I'm just
and
not
he
going to
asked
listen
you
until you
something
stop
else that I
talking.
wasn't asking you.
Look, I'm
You
just
made
not
a
going to talk to
claim,
you if you just interrupt me every time. That's happened
right?
every time I've spoken.
But you're dodging. I was really clear with what I
Not
asked.
dodging. I'm clarifying what's being said because you're not tracking.
Yeah. So what I asked for is
Okay,
you
so
said
I'm just not going to talk
that
to
you
you
need
until you
to
stop
be able to
over-talking.
instantiate something like the laws of logic. We both agree, and I asked you to do that. So go ahead and give me an argument for something like the law of
clarify what I'm
identity.
saying, dude. Stop over-talking. I'm happy to. Just stop.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that I need to give a coherent worldview. I don't need to give an argument for the worldview because you're making the claim, right? The impossibility of the contrary. So the conditions of
That's a burden
satisfying or disproving that claim is to merely give a possible worldview. And what possible
that's
worldviews are,
false.
and what possible worldviews are worldviews that could
Yeah, tube talks.
possible.
That's false.
And then wait,
Redefine. This is what I was trying to tell you. This is what he's
Why
making.
keep you over-talking?
He's making it about contradiction
Tube
and
talk.
unity.
No, but what he's saying is just
I'm just gonna leave. I
factual.
gotta go to bed anyway.
What he's doing is he's making it about contradiction and coherence.
Hello,
But
I have
worldviews,
to go
it's
sleep
about
for my night
unity.
shift.
That's the
Yeah, and
that's
I understand that P Mars, but he's not able to do that unless he
well, that's why he wants to talk
logic.
about contradictions. But he's already granted himself logic. But what would actualize the
I didn't do that
of
though.
logic?
I didn't grant him that.
Okay, so
He
are
won't
you guys
answer
gonna
that
stop
question.
over-talking? Just try to understand what I say and then critique it.
No, you're not answering the question. That's
I'm
what
happy. I'm happy to
Bro,
answer.
we're not. We're interrupting you
Okay,
for
just
a
calm
reason because you're
down.
making you're making a
No, I
category.
am not making a mistake.
Oh my
You're just
God.
confused about what's being said. So why don't you let me finish it? Then you can critique it. Okay.
You're the one who's confused. That's why I'm interrupting.
No, you
Okay,
can
all
talk
right,
before I
okay,
finish.
hey, Tupac. All right, give a 30-second statement, and then P Mars give a 30-second statement. Go.
Yeah, sure. So he was asking me to give a argument for the view, which is to say that the view is true. That's not the necessary condition because he's saying his view is the necessary one, right? All I need to do is give a possible worldview, which is just to lay out the worldview, and it says coherent, and it's an actual explanation.
10
That would be
seconds.
the winning condition for the discussion. All I'm saying is I don't need to give an argument for it. Okay? It's called an undercutting
All right,
defeating. Thanks.
Time.
That's false. So to falsify a necessary reality, you can't just merely like show a contradiction because we're talking about a necessary reality. Keyword necessary. So you have to present an alternative necessary reality because guess what? It's necessary. So he's just trying to argue God like God's a contingent fact.
10 seconds.
Yeah, so let me touch on that. So if you're paying,
There you guys go.
Yeah, if you're paying attention, so I'm not necessarily gonna disagree with the things that P Mars is saying, but he's making a different argument than me. So I don't know who wants to make the argument, but
You're not really running. You're not really running tag.
Hold on, P Mars. You can run whatever argument you want. So I don't know why I'm not.
You're not.
P Mars. I'm not
Well,
interested.
Why are
in
y'all talking during his 30 seconds? Oh
Yeah,
my
I mean
gosh.
seriously, this is ridiculous. So
that's what I'm going to do. Hey, John, I'm going to make you mod. Put timers on them real quick, okay?
All right, hold on. Let me get this set up on my computer where there's a timer. We're gonna hold everything.
Look,
So
we
I
can
didn't
be human beings and not overtalk.
I didn't ask P Mars or not P Mars. I didn't ask Tube Socks to like fabricate a mental state and call that thing reality. I asked him to instantiate it. So that means that shows that is the case, that it is the actual reality, the actual worldview. Okay. And one of the things that that Tube Socks granted himself was the laws of logic. I said, great. What I want you to do is I want him to give me an argument for the universality of something such as the law of identity, or I mean that would work alone. So, but what I didn't get is an answer from that, and what I did get is a misrepresentation of my request. I asked for the instantiation of a worldview, not just like a figment of his imagination. So that's what I would like.
Instantiation of a worldview. What a weird way to ask why a worldview is true. Now, I can give you reasons why I think the worldview is true, But remember, your claim as a presup is that God is necessary.
I
What
can
it
be an
means for
atheist.
something to be necessary is that no other worldview is possible. So if I give you a possible worldview without giving reasons to believe it, well, that undercuts your claim. That's called an undercutting defeater. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so again, notice what he did is I asked, my criteria was the instantiation of a worldview. And what I asked him to do is provide an argument for something such as the law of identity. And that's what he didn't do. It's not just imagining a worldview and saying, hey, I have a mental state and I'm going to present it as possible. You need to actually show that it is both possible and actual. And you haven't been able to do that. And lastly, I can be an atheist asking you this. I can say, hey, Tube Socks, we're both atheists. We want to pretend there's no God. How do we answer these questions? So by you pointing back to me and saying, hey, well, you're a Christian, all that is a dodge. It's an epic dodge. But go ahead and answer my question. That'd be cool.
He did ask a valid question.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. I'm happy to tell you why the worldview is true, but remember, if you say your worldview is necessary,
I'm waiting.
All that's necessary is for me to give a possible worldview. So you're asking me how I know that the laws of logic can exist in an atheistic worldview. Is that what you're asking?
I mean, I'll ask for the fifth or sixth time now. So what I need you to do is I need you to show me that you're more than fantasizing of some worldview. I need you to present and defend a worldview. I need you to instantiate it. And what I need you to do, hold on, I'll ask it. Maybe you should write it down. This is pretty straightforward.
You guys
What I
play
need you to
nice,
do
let's
is
start the timer.
I need you to show me that something like the law of identity is universal and invariant, because that would be a necessary precondition for intelligibility.
Yeah, so the law of identity, even though I never really get argument from you, that's fine. But the law of identity is just going to be a term or a proposition, right? It's in our minds and is causally regulated by the particulars in the world and the way they behave. The reason why we can understand these facts the way we understand physical laws is because our mind evolved such that we can track the world and understand how the world actually is. Do you want to further than that?
Yeah, so that's first of all, that is it's word salad, okay? But the first half of what you said is just factually false. The law of identity isn't a mental state about the physical world. It is a statement about the ontology of everything that exists. You're saying that, hey, everything that exists, this apple on the table, is in fact an apple on the table, and it is not its negation. Because when you invoke something as an apple and the word on and the word the table, you're not invoking like the kitty at the beach, okay? You're invoking things that have an ontology, and the ontology there is that they can never be its negation. So you're not invoking a mental state.
Wait, I said the law of identity, okay? The concept, the intention is a mental state because it's a concept. What that concept properly refers to and properly describes, what it properly represents, are the things out in the world.
Right, that's the claim.
That's just what you're saying, and I agree with that.
Right, no, hold on. No, that's the claim. Now I want you to tell me how you know that.
How I know that?
How you know that.
Hold on.
So notice,
if I can jump in real quick, I want to stillman your position so that Tupac can understand it. I think what he's asking is like, yes, these are mind dependent concepts, but if they are mind dependent, then what would they be then what's that mind dependent on?
Well, then, hold on.
Is that because otherwise you guys are talking past each other? So if you guys can like steelman each other's positions or re-give each other's positions, because you guys are talking way past each other.
That's why I tried to redefine the problem, but wanted to ignore what I said. I was trying to help you, bro.
T-Mark, you're making a different argument than me.
I'm not making a different argument.
You are making a different
No, you're not even listening to what I said.
I hear what you're saying.
No, you're not.
I don't know why you're
lying.
Settle down. I don't even know why
I'm calm. Because I was trying to help you, so you're not. Because you notice how you keep asking him the same question, it's not going anywhere, because you're not identifying the issue. Tupac thinks worldviews have to do with coherence and contradiction. But worldviews have to do with like the unity. You have to. What is the unifier?
A worldview.
So that's the issue.
Yeah,
you got to press me about the unity.
Red. Hold on, Red. That's why I gave the argument last time. But my argument was like, what if I even granted you that God and fairies existed in the same realm? Okay. How would they still can't justify that? The only way you would be able to justify that within the Christian worldview is through the Imago Dei. So that's why We
Guys,
need
I
both
gotta
of
go.
you
I
to
actually have to go to bed
re-give. We
soon.
need both of you to re-give your guys' claims, okay? And then you guys can still man each other because you guys are going way off, and it's just
Tupac
circular.
is
It's going in
trying
a
to not
circle.
I
make a
actually have to
claim.
go. I have to go to bed soon. Can you just redefine ask the question?
Tupac never made a claim. He's trying to avoid making a claim. That's the problem. And this
I'm happy to
Redefine's trying to
defend.
get him to make a claim. That's what's going on.
I'm happy to defend why I think my
You
worldview
are
is true.
not. You have to. What's the unifier?
What's the unifier? Well, in this view, all right. Oh, so am I going to answer this question or am I going to answer redefine? So we're going to ping pong back to redefine?
Yeah, so I'm not even sure. You guys are all having different conversations.
Yeah, I know. Can we just have one
You know
conversation,
what
please?
you guys are talking
Yeah,
about.
that would be good. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I've been distracted. I've been dealing with kids and everything. So my
You're
bad.
good. We got you, bro. We got
Yeah,
you.
P-Mars, can you define the term worldview for me?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Look, I got to go to bed. If you want to ask me questions, redefine, I'm happy to, but this is just like a waste of time.
Yeah, well, I was trying to. So I made an argument. I made an argument for tube socks. It seems like
Well, you didn't
he
make an argument. You asked a
understood. It
question.
seems like he understood my argument, but rather than engage with my argument, he continued to deflect and dodge.
No, I'm trying to like give you my worldview and why it's true. You didn't make an argument. You asked a question.
Yeah. So P-Mars, if you want to clear up the confusion by defining the term worldview for me, that would be very helpful.
I don't think that's under dispute. The
world
is just.
Well, it seems like it is because
What is your
to me,
definition of worldview? Is it a framework of beliefs or is it not?
Yeah, it's like a collection of beliefs that shape how you like understand reality.
yeah, it is but these beliefs are your foundational beliefs about the world, beliefs, that's a plurality, okay? And yes, you are right that they need a unifier, but I'm not arguing for the unifier right now. I'm addressing one of those particular fundamental beliefs
That's what
in
Tupac
particular, which would be the law of logic. If you want to make a different argument than me,
But
that's
I'm telling
fine.
you, that's
But I
what
told you.
you're-
I don't know. You don't
Tupac
need to
is-
interrupt me.
I
P-Mars,
want to have this conversation.
P-Mars, you don't need to interrupt me. I don't know why I don't know why you continue to interrupt me. But what I'm
Because
arguing,
you're making a
is
mistake. I was trying
what
to-
I'm P-Mars, dude, act like an adult. I am making an argument
without a unifier.
I'm trying to interrupt you because you're
Gentlemen, cease, stop.
We're gonna go time.
I would rather run a live where we can all act like adults and have a serious conversation on holding each other's worldview into accountability. I'd like for Tupac to get his point across. I'd like to hear Redefine's rebuttal. I don't want inner crosstalk. If Redefine's going to make a mistake, let him make a mistake. If Pac's going to call him out on it, let him call him out on it. Let's let Redefine make his own mistakes, and let's see if Pac walks into it and gets dismantled or gets approved. I'd like to see where this goes. I want to see where it flushes out. Let's cash out this argument and see where it goes. Now, P-Mars, I love you to death, and John, it's good to see you. And a proud Bible thumper, I know you like I know you like a live to run a little bit better than this, so I'm trying to cater to stick with it longer. So let's do that.
Yeah. So okay. So I gave kind of like a top like very bird's eye view of the view. Do you think so far it's coherent? Like there's no like contradictions or like obvious absurdities?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think I think that there's an obvious absurdity.
Okay. What is it?
Yeah, because so again, like you've got let's say that somebody just imagines a worldview. It's just a figment of their imagination. That's a lot different than instantiating that worldview. But one of the aspects of that worldview, one of the subcategories, is that there's going to be these things called the laws of logic. And when we examine this worldview that you've imagined, that you pretend is the case, I'm asking you to instantiate it, not just simply share your mental states. What you're going to need to do is provide a rational justification for asserting that your mental states about the apple actually comport with reality as it is, independent from your mind.
Yes, obviously.
So when you say that there's an apple on the table, you are assuming or presupposing that that apple has identity and identity over time, and that its identity, the ontology of its identity, is that it can never be its negation. And I'm asking you to justify that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. This is not a mistake. This is a question. Hey, how do you justify
I know
that?
what you're asking, dude. Calm down. Look,
right.
What I asked you is so far when I gave you the worldview, the view, I haven't given reasons to believe it yet. What I asked you so far does that view have any obvious absurdities in it? Is it okay so far? It's just the view. I haven't given a justification to believe it yet. I was just asking you about the view. Also, when you ask me to instantiate a worldview, like all you mean to say is like, how do you know the worldview is true? Stop saying instantiate. That's not what that term means in philosophy. Thanks.
Yeah, it actually is. You're actually showing it to be the case. It's more than just saying, hey, there's this possibility.
That's not what instantiation means.
Okay, we're talking about showing that it actually is the case. But notice how multiple times I have made myself very clear to you, to PMARS, to everyone else, that the question that I'm asking you is to justify the law of identity. That's what I'm asking you to do.
I'm happy, and I asked
multiple
you so far,
times now.
That's fine. And so far, what I said does it make what I said? Is it incoherent so far? What I said?
Still waiting.
Okay, is what I said incoherent so far?
I'm still waiting.
You're dodging an obvious question. I'm happy to continue.
I can be an atheist. I can be like, hey, tube socks, we pretend that there's no God, and there's this world that there is no God. But there's a problem when it comes to the law of identity. So how do we justify that?
I'm happy to talk about.
I guess
I'm happy to talk about. Look, I'm going to tell you why I think it's true. But so far, what I said, is it coherent? Just can you answer that question so I can continue?
Yeah, I would just like an answer to my question. We're deciding whether or not
it's interact with an obvious liar.
If you're saying, hey, is there a worldview that can explain reality? And you say yes because the sky is blue. Well, that doesn't follow. Okay. So far we have a claim.
What?
So far we have a claim that there might be another worldview out there that can provide the necessary preconditions of intelligibility. But I'm waiting for you to go ahead and explain to me how those follow.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you the question again. I gave you a quick, please don't interrupt. I gave you a quick sketch of the view. All I'm asking you, does this view have any obvious absurdities? Do you see any problems, any tensions metaphysically with it?
Well, folks, it doesn't seem like Tube Socks is able to answer my question, does it?
Look, that's an obvious dodge. Come on. Michael.
Yeah. One of us is obviously dodging. So the question on the table before you gave me your little monologue about the worldview was whether or not you can, from your perspective worldview, give an account for something such as the law of identity. And what I got was this big blabbering about this and that. And then you asked me a question, which I don't know why you're asking me anything instead of answering. And now you're accusing me of dodging. But I think that we were all here when I asked the question.
I'm just going to assume that the worldview is coherent so far, and then I'll tell you why I think it's true. Okay? The reason why I think it's true is because it explains things like the laws of logic, right? In a parsimonious way that doesn't emit of strange entities that don't have any deeper explanation than an answer that's supposed to.
Well, that's arbitrary. So you're saying, hey, so there could be this other worldview, and it's arbitrary because I have an opinion about whatever the word strange even means and whether or not there's an entity, which begs the question. Okay, but that's just arbitrary. But notice you continue to make the claim that it can account for the laws of logic, but I keep asking, like, well, how do you do that? And it just doesn't seem like you want to engage with that. And I don't know what to do.
You ask the question, how do you account for the laws of logic?
What can we do?
Stop interrupting. When you ask a question like, how do you account for minds? How do you account for particulars? How do you account for composition relations? What you're asking the person is, what is their metaphysical view? How do these things hang together? Now, I gave a view like that in a very rough sketch, right? And I was trying to ask you if that makes sense so far. You didn't want to answer, so I'm just going to assume it does. The reason why I think it's true is because it has more theoretical virtues and vices. Now, you seem to think that that's arbitrary or subjective. Well, obviously, me thinking of you as true is a subjective process because it's dependent on my mind. Just the same way that you think CT is true. Well, that's dependent on your mind.
Am I getting an answer to my question? Or I'm just getting
I've answered the question. I'll answer it again. The reason why I'm justified in believing the view is because
I didn't get anything.
Okay, I'll explain it to you again. The reason why I'm justified in believing in my view is, one, because it's coherent. It explains the things
it's
that
not coherent if it can't provide for the preconditions of intelligibility. But
so
when we get down into the nitty-gritty, when we start to gird up the loins of our mind, we find that there's no girding up, there's just running away.
Yeah, so what was incoherent about it? That's what I asked you earlier.
Because you're asserting that this worldview has coherency, which would one of those preconditions would be unity.
Q-Top is on the live.
What's up? What's up? What's
And
up? What's up? What's up, man?
Q-Top.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, brother?
So let me say,
Man.
Introduction, man. It's time to cook. It's time
All
to
right, when you
cook.
say
Oh,
view is-
Time to cook like a chef.
Q on the live, baby.
Interrupted because
It's
he
time
keeps
to
So when you
cook.
say a view is
he keeps talking about
incoherent-
coherence, right? But unity is the issue. But
Well, he
wants to
said the
talk
view
about
was
coherence.
he said the view was incoherent. So
Yeah.
I want to know why he thinks that.
Yeah, because you're invoking a
Q-Top has entered the
worldview.
live. Q-Top has entered the live.
They could have a coherent worldview, but they couldn't have unity, right? That's the issue.
Q-Top, I have been enjoying listening to you just nail these atheists to a wall.
God
by
bless
the way,
you, bro. God bless you, man. It's crazy, bro. Because I've engaged with Tupac 420. He's extremely bad faith. Just ask him how he knows anything at all. Ask him how he knows his name is Tupac 420.
Well, he's been dodging, ducking, dipping, and deflecting for about 20 minutes now. I just simply asked him to provide some sort of justification for the law of identity. And all he wants to do is just, I don't know, blabber on about this and that. It's weird.
Gotcha. So I'll answer the question again. And
It's real weird.
You're not really responding to me. Now,
Yeah.
I gave you a rough sketch of how it would work in my view. Then the justification is that the view has more theoretical virtues than theoretical vices. Now, you said the view was incoherent. Now, you said the worldview was incoherent, and I'm wondering why you think that.
Yeah. So did I get an answer? I just want to know how your mental state regarding the apple comports with this reality that you're suggesting that it can never be its negation, that it has identity over time, things like that. I want justification for that part of your coherent worldview.
Also, it sounds like you're just asking for a deeper explanation for how I represent things that are true in the world. That's fine. I could do that.
Yeah, you're making a claim, and anytime you invoke the law of identity, you're making a claim about the ontology of everything that exists, and you're saying that it could never be its negation. I want to know how you know that.
Yeah. So how I know that the law of identity is true, or what the law of identity is in my worldview?
Yeah. What provides for it? How do you know it's true universally?
Yeah. So it's going to be an inference to the best explanation, right?
So it's just an opinion?
Hello. Well, obviously, all views are opinions. What do you mean?
Well, so what you're
what now?
Yeah, that's another claim. Okay, but all you did is
wait. What is a view other than an opinion about what you think is true? What do you think?
Well, if it's the case that there's a God and the God has certain omni properties and it's a revelatory God and it creates your mind in a way to receive a revelation and creates the physical world in a way that it can be understood and reveals to you certain things about this creation, and that things do have identity because it's a God of order and law and rationality. Can you know some things?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, but you reject all of that, and so I'm trying to get from you. I'm trying to ask you how you can know anything, and you're just saying, "Well, hey, I just think maybe." But if I said, or if a Christian said to you, when you ask, "How do you know there's a God?" If we just said, "Well," and we just used all of the arbitrary nomenclature that you're saying, we're saying, "Well, we just have opinions about what's simpler and what's weird and strange." You wouldn't accept that, but here you are.
Well, I would disagree with you thinking that the view is a better explanation. Now, this is your
but you have no rationale.
Why are you talking about? Why are you talking? Look,
Why aren't you asking for the unifying principle? Like,
this
why
is your
aren't you,
confusion.
Yeah, you can do that.
You're just beating around the bush.
Hello. Can I respond? So this is your confusion. What you did there was give what's called an externalist justification. Now, you gave one which I'm happy to grant is sufficient to explain things like the laws of logic in your mind working, whatever, because God makes our minds work in a way that we can track the world. That's basically what I said in the beginning. Our minds evolve such that we can track the way that the world is. The laws of logic are behaviors in the natural world, and we have these tools, things we write in our book, right, that properly describe them. Now, that is an externalist justification as well. Now, I'm wondering why you're justified on your externalist justification.
Has it been revealed, Tupac, has it been revealed to you that through some sort of random evolutionary processes, your reasoning faculties have the intrinsic capability to correspond to the external world? Has it been revealed to you?
Did you say why would it be arbitrary? But yeah, two evolutionary processes, sure.
No. Tupac, has it been revealed to you epistemically that your reasoning faculties can be trusted? Has that been revealed to you?
from like another mind? No, it's from evolution.
Wait. How does evolution?
It's an
reveal,
abstraction,
How
by the
does
way.
evolution reveal things to you? What?
Yeah.
Well, it depends what you mean by reveal. What do you mean? By reveal?
Yeah. Reveal means that which gives knowledge. To reveal something
sure.
means that you. To reveal something means that you uncover something or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, our mind. Yeah, sure. Evolution gave us a mind. That mind can track the way that the world is.
No, that's not the question that I'm at. That's a very clear dodge and deflect from my question. You're saying that through random evolutionary process, your reasoning factor can be trusted in such a way to correspond to the external world. What I'm asking you is, what in your worldview is metaphysically primary that reveals to you this proposition that your reasoning can be trusted to connect to the external world? What is metaphysically primary that is ultimately revelatory that reveals that to you?
Yeah, if a revelation is just a way that you get knowledge, then what's primary for me to get knowledge is my
mind. It's not a way that you get knowledge. It's that which is knowledge. I didn't say it's a way that you get knowledge.
Dude, that's confused.
It has to be.
Look, you're not asking a clear question. Let's just clarify the question. If revelation is just like the way that knowledge gets into your head, isn't that what you said?
It's a little bit deeper than that, but yeah, that's the basic intelligence.
Great. And now, if my theory is true, our minds evolve such that they reliably track the world. So that's my foundation. Revelation.
That's just begging the evolution. No, wait 1 second. This is like really low level. Look, 1 second.
It is.
You're presupposing, number one, that you know that we evolved because you're presupposing that you know anything at all. Knowledge is a revelation of something a priori, which contextualizes all facts and ultimately reveals something to you. And so Tupac, so you see how you just keep laughing because you literally can't track a very simple dialectic, right? And so it's very simple. It's extremely simple, right? That which contextualizes all facts has to be ultimately revelatory to reveal to you things, so that says that you can actually know things. Now, you're claiming that through some random process called evolution, which is kind of begging a question, because when you say that we evolved, you have to know that we evolved. Therefore, you have to have a theory of knowledge. Now, if your theory of knowledge is not ultimately contextualized by that which actualizes all things and is ultimately revelatory, then your theory of knowledge falls on its head. So I'm asking you, what is your epistemic framework, not even to know things, but for the intrinsic capacity that you have using your reasoning faculties to claim that your reasoning faculties have the intrinsic capability to know things? This is going to require you having something a priori to justify your reasoning faculties. I'm not asking you for evolution. Evolution doesn't answer this question. That begs the question because that presupposes that you can know things, including that you evolved. I'm asking you for your epistemic framework by which you can know anything.
You need to stop using.
Okay. Don't dodge and deflect my question. Answer my question and stop.
I'm trying to. You said a lot of gibberish. You said a lot of gibberish.
Tupac, I'm gonna mute your mic, Tupac, because you're a little coward. Okay. If you don't answer my question, you dodge and deflect my questioning. Okay, this is what you atheists do.
Dude, stop grandstanding.
You dodge and deflect my question.
Stop grandstanding.
So okay, PMAR, shut up, bro.
This is performative. Just get to
okay, yeah.
Yeah, just calm down, dude.
One second. PMARS is dropped. So this is why I don't like you, PMARS, right? So I'm trying to have a good faith, honest conversation, PMARS, and see how you just did that. That's why I don't like you, PMARS. That's why I don't like you. So Tupac, explain to me.
was calling you out for real.
Okay, yeah.
Did you really do that, dude?
You see how this meta? Yeah, Monkey Boy's done. You saw this meta? So Tupac, please answer my question. What is ultimately metaphysically primary that is revelatory that allows you to know anything at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I'm gonna try to be charitable and interpret it. You tell me.
You can ask me what I mean by each word I'm using if you don't understand.
Well, I'm gonna try to steel man you. Okay. Now, it seems like what you're asking me is like how I can know without appealing to my worldview, an externalist worldview, how I can know things. You're asking me as an internalist how I can know things. Is that it?
When you say an internalist, are you invoking a rationalist? Are you invoking a rationalist worldview?
What is a rationalist?
He just means by way of reductio ad absurdum. He's just saying yes, it's an internal critique of your worldview.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, look. Okay. Tupac is going to hold to rationalism if he doesn't know it or not. Okay, rationalism is the worldview that the human mind is the ultimate standard and infallible for reason, right? So that the human mind is that which is the standard that contextualizes all propositions that allows for reasoning to be intelligible. Now, what I'm asking you is if that is your worldview, because if it's not the human mind, then what mind is it? If you're saying that the human mind is that which contextualizes all facts for you to know things, I'm asking you, under an evolutionary worldview in which chance is ultimate, what is metaphysically primary that reveals to you things such that your knowledge is intelligible, such that your knowledge connects with the external world? What is that?
Okay. Yeah. So first off, rationalism is about how you obtain knowledge. So rationalism is the view that you don't need to appeal to sense experience to know something about the world. Okay.
That's incorrect.
The way that
That's
you're
rationalist. Right? That's rationalist. Rationalists hold to self-evident axioms, and then from there they deduce conclusions from those self-evident axioms. I'm not talking about rationalism. I'm talking about rationalism, which is a totally different view than rationalist. Rationalism is the view that the human mind is the ultimate standard and source for reason. That's what rationalism is. We're talking about epistemology right now. Come on, Tupac, please track the dialectic. Okay.
yeah, I don't think
asking you. I'm asking you, what is metaphysically primary in your worldview? Okay, that reveals to you things about the world, such that your knowledge is actually connected to what is the unifying principle. What is that?
So yeah, I would agree. If that's how you're going to use the word rationalism, I would agree that
it's not how I use the word. It's the
can
academic
you
literature.
stop,
Just
dude?
Google the
You've been
word.
talking-
It's not how I use the word.
Stop talking so much.
It's not how I use the word.
Just
Don't
stop
misquote
talking.
me.
Just stop
Don't
talking.
misquote me, coward. Yeah, see, so look, you're a coward. You see this? You see this, Constantine? See, brother, I've just read a paper on this. Don't you dare misquote me. Don't you dare.
Just calm down. Okay, just calm down. It's going to be okay. So look, yeah, if by rationalism you mean like my mind or human minds or any minds that can appreciate how the world is going to be the standard.
It's not any minds. It's not any bro. Okay, dude, yeah, this guy. Yeah, I can't.
Can you stop?
It's not any minds. It's the human mind. It's not any minds, Tupac.
Just stop over talking. Look, if you mean
Tupac, you're a coward. You know what? This is why I don't engage.
Just stop talking.
Yeah, you Tupac, you're a sophist coward. Okay, and
you're just a crazy.
Yeah. So see this. So see, Constantine, this is what we have, right? We have a whole bunch of atheist cowards that come up here. They don't want to have a good faith, honest conversation. I asked Tupac a basic question. I asked him, what is metaphysically primary and mostly revelatory that allows his facts and knowledge to be intelligent? He responds back with a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo, misarticulates my worldview, misarticulates my points. I told him rationalism. He's talking about rationalism. This is what we're engaging with. We're engaging with bad faith interlocutors. And then P Mars, right? I thought P Mars was a good, a good dude. P Mars comes in here, right? Starts trying to challenge the way that I debate, bro. I know who Tupac is. This is why I'm being like this, because Tupac is a very bad faith interlocutor. I've engaged with him on numerous occasions. He's very bad faith. He's actually slandered my name. Bad faith interlocutor. I've engaged with him on numerous occasions. He's very bad faith. He's actually slandered my name. He's across the internet. I could sue him for defamation of character. How bad he is. He's a really bad faith interlocutor.
Yeah, he's a troll.
He's a troll. Yeah, he's extremely bad faith, right? And that's why I'm engaging with him like that. I didn't let him run. He's claiming that evolution gives his reasoning faculties ultimate justification in such a way that he has a justification a priori to believe that they can correspond to the external world. I'm asking him, what is your justification to believe that your reasoning faculties exist in such a way that can correspond to the external world? You cannot prove your reasoning faculties can be trusted without using your reason, because in order to prove reasoning faculties must be trusted, you must invoke your reasoning. Therefore, it's a presupposition that your reasoning faculties can be trusted. He's saying under an evolutionary worldview, that gives him the intelligibility to trust his reasoning faculties. That's impossible. In a worldview where chance is ultimate, that's impossible, bro. You cannot assert to me on this live that the evolutionary worldview where chance is ultimate gives you an ultimate ontological and epistemic justification to assert that your reasoning faculties have the intrinsic properties to correspond to the external world. The only worldview that does that is the Christian worldview. Jesus Christ is Lord. Repent of your sins and believe in the gospel.
Amen.
These atheists come up here and they say these things.
Amen.
I'm fired up by the power of the Spirit.
Okay, so what's the argument for that, Kane? Yeah, what's the argument?
You drop if you ask what the argument is one more time, you will be sent into the falcon void.
I mean, it's just like obvious question begging when
Tupac asks for arguments, it seems like he's presupposing that arguments are intelligible under his worldview. So, Tupac, are you presupposing that arguments are intelligible under the not God?
Hold on, real quick. So when he's invoking evolution, he's actually anthropomorphizing the term, because evolution is simply a process of mutations and things ceasing to exist. Patricia Churchland makes an argument that the only thing evolution is predicated on the 4 F's would be feasting, fighting, fleeing, and reproducing. And on those terms, truth, whatever that even is inaccessible. So
What's
I'm
the
not even
argument for that?
sure.
Okay,
What's the
so this is
argument
what
for
I'd
that?
hey,
Alvin Planting's argument against naturalism
Gotcha. Do you
on
want to give it?
evolution. So that would
hey,
be a
Pac,
scholarly
I
argument
gotta
for
ask you
that right
something.
there.
Do you know? Hey, look, Q was speaking pretty fast, right? He put a lot of stuff out there. I noticed there was a lack of an answer. Were you getting ready to put one in the chamber? Did you just not, go?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm
Have an
trying to
answer?
clarify an answer. Yeah,
All
sure.
right,
But like, it's impossible when you have this
let me hold your feet to the fire and see if you come back on that. Is that all right? Because check this out.
Yeah, sure. So,
If you refuse, you will be sent into the void.
well, yeah, you just need to like just not have
P
people
Mars,
interrupt.
if
Is that
you
okay?
P Mars, listen to me, brother. I'm gonna say this very clearly. If you say one thing about me, I'm gonna expose you in a way that you don't want me to, brother. So I dare you. I don't want to be like this, bro. But if you keep talking about me and you say racist comments in the chat, saying that you wish I evolved, brother, I'm telling you right now, P Mars, I'm gonna expose your entire career, bro. I know what you did, and I know what you got exposed on Tom Rabbit's channel, and I will air you out, bro. Don't
Mars,
you dare.
I will
Don't you
not.
dare.
I will not allow any racist comments in my thread, Mars.
No,
I've
I will
always
expose
supported
P-Mars,
you,
bro. P-Mars knows I will expose him.
Mars. If you get racist in my comments, I've always supported you, even though you have a lot of baggage. I like baggage. I got baggage. You've got the best baggage. But if you're gonna get racist in my comments, I can't have your baggage.
I could talk about
Either
this later. I have to go to bed. Good night.
Tupac, are you
Just
going to
like
bed?
to ask a question to. Oh, he left.
Yeah,
Well, I was going
Tupac.
to ask Tupac a question if he believes that since he's making a case with regards to evolutionary processes, is it his view that the physical evolutionary changes, molecular changes, brings forth the immaterial?
Well, he's going to have to say it's an emergent property, but he's got no argument for that.
Yeah, it can't be an emergent property because in order for something to be an emergent property, it has to be in synergistic relationship with the law of principle of proportional causality. So the thing is, we can't have an emergent property if it violates the law of principle of proportional causality. Therefore, you cannot claim that immaterial things can come from material things because that's a violation of that law. So he literally couldn't even invoke that. And that's the problem with the atheists. They keep invoking things that they can't invoke in their worldview.
Yeah, like things like intelligibility or the laws of logic, universals, absolutes, moral declarations, anything like that,
Mars keeps making racist comments, Constantine. Yeah, this guy keeps talking about racism. He said again in the comment section, he said, I'm a quote him right here. He said, I thought racism was cool. Now he's continuing to comment and he's making, he said, I did a racism. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it up to you, Constantine, but I probably will never be able to come back on here because
I've already.
P-Mars
Hey,
is
listen.
cheating.
I'm gonna say this right now, once and for everyone. If you guys start getting crazy on the live, start insulting each other, I'm gonna get rid of anyone who insults the other one. I will not stand for racism in my life. I don't care how cool we are. I don't care what we've been through. I don't care what you've done for me in the past. It's about what you did for me lately. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Do not. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you right now. We're gonna have this conversation, and I'm gonna invoke Matthew 18 on you, right? So I'm going to go about this through the scriptures, Mars, and we're going to talk about this one-on-one. And we're going to try to settle it that way. But you must understand, I will not allow any racism on my panel, bro. If you're still able to speak, let me know. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, I'm not. I had to check it out. Look, if things get heated on this panel and you start calling out the way the other speak like that, here's the deal. I don't do personal. Here's the deal. I believe in a Christ worldview, so a Christocentric. So I am an ambassador of Christ, and I will hold myself as someone to be Christ-like. You don't have to believe in our worldview at all, but just know that I'm an ambassador of Christ's kingdom, and so I will hold every other Christian accountable to the standards that are invoked in Matthew. Right. So I got some viewers that want to come up. I'm going to let them up on that. I'm trying. Hey, listen, you viewers that are coming up, I'm trying to let you in. If one of my mods want to let you in, it's cool. I'm trying to get to you right now. But it's I got a slow mouse, man. To you right now. But it's I got a slow mouse, man. Hey, Top, man.
Amen to what you're saying. True Christians are not racist. Unlike the
No,
Mormons.
neither Jew nor Greek. No. We're not doing that. Neither Jew nor Greek, bro. All in one in the body of Christ. I'm not.
Hello. I
Sure,
love
who are
you. I love you.
Who's speaking?
Oh God. The little
The
loser
Geep?
from Madagascar.
Oh,
We love you too, Geep.
all right. I mean,
Yeah.
I probably
no,
should have
yeah,
kept that on
bro.
a little bit longer, huh?
Anybody that's just gonna be racist, bro, they deserve to be thrown into the lake of fire, bro, for real. And if you claim to be a Christian and you racist, bro, you're just a coward because you're not actually gonna be probably even gonna be a Christian. Because we all sin, but when you sin to that extent, and it's in the year 2025, and you sin to that extent, and like you've already been exposed online for doing very inappropriate and disgusting things, and then you come on a Christian platform and you're being racist. It's like, dude, like you might as well just evaporate into non-existence at that point. I mean that's how I feel about you, P. Mars. You might as well just not even exist anymore. You might as well just be cast in outer darkness, dude. Literally.
So Javier, welcome to the live. But you know what, Tosh, you've been up here a few times and you hadn't got a chance to speak yet. You are super patient. Welcome to the live, Tosh.
If you start speaking plainly, I will address you as sir. If you address me as a child, you will be treated like a child.
Appreciate that. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Yeah. Did my voice change when I did that? I'm trying to use my voice changer.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, is it cool? Q-Top, is that cool? Is it cool?
Brian, ain't gonna lie, that voice
No,
coolest thing.
is
I
not
wish I had that, bro.
That's not
Okay, cool.
man.
You don't like it?
You sounded like the devil.
How do you know what the devil sounds like?
The devil doesn't have
Anyway, you better start speaking or you will be sent into the faggot where your worldview will be held into speaking or you will be sent into the faggot where your worldview will be held into accountability.
All right, go ahead, Tosh. You're up, man.
Was that directed
I'm
at me,
just
Constantine?
super curious how anybody can claim that atheism can't ground reality. Like, what is the claim that, like, why are you saying that? I just don't. I can't.
because reality is a conceptual state of unification, and reality would necessarily depend upon a mind.
So we have minds. We can become aware of reality through observation.
No, you can't. You can't become aware of reality. You cannot become aware of reality through observation because you're relying on your sensory data, and there's no justification you have for your sensory data actually matching what is real.
So then we have no justification for anything. Then
under your worldview, yes, sir.
No, I'm not atheist, but regardless, like for you to say that there is no justification for knowing something when knowing something is just awareness of something, that doesn't make any sense.
Do you know something in a meaningful way about something like the apple on the counter?
Yeah, you can be aware through observation and through consensus.
But what is it?
Individuals.
What is the apple on the counter? What's the ontology of it?
It's a fruit. Is the
apple made of apple?
The apple is made of a bunch of different components.
What are those components?
It's made of some seeds. It's made of a bunch of different chemicals.
At like a molecular level. If we zoom in.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that make up an apple.
It's just atoms. Are they unified? Are they subatomic particles?
They would be unified to make the apple.
What provides for the unity there?
What provides?
Is that your mind? Is that your mind that provides for the unity?
The mind is aware of the unity, not.
Yeah, I asked for what provides for the actual unity, because an apple and a banana at a subatomic level are the same thing, aren't they? Your brain and the contents of the toilet are the same thing at a molecular level or subatomic level. But you wouldn't say they're the same, right? There's some true identity problems there. And there's unity. What provides for that?
Just because something is made of atoms doesn't mean that it's the same.
Can you tell me what provides for the unity?
I mean, their physical sense, it's the matter, it's the atoms.
That's an abstract.
Everything's an abstract under.
No, everything's not an abstract.
That worldview, but okay.
Yeah.
Like how is a physicalist?
I just want to know in a world. I just want to know in a world where there is no God, how is any unity provided for? Anytime you're going to invoke a plurality, there's going to be a unifier that's more fundamental.
I mean,
until you
could
get to
call-
something, and I'm almost done. Until you get to something singular, and then when you get to that thing that's singular, whatever it is, it's going to be weird if you invoke something that's impersonal, because impersonal objects aren't about this or that. So you're invoking a mind. Therefore, the fundamental nature of reality is a mind.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like impersonal things cannot reveal anything to you. So therefore, you wouldn't actually know anything. So that which actualizes all propositions and contextualizes all propositions has to be revelatory. That's all I was trying to explain.
Wait, is energy a mind?
Energy is an
Energy's not
abstract.
a mind. Yeah, energy's not a mind. A mind is that which is immaterial and has agency.
Wait. So you're claiming immaterial?
A mind necessarily has to be immaterial.
Can you draw energy for me, or just a representation of it?
Can you show me the energy molecule in the brain? I would like to see
is
the energy molecule.
Energy isn't a molecule. Energy is a observation of change and
No, not talking about observation. We're talking about the energy of it in itself. Are we talking about a category with particulars that are unified that we call energy, or is energy one singular concrete thing?
Energy is a concept.
Okay, great. Yeah, so abstractions don't stand in a cause and effect relationship, do they?
Yeah, abstractions don't stand in causal relation, so you can't invoke that. You're gonna have to need something that stands in causal
What's the
relation.
argument for that, Q-Top?
That abstractions don't.
Wait. Couldn't I say the exact same thing for God then?
The argument that abstractions don't stand in causal relation.
Yeah. You're repeating the claim that's on the table. Your brain.
Well, that's just that. What? Whoa. Okay. Well, that's just analytically true. Do you know what an abstraction is?
What's the argument that they're analytic truths?
Okay, I'm kidding. This is a troll.
Yeah, you understand.
Hold on. This is a troll. This is a troll. You cannot even.
Clark, come back, Clark. Come back another time, Clark.
No, Constantine, what's so funny is he can't even ask the question, what's the argument for analytic truths, without presupposing analytic truths. Like, language is literally all analytical. So you can't...
Hey, redefine. Check it out. Remember this?
What's the argument for that?
What's the argument for that?
If I said something like morality exists, therefore God exists, would they say what's the argument for that, or would they object or engage with it? If I said God exists because the grass is green, would they interact with that? Would they say it doesn't follow, or would they just say what's the argument for that?
Clark, I'm gonna let you back up, Clark. Slow your roll, dog. Slow your roll, Clark.
Anything that you say, they'll say, what's the argument for that? But that presupposes arguments are possible in the worldview. That's why it's no point in even like it's so like basic, because they just make a whole bunch of presuppositions they can't actually justify.
Well, yeah, they're asking.
So how does me rejecting analyticity presuppose analyticity?
They're asking. Hold on, one second.
Your side character, stop talking. Anyway,
Q-Top.
They're
asking for.
Q-Top. You want to keep dodging, or do you want to engage in a
something
linear
that's
fashion?
deductive?
Let's go ahead and muzzle this side character, please. Yeah, Q-Top.
Is this guy insane here?
Because I'm making like a non-inferential appeal to justification, Q-Top. So what's your response?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're getting your monkey back blown out right now.
You've been Clarked.
It's funny that
you've been Clarked.
Bring him back up, Constantine. Bring him back up.
Clark, control yourself, Clark. We want to talk to you, not your philo shame self. Bring Qualia, not Clark.
You're a brain dead global. I'm just going to be very clear about this. You're getting your back blown out in the conversation, Q-Top. You're face down, ass up right now. I don't know.
So, yeah, this is just like, no, listen.
Start manifesting in the comments.
Clark, listen, bro. Like, I genuinely would like engage with you, even though you're like probably not even worth the breath in my lungs. But like, I would want to actually engage with you, right? But like, if you're gonna keep it all the meta, like all like the like toddler like rhetoric, I'm just.
You know what's crazy about Clark, Q-Top? I don't know why I like the kid. I just do, and I can't explain it. I want to bring him up here, and I just think maybe I'll get a cool Clark. And I'm always disappointed. I'm like, you know what? I see him in the request box. I'm like, Clark's here. Maybe he'll be better this time. Like a bad girlfriend. You're like, maybe she'll change. She'll change. You bring her back in, she don't change. Clark's a bad ex-girlfriend. Just get rid of her. Get rid of her.
Wow.
Get rid of her. Clark's never gonna change. Clark, I want you to change. I want to meet the first Clark that I met. I want the original Clark.
Just to be very clear about this, you would never talk to me like this in real life. I'm trained in resilience.
He's gonna give me the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu thing. All right, you know.
He's ain't training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
I thought he
Clark,
was going to
bro,
say he was
Clark,
going to
we
give
would
you a
squash you like a
Brazilian wax.
bug, boy. You get squashed like a bug, boy.
But wait, quick question. So, and y'all were saying that energy is abstract. Isn't God abstract as a concept?
No.
How?
No.
Never say
Well,
first
first of all, God stands in causal relation, so that would make him not abstract.
It's a concept. God is literally a concept.
No, God has not.
Wait,
God
are you an atheist?
You're making no. I'm a pantheist.
Okay, that's impossible.
Well, that's nonsense.
Yeah.
How is pantheism? What?
So, are these different gods perceiving the world in the same way, or are they?
Pantheism isn't different. Wait. What?
Pantheism is everything is God, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so perfect. So are these different gods perceiving reality in the same way?
Are these different gods perceiving reality? God is reality within.
One second. No, that's not pantheism. Is that everything is God? So
yeah, everything within reality is God.
Okay, so perfect. So is
reality
is everything in reality perceiving reality the same way?
Is everything in reality perceiving reality the same way? No.
Okay, then your God claim is totally unintelligible.
How?
Yeah, because if everything in
reality
if everything in reality is not perceiving reality in the same way, then that means there is no reality to actually speak of.
No, the totality of reality is perceiving the totality of reality the same way. You can't say one part of something is perceiving the whole entirety of something. No, you stop. You interrupt every single other person.
Bro, stop speaking. You're confused. Listen to me. If everything in reality is God, number one, that's incoherent because of the problem of independency. There has to be something that's independent. But number two, we either talk about the ultimate standard of perception. God has to be the ultimate standard of perception. So whatever God perceives is final. What that means is if there's different things in reality that are perceiving reality in a different way, well, now what we have is a fundamental epistemic problem, because now what we perceive, we cannot know that that's actually reliable. So see, when Jesus Christ came down into the world, God actually validated our perceptions, because that which actualizes all things perceive reality in such a way that would give us a justification to believe that our perceptions are actually trustable or reliable. Now, when you say that everything is God, including everyone's own perception of the world, what that would necessarily entail is that now, because we all perceive the world differently, there is no ultimate standard of perception, therefore reality cannot be known. So now you cannot claim your worldview without your worldview being negated by the very necessary preconditions of your world.
That's blatantly not true, because what you're saying is that reality. Okay, you won't. This is what I'm saying. You automatically make a ton of claims and then you just completely.
I didn't make any. I refuted your worldview, sir.
Which is a claim.
How is it possible that everyone can perceive reality differently, and I also have an ultimate standard of perception? You realize God is the ultimate standard of perception, bro. So God, yeah, that was a waste of time. When Jesus Christ came into the world, he validated our sensory perceptions.
An ultimate standard how to know things.
Well, hold on. Let me unpack that a little simpler, because according to his view of reality, everything is illusory. Everything's an illusion. But then he makes this grandiose claim that he can know that everything else is God. Well, how can he know that on those terms? How does he know that's not an illusion as well?
Exactly.
It's a performative contradiction.
Yeah, he has no epistemic access to any propositions.
That's right.
So when he perceives the world, right, there's nothing that connects. So there has to. So this is the thing, right? God's revelation has to be necessary, because if God's revelation is not necessary, there's nothing that bridges the gap between ontology and epistemology. The gap that is bridged between ontology and epistemology is God's revelation. That's how we can know things. How does that follow? Because God, as being the actualizer of all things, his mind being reality, reveals to us things such that we can know things about the world.
I reject that notion. I don't know why God is necessary for me to know a proper.
1 second. When you say that you reject the notion, are you presupposing that rejections are possible in your worldview?
I take it to be the case, yes.
Okay, so when you claim that rejections are possible, are you presupposing that your reason is intelligible and such that you can reject propositions?
Yes, it seems to be the case that I can.
Okay, perfect. So that so it's the case that you have to presuppose that your reasoning can be trusted. Now, if you're presupposing that your reason can be trusted, what is metaphysically primary in your worldview that justifies that presupposition?
Yeah, when it comes to my fallibilist framework, it doesn't seem to be the case that there are some sort of negating worldviews that can make me seem unintelligible. So unless there's some revisionary concept that I could use to change that, then I think I am prima facie justified in believing that.
Yeah, so you claiming to be prima facie justified is just an illusion because prima facie just means something appears to be true, but it's actually not. So let me make it very, very clear to you, okay?
Okay, how is it not true?
I'm going to give you a very simple, logically sound.
Can you tell me how it's not true?
Please don't overtalk me. I'm going to give you a very simple, logically sound argument here. I'm going to represent. I'm going to represent it. I'm going to represent it using Y and X, and then show you how through a reductio, your argument wouldn't follow. Okay. So it's very simple. Why?
I didn't give an argument, but sure.
Why is it necessary? You did give an argument. You did.
No,
give
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay, so now you don't even know what you're saying. Okay.
No,
wow.
I simply said that I hold to a certain framework of knowledge. That's not an argument. I simply said I hold to a certain framework of knowledge.
Let's go all the way back. Let's go all the way back. You're claiming that through fallibilism, your reasoning faculties can be trusted. Is that correct?
I said through fallibilism, we have a prima facie justification to take a certain belief to be the case.
Okay, 1 second. How does whoa? So if that's what you're claiming in disposition to the proposition I just invoked, that means that that's totally non-related to what I just invoked there. Did you hear the proposition I just invoked, sir?
Yes, you made it to be.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you made it to be the case that God needs to be it needs to be necessary for us to know certain things. I reject that notion because
that wasn't the proposition I invoked. That wasn't proposition. Let me. Okay. I'm gonna slow
down.
Hey,
Q, take the live. I'll be right back. Hey, Q, take the live. I'll be right back.
No problem, brother. Yes, sir. So I'm gonna slow down because my brain is thinking extremely fast. Okay, listen. You have to presuppose that your reasoning faculties can be trusted to reject any proposition. Would you agree?
It depends on what do you mean, because if you're presupposing that it needs to be the case that they are infallible, then I would simply reject the notion. I reject that notion completely.
Yeah, so I don't really know what you mean by infallible. What I'm saying is that you can trust it.
Infallible would mean that it is epistemically certain and there is no room for doubt.
Well, when we talk about epistemic certainty, ontological certainty is required for epistemic certainty. So I don't think you'd have epistemic certainty in your world.
What do you mean ontological certainty is needed for epistemic certainty? Can you expand on that?
Yeah, when I say ontological certainty in this context is going to be referring to that which is necessary, that contextualizes facts. So when I say ontological certainty, it's going to be that which is necessary, right? So if something is necessary, right, then I would have epistemic certainty of its ontology, not necessarily epistemic certainty of the properties invoked by its ontology. Now, you are presupposing that your reasoning faculties can be trusted in order to reject a proposition. Correct?
Well, what it seems to be, because I operate under revisionary knowledge and seemings, it doesn't seem to be the case that there is some sort of argument that can twist my worldview. That's all I'm looking for.
1 second, but that just begs the question, sir.
It makes everything arbitrary.
That just
makes everything arbitrary.
Well, it begs the question because you're just presupposing what things seem to be, which is just you using your reasoning faculties.
Yeah. Is there anything wrong with me using my senses of reasoning to make, let's say, a modus ponens?
Yes, there is.
I don't see anything wrong. Okay, what's wrong with it?
Yes, there is. Because in order for you to invoke propositions with any sort of intelligibility, it presupposes that your reasoning faculties have the intrinsic capability to connect to the external world.
That's not necessary. Like I said, I can operate under revisionary.
How do you know it's not necessary? How do you know it's not necessary?
Hello? I haven't been given a reasoning to think otherwise.
This is called 1 second. How do you know you haven't been given a reason to think otherwise? How do you know that?
Because from what the conversation that is present right now and what I'm recollecting, you haven't been giving me that. I'm using revisionary knowledge.
How do you know that? So see, you keep claiming not. You keep claiming not. You keep invoking. Okay, sir. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Because you're not understanding. I don't want to mute you.
You're the one that's invoking epistemic certainty to knowing. So why do I have to accept that notion?
Certainty. Oh my gosh, bro! Can you please listen to the conversation?
Okay. I made Does no entail infallibilism? Bro, yes or no? Simple yes or no. Answer the question. Does no entail infallibilism?
Oh my gosh, this is what it gets. This is what it gets so meta, bro. Stop. I'm gonna have.
No, this isn't meta. This is what.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. Okay, Poochie, I literally don't want to kick you, bro. I really don't want to kick you. Please, bro. Please, just relax. Okay. There's a distinction between ontological certainty.
No entail infallibilism. Yes or no?
Bro, if you continue to overtalk me when I speak,
kick me. It's gonna show your pussy.
Bye. Yeah, bye.
Okay, cool. Kick me.
Yeah, Poochie, you're just doing death by mod, man.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it's just it's dumb. It's really stupid, right? I'm making a clear distinction between ontological certainty and have a justification for believing an epistemic claim. Those are two different things, right? Because God exists for certain, right? Because his ontology is necessary. When I say certain, a lot of people use certain in an epistemic context. When I say certain in an ontological context, I'm just noting that which is necessary, right? Now, he's claiming that he can be a fallibilist and have a prima facie justification for his beliefs, right? Now, the problem with this is that, first of all, that begs the question, because you claiming anything at all without having a worldview that contextualizes that claim, it's just you begging the question. You're claiming that you can reason to then say, I have a prima facie justification for my fallibilistic worldview. That's just you using your ability to reason to make that claim. You haven't justified how your ability to reason is intelligible. Now, I told you, you have to start with certainty, and then from that certainty ontologically, then you have a justification to believe those epistemic propositions, right? If you don't start with ontological certainty, you don't even have a justification for epistemology. You know why? Because ontology is the precondition to epistemology. You can't know anything if the world is constructed in such a way where propositions can't be known. The only way we can know things is if it's possible to know things. And the only way it can be possible to know things is if and only if that which actualizes the world has actualized a world in which knowledge is possible. And the only way that that knowledge can be possible is if and only if that which actualized the world is ultimately revelatory, which reveals things to us in the world. That's why in his worldview, fallibilism is totally a performative contradiction, because in order to invoke a fallibilistic worldview, necessary preconditions needed to invoke it deny the worldview. This is why people like Poochie are very bad faith. You can't engage with them, right?
You gotta breathe, my guy.
Okay. Yeah. See, this is meta. This is meta. You see this? You see this? This is what we have, another meta right here. This is more meta.
So, Q, I want to introduce you to Ainsley. Ainsley has some really interesting beliefs. She's very smart. She holds to some sort of error theory. I've been trying to put my thumb on it, and every time I do, I'm in error.
Yeah, that's
Whoa, Charlie! I appreciate the gift, man. God bless you. Yes, my brother Charlie is a tier 1 A1 apologist. He's really, really good. I think he's the best on TikTok. So, God bless you, Charlie. I appreciate it, man.
Where is Charlie? Why isn't Charlie here?
Charlie and Constantine. Y'all both the best on TikTok.
Yo,
the
what?
Bible says count others more significant than yourselves. Also, Redefine as well. All y'all are way better than me in apologetics, man. Redefine is
Redefine
really good
something else.
I'm new. Hey, you know, if you make comments like that, they're gonna go right to my head, and I won't be able to fit through the door.
Nah, bro, I'm telling you, y'all are all really, really good, man. Like I really I've learned a lot from you guys, man.
So, yeah, I don't know if in the last 20 minutes anybody's actually like learned anything. Like the whole conversation felt a little bit I don't know. It didn't feel like anybody up here was seeking to figure out.
Ainsley, I have a question.
Well, we did find out that someone that I've been supporting for a while, even though a lot of people have warned me and said, hey, you shouldn't be friends with this guy. And I said, you know what? If Christ turned everyone away that people warned him about, no one would come into the faith, right? So I said, I'm going to give this guy a chance. And then I had Q on. I got to tell you something, man. I just want to air this out. My feelings are hurt. Like, I'm emotionally hurt that someone came on that I trusted and was racist to my brother in Christ. And I feel embarrassed. I feel like there's a bunch of I told you so's coming. I feel hurt. I just can't believe that. I just can't believe I saw that. My mind has been distracted by that this entire time. So I didn't learn anything other than I've been betrayed.
What's crazy,
if I can ask,
I genuinely like P Mars, man, for so long, bro. Like, he seems so chill, and it's just so sad, man. It's so sad that he's like that, man.
I don't know. I think you guys should have saw it coming. That guy's he's a really bad person. I'm sorry. Like, you guys are pretty good people. Like, you, Q-Top, you're a pretty okay guy, and Constantine, you're a really good guy. So,
What did you want to ask, Q-Top?
So the Ainsley, when you say you didn't learn anything, I'm sorry. Is learning something that's possible if God doesn't exist?
Well, what I meant by learn something is that back and forth, right? It just didn't seem like it added like any information to any conversation. It just sounded like I mean, it sounded like sophistry, the entire thing. Like, I don't
I don't have philosophical conversations with people for the purpose of like defeating or debunking or winning points. I didn't go to I didn't go to school to learn how to like make people feel dumb. I think philosophy is incredibly important, and it asks really deep questions. And I think that it can move us in a lot of ways. But I think what I just witnessed is why philosophy struggles as and is being relegated to almost like a soft science at this point.
Yeah, so Ainsley, I'm really sorry about your mental state, but I just asked you a question. I don't think that you answered it. You know, and in good faith, I generally just want to like engage in some sort of like intellectual dialectic here. Now, look, I just asked you if knowledge and acquiring knowledge is possible in a not God world. Because you say you didn't learn anything, so I think you're kind
Yeah,
of barred.
I think it
I think
is.
I think you're barred from the Christian. Oh, so you can acquire knowledge if God doesn't exist?
Yeah, I would believe that knowledge is capable of being acquired regardless of whether or not a God exists or not. Because what I'm going to take knowledge to be is just a summation of states of affairs and perceptions that has the capacity to do work in a given system.
Okay, so when you say a state of affairs, are those state of affairs um, like loose and disjointed, or is there unity there?
Well, and there may be some identifiable unity, as I think you're using that word in the classical sense. I don't know if we've been able to derive any kind of unity again the way I think you're using it in like the quantum. Well, I mean, I guess we have quantized some things, but and I'm not sure if we need to be able to identify all states of affairs in order to know a thing. I think that really what you need access to is like the classical states of affairs, because it seems that that's the realm in which we perceive and operate. So even if something is, you know, what people would say random or a set of states of affairs that we can identify at a quantum level,
Is
we
that
can.
true for the law of identity?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about logic earlier.
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna ask, yeah, because when you invoke like there's different states of affairs, if those states of affairs are not universally conceptualizable, which essentially just means that the state of affairs, which are a discrete set of particulars, don't have some sort of unity, right, which is unifying those states of affairs conceptually, then that means that the state of affairs are what we call loose and disjointed. So Van Til described that to just mean a bundle of perceptions that which cannot be made sense of or intelligible. So when you just claim that they're a state of affairs, when you actually perceive those state of affairs, you are contextualizing those state of affairs through a concept in your mind. And that concept is a universal, right, which actually unifies that discrete set of particulars. Now, if you're claiming that you have a universal conception that unifies that discrete set of particulars, that universal has to be revealed to you by that which is the ultimate universal, which is God. Because you don't have the intrinsic properties inside of your mind to have a universal conceptualize any discrete set of particulars. So the minute that you claim that you are observing the world, that presupposes our worldview.
No, I mean, I would reject that. I think a worldview is just an individual summation. So you may think that,
Hey, hold
and I
on.
know.
Ma'am, but when you say that, you're also suggesting that your mental states comport with reality, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the unification and identity of all of the things that exist in reality,
I'm aware of what you're talking about.
independent from your perception. But you're saying that you have these mental states and they comport with reality.
Well, I tell you what.
Is that the biblical reality?
How about you speak and I'll listen, actively listen, and then I'll speak and you actively listen, and then we can have a conversation.
I mean, I don't think you really answered my question, Ainsley. Like, I think you're extremely smart. Like, I can already tell by the way that you're conducting.
Yeah, man. Ainsley's something else, man. Ainsley is.
Yeah, no, I can tell, and well, I can
Man.
already tell that Ainsley at least has the formal training to conduct herself like an adult on this platform, because most of the atheists that come up here, they don't conduct themselves like adults. You ask them questions and then they play victim when you begin to raise your voice, when they continue to dodge and deflect from your question, right? But it seems like Yeah, it seems like Ainsley is like very intelligent, and she wants to like actually have a good faith, honest dialectic. So Ainsley, did you hear the question that me and Redefine just asked you? When you perceive the world, your perception of the world has to be contextualized to a concept in your mind. Everything is mental, Ainsley. Okay.
So I'm gonna take a so I agree with you if what you're saying is that I am an individual agent
Okay.
and that the universe exists independent of my existence, that I'm a part of the universe, but the universe
Yes.
is independent on my mind, and that I access the universe through a set of perception tools, and that because my perception tools are limited and fallible, that I may arrive at false conclusions based solely on those perception tools.
That
Which
commits the composition fallacy because you have an experience with the part, but you're saying that the whole is like the part.
would you disagree with the explanation of what I just gave of the objective
Well,
experience?
I'm objecting to when you said that you have knowledge of reality. You have knowledge to a part of reality.
Well,
You're saying that the entirety of reality is like the part.
I
Which
don't even
is
think she has
composition
knowledge of
fallacy.
part of the reality.
That's right. Still need
I don't-
identity.
Right. So I don't take knowledge to be like I don't take knowledge to be I think what you take knowledge to be, because what I think knowledge is the capacity to do work in a given system. So if I can produce work, then I can say that I know something, because I can't produce work if I don't know something.
I mean, I
By
think
the way,
when you
that's
claim
that's
that-
that's work with an E, not an O.
I think when you claim that you know that like, because I think that's like the formal definition of energy, the capacity to do work. But if that's what you mean when you say knowledge, like I think that kind of begs the question, because I think you have to know that you're doing something like in that. So I think it would just kind
What
of
I
be like
mean by doing work is the ability to produce an outcome. So, for instance, if I want to say design a power plant, there is going to be some requisite information that I'm going to have access to in order to create that power plant and have it produce energy. If I am unable to access that information either through personal limitations, technological limitations, or philosophical limitations, then I would lack the knowledge to produce the thing that I'm trying to produce. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
that's
question.
what I mean. That's
Because
what I mean by work.
Even science producing energy presupposes uniformity of nature and certain things about reality that must be true in order for you to even get a repeatable result. So even that is going to be problematic. You have no justification for these things.
We definitely think that things are fairly uniform, or at least I think that. Let me couch that as an I statement. I definitely think that things are uniform on like a macro level. I don't assume that they're uniform on a micro level. But
What provides for
I think that for me, the classical understanding of what knowledge would be, which, you know, if you go back to like Aristotle or something, would be like justified true belief. I think that fails in a lot of ways. I think it produces some logical inconsistencies. And so I go more of the pragmatic route, which is the ability to actualize in reality, and like a hypothesis or a theory or something like that.
Okay.
So for me, knowledge is a practical endeavor. It's not a universal endeavor, because I don't have access to synthetic universes.
Again,
I don't have access to synthetic universes.
Again,
can I ask a question, please?
It's kind of begging the question, though. It's really begging the question, though, is because when you say knowledge is practical, that's not talking about your ability to access the external world. right? Like I'm talking about like how do you even know that you're accessing the external world? Because you agree that the universe is something that exists outside of yourself. So I'm
I
just
mean,
saying
it
like how
could
do you
be.
like
It
yeah,
could be the case, right? Like, so every first year philosophy student goes through like the solipsism conversation in their head, and I think that solipsism is something that's like important to consider in like an abstract sense.
solipsism is impossible. Solipsism is impossible because in order to claim that you're the only
Would
experience,
it
you have to
be
have a
possible for me to finish the sentence?
yeah. Go ahead.
I think that for me, even if it is the case that I should consider it, I don't have any functional reason to operate otherwise. So I don't even consider the question as to whether or not I'm limited in my access of the external world. Like it's just not a consideration that I have because to me it's an uninteresting question.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, you could just say that it's like I guess rhetorically uninteresting. But that's not really going to add any like substance to the question I just asked. And by the way, we could just use some sort of like transcendental argument and do the antithesis of some sort of like reductio ad absurdum to show how solipsism is impossible, right, under the Christian worldview. But under your worldview, you don't have that. So the thing is, like, why wouldn't you believe that you're the only mind? Why wouldn't you believe that the external world, as being a priori, is epistemically non-accessible to you as an agent? Like what
Yeah, I
what
just
gives you
don't
that
have any.
justification? You just said it's uninteresting.
I've never really found any good reason to assume that the other minds around me are being generated by my mind. I think part of that is going to be I generally accept the public-private distinction made by Wittgenstein.
Wittgenstein. By the way, just real quick, Ainsley, I got to leave you at Wittgenstein. Hey, check this out. I've been on for a little while. I've got like 2,600 likes. If you could press the like button, if not for me, for my lovely panel. You don't have to like me, but I mean my panel, though. Do me a favor, like and share the live, because this all goes to feed hungry children. Sure, mine, okay? So just like the live. That's all I'm asking. I like the live. Not like the live? Ainsley, you were talking about Wittgenstein.
Yeah, or wait, because you usually pin me when I say Stein. Einstein, Wittgenstein. But yeah, I just, yeah, for me, I think that it seems that we can access experience publicly. It does seem that there's an external reality, and it does seem that I have access to it. Now, I'm not saying I have perfect access to it. I have no reason to doubt that my sense perception operates nominally. It doesn't operate perfectly, and that's why I need systems in order to figure out whether or not my senses or my theories are operating in a manner that befits.
That's cool, Ainsley. We'll accept the we will accept the concession.
Yeah. So Ainsley, in all
Good at
honesty,
those, right?
in all honesty, right, I truly believe that what you just said was extremely arbitrary. I don't believe that it answered my question in terms of having a worldview that would give a metaphysical account of your knowledge, right, and of you having epistemic access to the external world, right? You're just essentially. I mean, look, you can claim that you don't need to give one, but now that just means that your belief is irrational, that you have access to the external world. Because I mean, if you can't rationally justify it, but you hold to the belief, right? It would just mean that you holding to the belief at this time would just be irrational. So if you don't have a rational justification for you having epistemic access to the external world, then like, why do you claim that you do?
Sure. So justification is just going to be a reason that you accept something, right? So there can be strong justifications.
That's not
There can be weak justifications, and you know. We all have strong and weak justifications. My primary justifications for thinking that I have access to the external world is the public-private distinction, right? The fact that I can recognize things that I experience in other people without having to experience those things. The fact that I can
it's just you begging the question.
elucidate.
That's just you just begging the question. She's just saying she can recognize things in the external world.
Well,
I'm asking you, how do you have epistemic access to the external world? That's just you begging the question, Ainsley. That doesn't answer.
I'd like to know, because you keep saying the word I, and I want to know how you know, or what rationalization you have or justification for suggesting that this I that you're invoking, your cognitive states are the result of one unified being.
Well, no, yeah, bro, no, bro, bro, no, that's good, but she not that. No, that's kind of pivoting, bro. Yeah, no, just give me one second.
reason that I use
Well, that's a state of unity,
Yeah,
right?
I know. Yeah, that's right. Because if not, then everything she just a bundle of perceptions with
Yeah.
nothing being. So like it's like she couldn't even observe that which is in the external world because there is no eye that's observing. It's just a bundle of loose and
That's
disjointed
right.
perceptions, right? But I get that. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Like that's kind of like I just want to kind of like walk her through this because she's not giving a justification for how she even has epistemic access to anything in the external world. She could just claim that like she doesn't need to, like she doesn't have a reason to believe she doesn't. But that's just really arbitrary, right?
Yeah,
like
it's not doing philosophy. You're just saying, well, I just kind of have an opinion about stuff.
yeah, it's just kind of saying like, and I get why atheists do that because like if I was an atheist, I'd say the same thing. Like if it feels like we do, but it doesn't give a justification for why you do. Like it doesn't give you a reason to say, look, how can I falsify the proposition that I don't have epistemic access to the external world, right? This is why like Immanuel Kant formalized transcendental arguments because he was trying to refute skepticism, right? Like this is why like I could just keep asking you questions that would just reduce your worldview down to total arbitrariness and skepticism. That's why I'm asking you this, Ainsley. Because when we do the
your worldview falls into the same thing.
When we do the reductio, right? Y is necessary precondition for X, X therefore Y. So the way we demonstrate Y being necessary is we show not Y, and then we show how X is absurd from not Y. So what I'm doing here is Ainsley, through a simple reductio, I'm showing you how your worldview is going to be reduced down to total unintelligibility.
Well, so so again, like the justifications as far as like reasons to hold a belief. The only real difference between say like mine and Constantine's view is that I'm going to appeal to a set of physical processes that build on and create other physical processes, where Constantine is going to appeal to like a grand designer to I guess ground, if that's the word that you would like to use, the existence of those physical processes.
No, Ainsley, that's incorrect. So what Constantine does,
I think that's absolutely.
I would tell you what Constantine holds to because me and Constantine both have the same worldview. Constantine holds that which actualizes the world is ultimately revelatory. Therefore, Constantine has a justification in its epistemology to actually have epistemic access to that which is in the external world, because that which is the foundation of the external world is revealing to him things about the external world. That's the gap. That's what bridges the gap between our ontology and our epistemology, which you don't have. We have the revelation of ontology from that which is the ground of all being, right? And so that's what you don't understand. That which is ontologically a priori and necessary is revealing to us things. That's why God has to be revelatory. That's why if that which actualizes the world is not revelatory, we have no epistemic access to any proposition. That's what I'm trying to get at, Ainsley. You don't have anything that bridges the gap between your intrinsic properties within yourself and the external world.
Y, therefore X.
Exactly.
Okay, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask a
Yeah.
question.
So, Q-Top, how do you know that revelation isn't a deception?
Because God has the necessary property of being a truth revealer. And if it was a deception,
how do you know that necessary property isn't God deceiving you into thinking that He actually has that property?
Yeah, because that which is the ontological that which is the ontological metaphysically prime. This is super easy. Yeah, because that which is the ontological necessary a priori ground of all being has to necessarily be truth.
How do you know He isn't deceiving you into thinking?
If it's not, 1 second, because God doesn't have that property. God cannot do anything against His own nature. So the thing
How
is,
do you know He's not deceiving you into thinking that's the case?
Oh my gosh, this is so meta, bro. Because I couldn't know. Because I couldn't one time. This is so meta, bro. Because I couldn't know. Because I couldn't. 1 second. I'll answer the question. Please.
Is that built upon revelation,
Oh my
Q-Top?
gosh. Wait, who's speaking? Who's speaking to me right now?
It's Antoine. Is that built upon revelation, Q-Top?
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna do something.
Yeah, how is this not just an externalist?
Oh no, 1 second. Anton, I'm muting your mic. Okay. I'm going to give you the justification very slowly. If you speak while I give you the justification, you're done. Antoine, you even asking me that question presupposes that which is the ground of all being is truth revealing. Now, listen to me, okay? You don't understand this. You asking me, how do I know I'm not being deceived? Okay? Relies upon a coherent metaphysic. Okay? That which is the ground of all being has to necessarily be truth revealing in order for us to know anything. So when you ask me, how do I know? The answer is this, because I couldn't know anything if that wasn't the case. Okay? So this is like really day one, elementary, like philosophical mumbo jumbo. If you keep asking me, how do I know God's not self-deceiving? This is very basic because I couldn't know anything if that was not the case.
Okay.
Okay?
So it's based on like this knowing of the that this is the truth maker is based off of revelation, right?
Based on the impossibility of the contrary, because I couldn't know anything if if that which is the ground of all being, right, has the possibility of deceiving me in my epistemic access, right, then I couldn't know anything at all. So you even asking me that question would be totally unintelligible. When you ask me that question, you're automatically presupposing that which is the ground of all being is truth revealing, because otherwise that question would be totally meaningless and it wouldn't be contextualized by that which rationalizes all facts.
And
Okay,
Antoine,
so-
can I try? Antoine, can I try to surmise that if it's okay? And I know Q-Top speaks really
I
fast.
think
Can
I understand what he's saying, but sure, go ahead.
But just to be clear, when you ask for justification, one, you use in every rational discourse. So he's talking about that law of contradiction, law of non-contradiction, included middle identity, and all that aristotelian, as well as we're going to bring in moral absolutes, even those that would deny any type of. It doesn't just stop it. Logic. I'm bringing in epistemology. I'm bringing in your metaphysics. I want to talk about your ethics, the uniformity of nature, the science that presupposes that the future will resemble the past, that gravity is going to work the same way as it does today. These are not empirical observations, but the preconditions that are necessary. Without them, it seems to me that reasoning, science, and ethics collapse. That's the argument for the first premise. So if to ask again. Okay, because by you saying that, you've just invoked premise one. You understand? And so listen. When I say there is, hold on a second, real quick, Pac. When I say that these realities require transcendental foundation, and you ask what the justification that is, well, then it's simply the immateriality. Okay, so the logic and morality that you borrow or smuggle, those are not physical entities, right? So they're conceptual.
What's the argument? What's that argument?
Okay, but listen to me. Let me finish. They're conceptual. They're abstract. Yet, here's the argument for that, because they're universally binding. So here's the universality of it, Buck. They apply everywhere and at all times. What does this defy? All cultural relativism, all materialist reduction, and so there's an variance that we consider. Right? They don't change. If now listen, because Puck, did logic evolve? It would undermine rationality itself. So here's the therefore, right? These realities, they can't be grounded in the human mind. That's where it fails. This is what we're trying to say. Which that because it's finite, it's fallible, it's culturally conditioned, right? So if what is contingent and mutable, they require what? What do they require? They require a necessary. They require an immaterial. They require a personal source. What is that personal source? That is the revelation. That is the mind of Christ. Because mind begot mind-like agency. Agency begot agency. Okay, if you're going to apply to something natural, that's substance, which you've done earlier on former lives, then the only thing that can be begot of that is natural in substance. It cannot perform the necessary preconditions. This is what I'm saying. That is the premise, and that is the justification.
Well, why?
I really want to respond to Q-Top. So Q-Top, what you just said was super circular. You said God isn't deceiving you because God isn't deceiving you. You just used the circular argument.
Yeah,
that's not what you said.
Yeah, that's not actually what I said. But what's really
it is. You said it's not in God's properties. You're saying it's like
that's a cartoonish representation.
Yeah. And
all I did was simplify it. This is literally what you're saying.
You mean straw man? 1 second. Must you use circular reasoning to reject the proposition that circular reasoning is necessary?
What? What does that mean?
Must you use circular reasoning to reject the proposition that circular reasoning is necessary?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, is that viciously circular? Is that viciously circular, or do you think it's virtuously circular?
Yeah, that's pretty viciously circular, sure. But
Okay, now I want your argument for that, Antoine. I want you to tell me why that is viciously circular, and then I don't want you to restate the claim, Antoine. I want your justification for it. But I don't want. But here's the other thing, Antoine. I don't want you to smuggle my worldview in when you do it.
Because it's like uninformative. I don't learn anything whenever you say, like, God isn't deceiving me because he isn't deceiving me. I don't learn anything from that.
Oh,
that's
who
why.
said that? Come on, Antoine.
Yeah,
what
he said is
Antoine.
basically so when I asked him why isn't God deceiving him, he said it's because it's not possible for God to deceive him.
Because that would go against the nature. If it was his nature to lie, if it was his nature to lie, then he would be contradictory. Then he would fail the necessary preconditions.
Exactly. That's why I say he doesn't exist. That's why I'm saying he doesn't exist because that.
Okay,
fails.
no, that's not why it fails. Because he doesn't lie. Because because that goes against his nature. He can't say something that is a lie. God cannot lie.
And it's logically possible that he's deceiving you. It's logically possible that he's deceiving you right now into thinking that he is necessary.
Because that would go against his nature. His deception is not in his nature.
Okay.
The nature that you've got.
So now you're pirating in some sort of other attributes that don't belong to the attributes of God. You're just look at my shoulders and hands when I do this. Look,
okay.
So
what you're saying?
That's what you're doing. You're gonna hand wave that. That's what's going on right now. But listen, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna Heisman that.
The issue is that you're asking the atheist.
Redefine. I know that you had a conceptual grasp of what I just said. Please explain it to Antoine. I just want the patient to explain it to him.
It's really simple. Like, we could just tell Antoine, like, hey, or we could ask, does intelligibility have preconditions in order for you to know anything at all in a meaningful way? Are there preconditions?
What does that even mean, dude? Seriously.
Like things that must be the case, like a rational mind. Can you know anything unless you have a rational mind?
I think irrational minds can know things. Like, I think.
Yeah, can you know that?
Okay, no, I take that back. I take that back.
Stop. This guy's a sophist, you guys.
No, that's wrong.
This guy like lowers.
In a rational mind, they just mean a mind that can't know things.
Yeah, and notice I said, hold on. Notice I said in a know things in a meaningful way. So you have to say yes. And if I were to ask you, hold on, and if I were to ask you for the argument for the rationality of your mind, you're going to tank in circularity. So that's a silly thing to object to. But then
back up,
yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
You deserve to be booted just for that, bro. Like, I thought you.
Yeah, you're right.
What does it mean to know something in a meaningful way? I don't understand that question.
To know something in a way that you can't be wrong about it.
Wait, why is that necessary?
Because you want to pretend there's no God, and you want to argue that there's no God, and pretend you can explain reality. Let me answer your question, Glory.
No,
Glory,
that's not what I'm saying.
Glory.
Let
me answer your question.
I will let you answer my question if you.
I was in the middle of response. Why do these people misbehave like children? I was in the middle of a sentence.
Redefine, yes, bro. This is what they do.
They are such children.
They're little kids, bro.
They're like little children.
All right, speaking of children, let's get one voice at a time here. Pocky came back on. Welcome back to the live. By the way, this is the Constantine Chronicles. Welcome, and it's a good chance to stop here and go ahead and give the gospel. Who is God? God is just. God is eternal. God is holy and righteous and omnibenevolent. What should a holy and just God do with you? You are irreconcilable. You are corrupt. If he is by his nature just, then he should enact said justice. You don't want justice, you want grace. What should you do? You should repent. You should believe. And that way, you can have peace with this holy and righteous God and be covered in the effectual blood of Christ, because he sent his emissary, the only begotten Son, and which was sent on your behalf to take on the sin and the punishment that we deserve. Through repentance and belief, you can have peace God in eternal life, for he is the way, the truth, and the life. That was a gospel break. Please continue.
Yeah, by the way, Ton Lock here is a brother in Christ. Ton, it's good to see you.
Yes.
Ton Lock, my name is Michael. This is the Constantine Chronicles. I'm a little bit new here. Thank you for coming up. Here's a digital handshake.
Yeah, Ton Lock is very cool. He's really a strong force in the pro-life movement stuff. He's constantly on. Like, you guys might have seen him from that, but he's very smart.
I'm an abolitionist. By the way, shout out to my boy Kanoa at Reform Labs, abolitionist movement.
Colin, I want to say, bro, thanks you for your constant support, bro, for on Christ Game, man. Like, you always support me, bro. Appreciate you.
No problem,
Well,
man. I'll keep doing that. Keep doing what you're doing as well,
yeah,
brother.
fine. My question would just be, it's like, why should I accept that to know things, it needs to be in the sense that you're operating in?
So, Glory, let's have a mature-minded conversation.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of answering a question when you intervened, and I'd like to answer the question. And you're still doing it like a child.
Because I'm clarifying something. I intervened.
Yeah, this guy, he's just lowered the quality of the entire conversation. So in order for someone to say they know something in a meaningful way, there are certain preconditions that need to be satisfied. And when we walk our way down those preconditions, they are only going to be satisfied by a God that is identical to the God of Christianity, because it is the God of Christianity. Okay, so because the God of Christianity exists, intelligibility is possible. That is not circular, okay?
Yeah, cool. I reject
If P,
that.
then Q. You can reject it all you want, but when
What's the reason to believe it, though? That's the question.
Yeah, what?
Well, right, but there's a difference between rejecting something and then instantiating the worldview that is making the objection.
What the fuck?
Like a little child can say that they don't believe.
Please don't swear on my live, man.
Coming
I don't have many rules, man. But please watch your language on my live, please.
Okay. Now,
the question is the reason to believe that redefined. Can you give a reason?
Because God, bro.
Can you
what?
Can you steel man my response?
Yeah, sure. You're saying, look, we have knowledge, and the only metaphysical view that makes sense of us having knowledge is God existing. Okay, I hear the claim.
Well, that's not what I said. That's another cartoonish. I mean, that's. I get it. Like, if you want to up your game a little bit.
I mean, if you want to make,
that's like almost verbatim.
Go ahead, that's fine. But that's what I heard. You can repeat it, and then I'll just ask you for the reason to believe it again.
Yeah, it's just really simple. So what I said is that intelligibility has preconditions. Do you agree or do you disagree with that?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, can your worldview satisfy those preconditions?
It can, but are you going to?
Okay, can you give me an argument or give me can you give me a?
Yeah. So the question was, what's the reason?
This is right. This is what I'm going to do is I'm going to use
laughing redefine because they can't actually like come up with like a tenable.
Look, I'm happy to give the alternative. And I tried earlier, and you crashed out. But the question I asked you was the reason to believe that your worldview is necessary. Do you have a reason?
I'm trying to have a mature. Trying to have a mature conversation with you.
To have a mature conversation with you.
That's fine.
I know these people they're like little children. You know, they think that they can just say no, I don't believe in God, and therefore like it's justified somehow.
I'm not trying to overtalk you.
But little children say stuff all the time that's really goofy. But if you let me,
look, you made a claim.
I'd like to.
I'm looking for the reason to believe it, and you asking me about my worldview.
Yeah, I'd like to. Right, because I'm going to show. Right, because you also made a claim. Your claim is that intelligibility exists, or the preconditions of intelligibility can be satisfied with independence from the biblical worldview.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. So now
and so when I ask you for something such as the justification for invoking that everything that exists can never be its negation, like the law of identity, I think that's a good one. We can start there. I want to know what justification you have for that, or how you have access to know that, or how your mental states actually comport with reality the way that it is, or what provides for something like that. And then
reality is even constructed in such a way where that stuff is even possible.
That's right.
So I'll respond. I'm
almost done. And then we're going to realize that the things that Constantine just got done saying, really simple so everyone could understand, is that we are now invoking an entire worldview system.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay, so now you said you want to do a theory comparison, but doing a theory comparison, asking me about what I believe, is not you giving reasons to think what you believe, unless your reason is just like, look, I've talked to a lot of atheists, and they don't seem to have to know what's going on. They haven't given me a coherent worldview, and I would agree that would give you some form of justification to believe.
Is this a dodge? Seems like another dodge.
Can you stop over talking, please? Just please respond to what I'm saying. Now, look, what you said is that your worldview is necessary, which is a really strong view. Now, again, I will grant that you have some justification to believe that your worldview is true if you ask atheists a billion times and they can't give you a coherent justification. I'm fine with saying that, but you said something much stronger. Now, I'm also happy to give you the alternative worldview and show you why I think it's more likely true than your worldview, but I asked you And I've
So
asked you like
notice,
5 times now. Wait,
notice,
stop
ladies and gentlemen.
Why are you
being
Notice
interrupted.
that. Hold on. Can
Please
somebody
don't interrupt.
mute?
No, we're not.
Can somebody
saying,
mute
We're
Tube
trying to
Socks?
have a nice, mature
Go
Can
ahead.
somebody
conversation
mute
here.
Tube
You're
Socks?
Go ahead, let him
over-talking.
finish.
Will
Go
you
ahead, let him.
stop over-talking
No,
me? Thank
he's
you.
already been on
Now,
here
why are you
stalemating for over an
over-talking me?
hour.
Stop
This
over-talking. I
This
was
isn't
in the
his
middle
first
of
time up here.
I'm
This
gonna
guy's
keep
ridiculous.
making noise until I can finish.
Go
I
ahead.
let you
And this
finish.
is what he does. It
No,
just
Why is
sits down
Thank
here.
redefined
you.
interrupted,
Yeah,
even
can
though
I
it was made
finish
clear that
speaking,
interruption
please?
shouldn't
I'm
be
just
now
gonna
happening?
keep
let just
talking like
go
this
ahead,
until
let
I
him.
can finish speaking, please.
All
Thank
right,
you.
check us out. Hey, Tupac. Hey, listen, Tupac. You're talking to me, so go ahead and answer the question to me. I'm looking dead at you.
Yeah, sure.
What do you got?
Sure. Now,
What do
the
you got?
question I asked now for the 6th time is what's the reason to believe your claim? If you want to go back on that, like saying it's necessary and you can't give a reason, that's fine. But asking me about my worldview is not a reason to think your worldview is necessary. Okay? Now, you got to like respond to that question, please. Do not
Yeah,
dodge.
it's really simple. I'll say it again for everyone here that's trying to pay attention. But before I do, I'll just point out that was another dodge. And just for Tonlock, because you just got here, he's already wasted over an hour, been kicked. I don't know why he's back. There's other people that are better to have discussions
Are
with.
you going to address the substance?
When we talk about the preconditions of knowledge, when we start asking what those things might be, we realize that the property set of the Christian God is identical to those preconditions of knowledge. That's the argument. Now, we can talk about what those would be or what those look like, but any worldview says, no, I don't like that. They are also making a counterclaim. So we can simultaneously juxtapose each worldview. And that's what I would like to do. But if we want to talk about more specifically or in depth of what those preconditions are, we're going to talk about things like a rational mind, a mind that is rational and justification for believing that it's rational. We also have to talk about
We accept golden calves.
A world that can be rationally understood. So now we're talking about a whole metaphysical scheme. We need to talk about how our mind our mental states comport with this world, how any universal assertions about this world, such as the laws of logic, can be justified from that worldview. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a God who's always truth revealing, creates a mind to know things and a world to know things, and reveals certain things about this mind, creating a foundation for the epistemological scheme. And so we can start to see how, okay, on this worldview, we can give an account for those preconditions. We have a foundation for knowledge. Now, Tonlock, the atheist, they don't like that, right? But when I ask a simple question for over an hour now, I just get deflecting and dodging and prevaricating and dipping and ducking and
it would just be
I
like
got nothing.
Seems like
the,
so
ironic. The conceptual.
You know what I hear. You know what I hear. Redefine. You know what I hear.
No substance.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All
Redefine said was magic. That's what it was.
Okay, redefine. What you're saying contradicts with the Bible, by the way.
That's what I said.
All redefine is essentially saying is that there's a conceptual scheme that's going to be necessary for intelligibility. That conceptual that conceptual scheme necessarily denotes some sort of like ontology, and that ontology is derived from the propositional content. Which is
I agree.
Yeah. So all right. So look, why are they so childlike? I mean, look,
They got nothing.
This is extremely like pathetic. These cowards are so. Why are you laughing, bro? Your entire
You've
world.
done the same thing, Q-Top. Why are you?
Okay, you're done. Yeah, you're done.
Okay, kick me.
Yeah, he's done.
Kick me.
Yeah, he's done.
Host, just let me know when I can respond. Okay.
Pock,
dude, you can't have.
Pock, you want to respond?
I would like an actual response, though. I want him to
Pock, go ahead. You got
answer my question. Like,
you got it, Pock. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just don't interrupt. So, look, I hear what you said. I'm happy to grant that your worldview is a sufficient explanation for how we can have knowledge, but that's not your claim, and that's not the question I'm asking you. For the 7th time, the question is, why should we believe that your worldview is necessary?
Tupac, one second. I'll explain it. Wait.
You literally answered that.
Tupac,
I literally answered that.
Tupac, do you believe that it's logically possible for an alternative worldview besides the Christian worldview to have an intelligibility for knowledge?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so based upon that claim, can you demonstrate that it's logically possible?
Yeah, the proposition atheism is true and knowledge coexists with the world with atheism is true is not entailing a contradiction. There you go.
Wait, so you're saying that the not God world can have intelligibility for knowledge?
Yeah, and it's logically possible because there's no contradiction derived from that claim.
Superman's logically possible. When you say that
Superman is logically possible. That's true.
No. It actually
therefore
isn't even
exists.
logically, it isn't even logically possible. Yeah. So let me ask you a question, Tupac. What in your worldview is ultimately concrete and identifiable, which actualizes unity and diversity being displayed on the ontological level?
I'm not. I'll try to answer that, but I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I have a view where there is a prime
Wait a minute.
substance.
You don't know what he just asked? Come on, Pac, hold up. Real quick. He asked you if you have an absolute worldview. You know that. Come on, Pac.
An absolute.
No, he
worldview?
always
I have-
says that. No, that's his main shtick.
Do you require an absolute in your world? Pac, you could say no. I don't require one. I get that. You can football punt to mystery, but you just said you didn't understand what he asked. Pac, I know you better than that. I know you know what he meant by that.
No. Tupac actually unlike many like atheists. I'm gonna be honest, and I'll say this: Tupac actually has I would say at least like some sort of like elementary understanding of like the philosophical literature. Like I hear him talking. He's like I would say out of like 99% of the atheists that I like come into contact with.
No, Tupac ain't no chump. Tupac's no chump. He knows what. But Pac, because you're as smart as you are, I know you know what he asked you.
That's what I'm
about
saying.
an
I'm holding him
absolute.
to a higher standard. That's like listen,
That's what I'm saying, Pac. I know you're one of the smarter dudes I talk to, bro. I know you know what he asked.
If there was another atheist that like said that, I'd be like, okay, he doesn't understand. But Tupac literally knows what I'm saying. He just says, I don't know what you're saying, dude. Like that's just what he always says.
You're just wasting time. Come on, I gotta go to work in like 20 minutes anyway. So look, I think what you're asking is what eternal thing is there that upholds everything else in the world such that we can like eat our cereal in the morning. Is that what you're asking?
It was a little bit deeper than that, but that was the gist. What I asked you was, what is ontologically necessary that fundamentally actualizes unity and diversity in ultimacy?
Yeah, so I have a couple views. I'm not sure something like that is necessary, but one view I could offer you like that is one that I've told you before. There's some prime substance. It's a physical substance. It everything, all the particulars proceed from it, and given that all the particulars proceed from it, there's unity because they all come from the same spot.
Okay, so
what is
you know what I'm going to say?
Yeah.
So Pac, you know, I answered this last time you came on. From substance, only substance. From chaos, begot chaos. It has no mind-like property, so therefore it cannot stem mind-like agency. You're going to say stuff? That's your answer, stuff?
So how can a mind exist without an external world, for example?
As a standing causal relation.
Okay, there we go. Now that's progress. That's progress. Stand on that. Stand on that. That's progress. Ask that.
What's progress? But that question, does
what
it
you
have
just
causal
said.
relation? Of course it does. What did I say?
Okay, no. What you just said. Say that again. It's a pivot, but I'm going to take the pivot so we can progress. You said stuff. You said stuff is a necessary precondition for knowledge. Okay, we'll take stuff. But you said something after that. Say that again.
Yeah, I said something like, well, I wasn't asking you to give your worldview. You can if you want, but I was just saying, like, look, this is just a part of the reason why I think this. Well, how could a mind work without an external world? This is
a mind isn't identical to a brain.
How could a mind work without an external world? This is
a mind isn't identical to a brain. I just answered your question.
Can you please stop? This is one of the reasons why I think that if there is a prime thing, a thing that everything derives from, it's going to be non-mental.
Wait, Tupac, can I ask you a question, brother? Does this thing stand in causal relation?
Yeah.
Okay, so what gives it the intrinsic property?
The stuff does. The stuff does.
But he's supposing this mind must be encapsulated in some greater reality. Where do you get that from?
Yeah, what is
stuff?
What question am I
how do you know?
Stuff. Yeah, this is crazy. So
Is it personal or impersonal?
Yeah, so like that's kind of what I'm getting at.
So it's impersonal. Yeah, what's up?
If it's impersonal, so Tupac, does it have the ability to start a causal chain?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what gives it the intrinsic properties to do that?
What do you mean? It is an intrinsic disposition such that it can cause things.
1 second. So is this thing immaterial in nature?
That's physical.
It's physical?
Yep.
Okay, so just real quick, let me just for contrast reasons, watch this. Just watch this. Hold on, I want to show you something. So Ainsley, I want to ask you something. Ainsley, do you you require an absolute in your worldview?
No.
Okay, why?
He'd be trying to ground like
No, what's really funny
No,
is
Ainsley's
Tupac
got an answer though. Hey, I've asked Ainsley this before, and she says no, but, and I'm like, and then she accepts it, but and then she'll say, but here's the problem. Okay, so I want to hear, and this is honest. This is what I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys how honest Ainsley is. Right? This is what makes her so lethal. By the way, Ainsley, do you require an absolute in your worldview? You said no. Why not?
Well, I don't think I
I
have.
get that dude Tupac, Constantine, but you cooking though. Go ahead.
I don't think I have access to it. I don't know how I would know that I have access to it. And it could exist. But my worldview necessarily assumes some arbitrary conditions. And I'm okay with those things.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that answer, Ainsley. It's sort of a punt to mystery with a little bit of an escape hatch. You're pulling the reserve chute, and you're chaining on to the risers, and you're sailing on into absurdity. You're okay with that. I get that. Hawk, I want more of an absolute from you than stuff. I want more than stuff.
Don't give me any more stuff, Tupac.
Is a character, y'all. Y'all understand? This is prime level entertainment. I don't think. Wait, 1 second. I gotta pause this, bro. What just happened right there is prime level. And I'm trying to butter this dude's biscuits, but like, bro, that was prime level entertainment, bro. I have never heard rhetoric like that. That was crazy, boy.
All right, so host, let me talk to you. I'll start to respond now. So you're saying like, look, this explanation is just like really shallow. There's not like much to it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying because it's just substance, what became of substance was just more substance. Without mind-like property, it cannot begot mind-like agency. So therefore, you are utilizing mind-like agency and property from substance with no mind-like agency or property.
Gotcha. So what's the argument? What's the reason to believe that minds can't emerge from something physical, non-minded?
It's even deeper than that, though, Constantine, because he didn't even answer my question. I asked him what ontologically displays unity and diversity and ultimacy, right? He didn't answer that question. All he said was this thing unifies the discrete set of particulars. That doesn't answer my question, right? So the reason why the Christian worldview is necessary to satisfy the precondition of intelligibility is because we have something called the Trinity, right? Now the Trinity, okay. Who was that? Who laughed? Who was that?
That's Poochie boy.
Okay, yeah, Poochie's done. Yeah, Poochie, you're done.
Why the fuck you care, bitch?
Poochie,
You're the one
you're
laughing
done.
too.
Yeah, you're a coward. Yeah, you're done.
Oh man, you gotta manifest. Start manifesting.
Yeah, he just started.
So, host, do you want me to respond to you, or do you want to like just pivot again? Like, what's going on there?
Just real quick.
Tupac doesn't want a piece of me, bro, because you didn't answer my question, Tupac. I want you to go there.
I'm happy to answer the question. I actually tried to, and then like people start screaming, and then host asked me a different question. So let's just pick like one line of reasoning or questioning, and I'm happy to answer.
Well, I just want to point out that the statement just made by Q-Top was 3 different statements baked into one, and I think that that's a little bit unfair. If you're asking him about like ontological parsimony, then ask that. But there's going to be a difference between like referencing some like uniformity of like properties versus referencing something as like necessarily ultimate in order to ground those properties, which is going to be different from asking whether or not we have access to ontological parsimony. So like ask one question, not 3, and then don't get mad when we recognize that you asked 3 questions.
Yeah, Ainsley, I think you're doing an extremely sophisticated and well done job at misrepresenting my worldview.
3 words.
What I asked him was, what is that which is ontologically necessary that actually exemplifies unity and diversity and ultimacy? Right now, that question is an ontological question, and that question needs to be answered to satisfy the preconditions of intelligibility. Because the laws of logic exist as a universal, and they unify discrete sets of particulars. So you need to have something that exists, and you need to have something that exists ontologically that is displaying unity and diversity on the highest level. Now, this is why the Christian worldview is the only worldview that satisfies the necessary preconditions of intelligibility, because we have a justification for particulars and universities being exemplified and displayed on the ontological level and ultimacy. Now, when I asked Tupac that question, he responded by saying that which exists in his worldview, which is the ground of all being and which is absolute, is unifying the discrete set of particulars. That doesn't answer my question, because that which unifies the discrete set of particulars, it itself has to be the fundamental actualizer and the ontological unity and diversity in ultimacy. Now, if he can't answer that question, then he doesn't have justification for intelligibility and diversity in ultimacy. Now, if he can't answer that question, then he doesn't have justification for intelligibility. That's why the Trinity in the Christian worldview is necessary. That's why that's what distinguishes us from all other world. That's why it distinguishes us from Islam. Because in Islam, all they have is one person. So all they have is unity being actualized in ultimacy. They don't have unity and diversity. See, we have unity and diversity because we have unity. One second, man, because you misrepresented my position. So we have unity. Okay, Ainsley, please stop. Second, man, because you misrepresented my position. So we have unity. Okay, Ainsley, please stop interrupting me when I'm trying to correct.
I'm not
I am trying. You are interrupting me. You are. Ainsley, come on. Ainsley, stop this, ma'am. Like,
I feel like I'm being
Ainsley,
respectful.
Ainsley, please. Okay, I will stop speaking. Okay, yeah. This is. I'm about to. What I asked. Oh my gosh! Go ahead. You know what, atheist? Go ahead, because this.
I'm happy to. Like,
you see this redefined. You see how pathetic these guys are. You see how I'm trying to explain to them why their worldview doesn't satisfy necessary precondition of intelligibility. You see how bad faith they are. I'm trying to explain to you.
Yours also makes no sense.
Yeah,
So
like,
we just both fall into agnosticism.
Look, you just keep saying the other worldviews can't do it, but you don't actually want to hear about them. So I'm happy to tell you how I think like universals work if you want. But if we're going to have a conversation, we can't pivot back and forth, and we can't have this like schizo like yell and interrupt. Is that okay to like continue with that?
We also just need to make sure that, like, I mean, there's 8 people on the panel. Everybody needs to be able to participate. Like, I haven't heard anything from Tom Locke. Haven't heard anything from Tavi.
Critically, you've been on the live for like 5 minutes. You haven't said nothing, man. I appreciate you being so patient, man. But come on in anytime you want.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll drop down. The thing is, I thought Tupac and I were having a
not
conversation.
cute. Stay put, man.
Look, Constantine, look, Redefine and Tupac were having a conversation, and then I think that conversation kind of shifted on. I asked Tupac a question, and then Constantine stepped in. We was kind of all asking questions, but Tupac didn't actually answer my question. Then Angie saying I asked 3 questions. I was correcting her that I didn't ask an epistemic question. I asked one ontological question, and then from there I was expositing on that. And then Angie just began to interrupt me, and then when I get interrupted, I get very frustrated because I'm in a train of thought, and when you interrupt me, that's bad faith. So that's what happened. What?
It's not bad faith. You've been
it's extremely
for
bad
an
faith.
hour, and everybody
Q-Top,
else
you're just
is
engaging in meta.
Okay, I'll just drop. Look, okay, all right, bro. If y'all atheists want to debate, because I'm telling y'all haven't answered my questions. I asked you what in your worldview is ontologically primary, which is the fundamental ground of all being, which actualizes unity and diversity and ultimacy. You didn't answer that question. All you did was dodge and deflect. And Tupac, all he said was
answer when you interrupt and talk. So
okay, Tupac, answer the question. What is that?
Yeah, are you going to promise that you won't interrupt and
By the way, Tupac, it can't be material because it has to have conceptual distinction. It can't be made a matter.
Will you not interrupt and spaz and answer my question?
If you actually answer my question, then I won't. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, so the view on offer is a view that there is a prime substance. It is physical. All the particulars proceed through that physical substance. That is going to account for the unity, and then we can form concepts about those particulars, and those are going to be their common day predicates like apples, tables, and cats. That's like in a nutshell. You can answer the question if you want.
Yeah, that didn't answer my question, Tupac. So first of all, if the particulars proceed from that which is made of matter, that doesn't unify the particulars because the particulars have to be conceptually unified. Nothing made of matter can conceptually unify anything. How can you claim that material? How can you claim that discrete sets of particulars are unified, which is made of matter, which is made of matter has to be conceptualized by something to unify it? That's the question.
Hold on, it gets one more thing. It gets worse than that because you're not invoking a mind or a brain.
I did
something with agency. You're invoking an impersonal object, and impersonal objects aren't about things. So so there's no unification taking place. It doesn't just wake up one day and decide to do this.
Let's listen again.
This is absurd. This is sophistry. This is pure trash.
Okay, let me just respond so you understand the view.
Garbage. This is atheist nonsense. Rhetoric.
Okay, so I did invoke a mind. What I said was that because the particulars have a structure, right? They all proceed from this unity, unified prime substance, right? There is a way that the world is, okay?
What is it, and how do you know?
Okay, can you stop?
Yeah, what is it and how do you know? That's a question Con asked, I've asked, Q-Top's asked, everyone's asked. What is it and how do you know?
Stop interrupting. You said that there was a mind necessary to conceptualize and to categorize these particulars.
Minds are about things.
Hello, just stop interrupting.
Minds have intentions. Minds have wills. Okay, minds can unify. A rock cannot. This is nonsense. This is pure trash. This is the bottom of the barrel atheist garbage.
This is like ridiculous.
This isn't even entertainment anymore. This is just dribble.
You know another problem with his assertion is that he's appealing to some.
Do you want to hear the view or do you want to keep talking?
Yeah, you're saying he doesn't have a view, but he explains your view, and you just go on to say he doesn't have a view again.
I mean, they might probably don't understand it, but I'm trying to help them understand it, and they're just like
another problem because when you appeal to a physical entity, physical entities by definition are finite. You can't have an infinite amount of finite things in the real world anyway.
That would be correct.
So I'm going to answer the question about the concepts first, and then I'll talk about what Tanlok said. Okay.
And it's omnipresent, so it can't unify anything universally.
Hello.
Exactly, bro.
I mean, this is just the worst trash I think I've ever heard in my life.
Hello, just calm down. Hello.
You need to address these objections before you just keep making an assertion.
How can I? If you keep talking.
So we want to know what it is and how do you know?
Okay, I'm trying to respond. Now, somebody brought up an objection about how I could categorize those things because there has to be a mind behind it. I am admitting of a mind, right? Our minds, this is called concept nominalism, okay? Our minds are able to glom on to the objective structure of the world such that we can form our everyday predicates like apples, tables, and cats. I already said this. Okay?
How do you do that? Like,
so
what?
how does your mind secure something such as like the orbit of the Earth? How do the minds within the system? How do the Earth orbits around the sun because we have mind? Do you see how stupid this is?
Can we kick Q-Top because he's laughing? Like,
yeah. So Q-Top is
hypocritical, right?
All right. So hey, Pot, do this, Pot. Talk straight to me, Pot. I'm looking at you. I'm interested, Pot. Keep talking. I want to hear about concept nominalism.
I don't hear who I talk to. I just need to be able to talk. If you want to hear it,
there you go. You're talking to me. They're gonna let you talk to me, Pot. I want to let you get it out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so the reason that we can understand things like the Earth's orbit and, that a cat is like these particles over there or the apples are these particles over there is because our mind evolved such that it can track the actual objective structure of the world. That's like in a nutshell. Like
Minds are
this is bad,
like that impossible or not likely.
Our minds are the result of what's fundamental, okay? It wouldn't be the thing that unifies.
You're just asserting that. You're making that assertion. You can't even prove that.
What mind secures the Earth in orbit?
Okay, the mind doesn't secure it. The Earth in orbit.
Which one does?
Can you stop? The mind.
No, which one does?
The mind is just describing and categorizing the things that exist.
No, you said No, you said there's this thing and it's called stuff. Everything derives from it, and it provides for the unity, dictates possibility and impossibility. So I'm like, cool. And then you said, well, I'm not saying it's not a mind, so it's not totally impersonal. It's the collective of all the minds in the system, which are not universal or eternal, but yet you have the Earth in orbit. So what about that?
It's not a mind. It's not a mind at all. It's not mind.
Yeah, I just want to know what within your system dictates
it's a
possibility and impossibility.
Yeah, it's a prime substance. It's extensional. It may be something like a quantum field or a vacuum.
It may be.
I don't know. I have a question for you. I have a question.
Mystery all the way down.
Pock, I got a question. Pock, hey, just engage with me. Engage with me. This is what I got. Let's say that a cosmic accident, right? And then over a process of 1 billion years, at the beginning of time or time, I laid out a bunch of computer parts, and over 1 billion years they evolved into my MacBook, and so they run a system of categories and functions and reliable, intelligent output. But it just came about naturally through the stuff that you're talking about. Now, would you trust the information that you get from this, knowing that it came about that way? Totally hypothetical. Would you think that the information coming from this accidental cosmic, if it's dancing to the beat of its own DNA and it's making logical
conclusions, does it stand to reason that since it has logic, that it came from a logical agency? Or does it stand to reason that it developed itself over a period of time, mimics logical? Because this computer program just evolved over millions of years and now has a very complex network of system that's integrated into itself. Windows is already there and everything's already pre-programmed. But you trust the output. Is that what I'm hearing you?
Yeah, if this mind evolved in such a way that I believe evolution occurs, and yeah, I trust it as a reliable means of tracking the world.
Okay, great, great. Now, this is what I want to ask you. What are the mathematical probabilities of this Mac evolving over billions of years to be so complex as it is now? What's the mathematical?
Oh, in some small region of space, extremely low. But in the entire known universe, so there's an astronomer that wrote a paper about how the first replicator, abiogenesis occurring, reaches statistical unity, which means it's bound to happen.
Okay, so let me just ask you this. So the plot hero of the narrative becomes time, and so if we just give it enough, and then I'm going to let you invoke that, but I never want to hear you accuse me of yet saying God of the gaps ever again.
But why would that be God of the gaps? It's just part of my theory.
No, because it's science of the gaps, atheism of the gaps. What we don't know, a billion years will solve.
I'm giving you a
So science,
theory.
science is an explanation of the gaps. It's not like it's not
No,
what we put into the gaps.
Antoine, I didn't ring your bell, Antoine. Hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, Puck, I just want to make sure. That when you tell me, well, if we give it enough billions of years, and the universe is now my fish, I can't observe it, I can't repeat it, I can't predict it, but time's the plot hero of the narrative, and all this stuff has given rise to mind agency. It came from stuff. I don't know who believes in a bigger miracle, you or me, man. But I don't think I have enough faith
That's
to believe what you're saying.
Obviously, if my view is harder to believe or harder to swallow, then my view is worse. But that's the whole.
So this is the problem. That's why I want you. That's why I say atheism cannot explain. Atheism cannot explain reality. That's the whole point of this prompt. I don't think that's a good explanation of reality, Pac. I just don't.
Well, I know you do. That's why you're a theist, and that's why I'm an atheist. I think it is a better explanation. But why isn't it an explanation simpliciter? What makes your explanation better? Because look, you have to admit of things like ex nihilo creation, about dualistic minds.
Yeah, because you put to mystery all the way down.
Oh,
and you just
okay,
make,
great.
you just make, hold on, you just make stuff up. So we're not doing that. We're invoking
Gotcha. So how
something
did
we
God
can
create the
present and
universe?
defend, and you're invoking mystery all the way down. And when we make objections to the nonsense you're invoking, you don't actually deal with them.
Okay,
I've asked you.
Present it,
please. I asked
down,
you, how do you know your mental states and things such as the law of identity comport with reality? I asked you what dictates possibility and impossibility in the world. You invoked an impersonal absolute. You can't identify it. You can't tell us how you know. You're just giving us like childish story time.
Okay.
Do you have like a simple question that I can answer? Or
Wait, hold on. Can I say
I've
something,
asked those
please?
so many times.
Can I say something just really fast?
Just pick a
Multiple times.
Too. He still hasn't answered my question either. I mean, I'll just re-ask my question. I'll just re-ask my question again.
Yeah,
what is it that is fundamental and ontologically necessary, which is the actualization of unity and diversity and ultimacy? What is that?
Yeah, so on the view that's being offered is going to be this prime physical substance of which all particulars proceed.
It can't be physical. Tupac, it cannot be physical. Tupac,
Why?
1 second. Because if it's physical and it's one physical thing, that means it's not ontologically displaying diversity.
Okay.
In order for it to ontologically display diversity, it has to be one thing in distinct parts which are actualizing that whole. Right?
That's a crazy.
No, that's priority. That's called priority pluralism. I'm talking about priority modalism.
That's not priority pluralism. That's not priority pluralism.
What is priority pluralism? What is that view?
Oh my gosh.
What is the view you're saying it's not? Can you define it for me?
Oh my gosh. Priority pluralism is priority. Okay, can I answer the question? Yeah. So priority pluralism is just the view that concepts are just going to be actualized, not in a nominalistic world.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Priority pluralism.
Priority pluralism exists under a conceptual paradigm.
No, let me tell you what it is. Priority pluralism is a view that at a fundamental level there are multiple plural fundamental entities. Okay, you're also wrong
That just
about
means
the
the whole exists because. Now, hold on, Tupac. You know that that's not true. You brought up the whole exists because of the parts. The parts are ontologically prior.
No. I'm giving priority.
No. Hold on, Pac. Hold on. Are you saying that this priority pluralism, it's not the whole exists because of the parts? It's not because the parts are ontologically prior to the whole?
Priority pluralism, but that's not the view.
The whole is not identical to the part by comparison as identity, but does it depend on them? Is what I'm asking. Does it depend on them?
Just listen. Priority pluralism is the view that at the beginning of the fundamental level of the metaphysical hierarchy, there are multiple distinct fundamental entities, and those compose the whole. Okay. Under priority monism, which is more the view I was giving, is that the whole is like
okay. Now I got you.
Ontologically prior to the parts. Right? Just
now I got
like,
you.
he doesn't need my view is coherent.
One second. This is just total confusion. Okay, so
Tupac, answer my question. Why can't it be physical? Can you answer that question, please?
Tupac, does priority pluralism only exist under a conceptualist perspective?
What does that mean?
Okay, yeah, so you don't even understand what conceptualism is, and when I define priority pluralism by a paradigm only being derived from a conceptualist worldview, you said I didn't know what I was talking about. So why don't you shut your mouth while I actually educate you?
I asked you what priority pluralism was.
Yeah, so why don't you shut your mouth rather than trying to score points, asking me some sort of like elementary.
You said it wasn't priority pluralism.
So let me go ahead and
I gotta
educate
go into
you.
work in 1 minute.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, yeah, coward, run away like a little coward that you are.
Coward, I have work in 5 minutes.
You're trying to. I have work in 5 minutes. I have work in 5 minutes. I'm gonna run away like a coward because I can't actually answer questions. Yeah.
Tupac, be safe at work. God bless you. You're gonna be in my prayers.
Yeah. So what's really funny, right? Tupac thought he like scored points there, right? So he still didn't answer my question. So within the Trinity, right, we have 3 persons which are distinct conceptually, being unified in one substance, one uncia, which is the essence, right? So we have 3 persons fully possessing the divine nature. Okay, what that means is that we have ontological unity in the essence and diversity within the persons conceptually being actualized at the highest level of ultimacy. He didn't answer the question. He said that this material thing possesses the ontological unity and diversity. Then he just makes up this like priority pluralism nonsense. Dude, priority pluralism is only within a conceptualist paradigm because the way that you know universals under a priority pluralistic framework depends upon the actual universal being conceptualized within the mental state of the agent, which is the person itself. So you wouldn't actually answer the question that I was asking you. Priority pluralism doesn't answer the question. You say that this thing is material, it would not be able to actualize unity and diversity on the highest level because there's nothing that would actually make it conceptually distinct. In order for you to have unity and diversity being actualized on the highest level, that means the intrinsic properties of the agent has to be conceptually distinct, which means it has to be able to conceive of things. It can't be material. Material things cannot conceive of things. The only way we can conceive of things is because we have intrinsic properties, which are mental, because we have material and immaterial properties. Okay?
Shout out to Heather. Shout out to Heather.
So this entire conversation for the last hour has just basically been an argument or conversation about how a concept constructed by a mind interacts with the world. And like, we haven't moved past that.
It's a little bit deeper than that, though, Ainsley. It's been a little bit
deeper.
deeper.
Like, that's the totality of this conversation, and we haven't been able to move past the first point, which is a concept, which is an abstract thing generated by a mind describing a natural phenomena. What is our reasoning for assuming that that concept of the natural phenomena accurately describes the physical reality? That's the totality of this conversation. And in an hour, I haven't heard a good response from anybody.
Let me ask something. Why does it say? So listen, I'm trying to invite Yub up, but it says I need to resume the live before I invite somebody up. What's going on with that? That's crazy.
Yeah, if the mind that is doing the
revealing, I want to just back out and then come back in, like teacup for a second, and then come back in. TikTok's been weird with guests. I had an issue with it on my live too.
If the mind, I'm sorry. Go ahead. If the mind doing the revealing has certain omni properties and attributes that are identical to the God of Christianity, then yeah, you can know things. But if that's being rejected, well, then there's some explaining that needs to happen. And by the way, ma'am, when you said that there's nothing necessary, that you don't see the necessity of something singular and ultimate within your system, I don't know how you could know that on the terms of your system. I think that clear and ultimate within your system. I don't know how you could know that on the terms of your system. I think that claim is to know too much.
What's the lack of parity?
I think maybe saying that you don't know would be the proper way to answer that.
What is my system? Let me ask you that. What do you think my system is?
It's a non-biblical system. Is that accurate?
Well, yes. Okay, but can we
so
a little bit further than
so if I can just represent a non-biblical system, I would be accurately representing your broader category. Yours would be a subset of that, would it not be?
Yeah, so basically all you're saying
I did all right then.
So we've got a distinction. Can you tell me what my system is?
Yeah, so you reject that the fundamental nature of reality is a mind that secures and upholds all things by the power of its will, that dictates possibility and impossibility, that created your mind in a way that it can know things, and reality in a way that can be rationally understood, has certain omni properties to secure that knowledge set, and is loving and relational, so on, because it's triune, and therefore has the ability to reveal things to you in a way that you can't be wrong about. Do you accept that, or do you reject that? That would be a worldview. I'm sorry, you're on mute, ma'am.
I think all the atheists here would reject that.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess they've got some explaining to do.
So,
well, what I want to figure out is
what
what's
my
the
answer to that would be. Hold on. What my answer to that would be is that I don't know if that thing exists, but I also don't know how I would have access to it.
Do you know?
So from my perspective, I'm what would be considered a type A materialist.
Wait,
right?
ma'am.
So what I think is that there is the physical world, and then we have within our agency thought that there might be something more than that. Right? That's my system.
Ma'am.
And in that we have created things like transcendental properties and things like that. But I don't know how I have access to those things.
Material world mind independent?
Yes. Physical reality is not dependent on my existence.
Okay, so ma'am, are you claiming that you can perceive the physical world as it really is? Are you a naive realist?
No. So I am claiming that my access to the physical world is subjective. It's subjective to my particular set of tools that I use to navigate. So for instance, I have eyes and I can touch things, I can sense heat, but my eyes are not as good as other things. Some things don't even have eyes, right?
Ma'am, when you perceive the external world, are you perceiving it as it really is?
Part of it.
What would David Hume say about that?
I don't know.
Well,
about that?
Yeah, so David Hume destroyed both the object and the subject of knowledge. He goes on to say that our experience with things are entirely subjective from your position, that if you don't have something like a Platonic form realm or a mind that's ultimate providing for like universals, then you're going to have a problem, because even to talk about an apple on the counter, two people in the same room, the light is reflecting the thing differently. And
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe someone's looking at
We're
it.
going to perceive that apple differently. We have access to a limited spectrum.
But I don't know why you call it an apple, because you're invoking that there is a category of appleness, and which is universal, and that this thing on the
I wouldn't do that.
And then what is this thing? Hold on, is there two or more apples in the world?
Well, sure. There's many apples in the world, right?
But there's no category of.
There's no. Hold on. Allow me, if you will, to answer your question.
I'm trying to make sure you understand my question.
let's just operate under the understanding that there's nothing that you're going to ask me that I don't understand, right? Let's just grant each other that. Let's just assume that we're both intelligent people, that we both have
I'm not.
philosophy
That's
degrees.
not. I'm not
right?
challenging, ma'am. I'm not challenging you. I just want to make sure that I've articulated my question well,
If
so
I
you
have a
understand what
question,
I'm
I'll ask.
asking. I know that your knowledge set, I'll grant you, is superior to mine, but that doesn't mean that
I don't
I'm
agree
making
with that,
myself
right? I'm just
understood.
saying, if I don't understand something, I'll ask. Okay, I'm very good at that.
Before you get started, Anthony, before you get started, though, I just want to, and like I say, this is between y'all two. But the thing is, the reason why I think it's very important for him to clarify certain things, because we deem it as being extremely intellectually dishonest when the questions aren't being answered. So he wants to make sure that he asks the question with a certain level of substantive specificity to make sure that you're actually going to be able to respond to that question in a way that's
I don't assume dishonesty from anybody, right?
but we do though. That's what I'm saying. So,
that's a you problem, not a me problem.
okay, ma'am. Okay, it's not
an insult.
It's not an insult. It's just.
Well, now we've gone 45 seconds, doing that. So, here's the thing, right? So when we talk about an apple as a concept, if what you're asking me is that the access that I have to that set of physical stuff that makes up an apple is subjective to me and different from you, generally speaking, on a gradient, no, right? Because we're both humans.
I don't know what that means.
And yeah, so you might be colorblind, maybe not, right? You may be a paraplegic. You might be deaf, right? All those things could be true that could prevent you from generally understanding the concept of what an apple is in the same way that I understand it. But it also seems that, collectively speaking, in order to have any form of communication, we have to have some kind of the logic that you're talking about. Logic pulling in and being able to identify things. And what you're asking me is, what undergirds that access? Is there, in my system, is there something that can answer the difference between my subjective understanding of that apple and your subjective understanding? Our subjective access, because you don't have my eyes and I don't have your eyes, right? That's what you're asking me. And my response is, if it was the case that was necessary, that we needed to have perfect ontological representation of that physical thing, then nobody would ever be able to communicate anything. But it does seem the fact that if I hold up an apple and I hold it to you and I say, what is this? You're going to say apple, because we have basically identical systems.
What physical
Your eyes
apple
work
are we
the same
discussing?
way that
right
I
now?
work.
What physical apple are we discussing right
That's
now?
what I was saying. It doesn't answer his question. He's asking about the universal of appleness. He's not asking about the discrete particular. You didn't answer the question, Ainsley.
Yeah, there is no universal.
Well, wait, then which apple are we talking about right now?
Yeah.
Which one? Which one is it? Which physical
we're just
apple in the
talking
world
about-
are we discussing?
Currently, we're just talking about the conception of an apple.
I
Neither
don't
one
know
of
what
us
you
are
mean
holding
by
an
that.
apple.
Yeah. We have no idea.
Right.
Maybe you're. Hold on. Are you, ma'am? Are you?
Right?
Why? Are you actually describing my cat?
Well, I mean, so
on those terms,
again,
on those
disingenuous.
terms, I
You know
don't know what
it's
you're talking about.
You're so
I don't have a cat, by the way.
The
Cats
rejection
are
of
weird.
our ability.
Yeah,
the
I would be
rejection
weary of any single man who owns a cat.
I do not have a cat. I just
Hey,
wanted to
don't
say.
hate on cats.
No, I just listen. I just want to say this about cats. Always be weary of a single man who owns a cat. Single man owns a cat. Just listen. Just go
Are
ahead
you
and
talking about the
hand
pineapple?
wave the way.
I don't know what.
Ask me. No, listen. Ask me the argument for that.
What's your argument for that?
Look at me, Redefine. Look at me when I'm talking to you on this thing. Listen.
I'm looking you right in the eyes.
Listen. Are you hearing me? You should listen good. Listen to me.
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
Redefine, Ainsley, all this is for you. Listen.
Do it monotone.
Be aware of any single man who owns a cat.
Slowly, like watches.
So.
Wow.
So again, right? So we can take one of two positions. Well, I guess technically we could take one of three positions, right? We can take the position that there exist, independent of our minds, objects. Those objects are going to be individually made up of an individual grouping of stuff, right? And when I say stuff, what I mean is macro and micro, right? From the bonding of matter all the way down to the fields that allow that material to be bonded. Or we can take the idea that that thing, that object, is created in my mind, and that my mind is what is necessary in order for that thing to exist. I don't think anybody in here thinks that.
When you invoke
Or
an apple,
the third option would be that there was a mind that created that thing, and that mind is not my mind, but that mind is what holds everything together and allows for me to recognize that that thing exists.
Ainsley, as Van Til said it, we're thinking God's thoughts after him. You didn't answer
there you
the
go.
particular. You didn't answer, Ainsley. So unfortunately, you didn't answer the particular question that Redefine asked.
Well, I'm not done answering it.
That's begging the question.
Yeah,
I wasn't done answering it, right?
Okay,
That's
Redefine.
Right.
You have to help. Yes,
So-
yes, she can.
So
I don't
again,
think we're going to get an answer because
You're gonna get an answer of what I
no
think.
one's challenging whether or not we know about the apple, either conceptually or the one on the table. But what we're asking is some sort of justification for being able to talk about this thing intelligibly. Now, you and I are, Ansley, or the whole panel, we're discussing an apple. But it's not the one in my room, and it's not the one in your room, yet we both understand what it is that we're discussing. And
Yes.
when we're talking about the physical fact of the world that is the apple, we're not talking about something that is fundamentally made of appleness. Okay, we're talking about something that is unified, a bunch of smaller particulars that are unified in a way that provide a shape and a substance of this thing that we call apple. But it's also unified with our mind. Okay?
It's not unified.
So there's
It's not unified with our mind because the concept of an apple.
Well, that's crazy.
And the concept of an apple and the apple are not the same thing. The concept of an
Right,
apple.
they're not
just,
identical.
The
right?
concept
That's-
of an apple
this
is
is-
just a grouping. The concept of an apple. I'm sorry. It's almost like somebody's being disrespectful.
It's
And I
almost
thought we
like you're
were-
not answering the question.
So the concept of an apple is just a language property. That's all it is.
That's
it's
false.
nothing more than a language property.
So when you invoke an apple, absent from like a universal abstract category of apple, how can I even know what you're talking about? We understand the token that you're applying to this fact of the world, but in this case, we're not even talking about a particular instance of this thing that we're calling an apple,
Yep,
whatever
we're just
that might
talking
be.
about the
because
grouping of what makes an
there's no category for it to exist in anyway.
Yep, we're just talking about the concept of apples. We're not even talking about the physical or the material apple. We're just talking about the concept of an
Right,
apple.
and is that a
concept of
universal
an apple-
concept?
And the concept of an apple is just going to be an agreed upon definition. It's just going to be words, utterances that me and you can agree to.
No, that would be the truth of the
defines a
token.
thing.
No,
That's
that would
all
be
it
true.
is.
No, that would
There's
be
nothing
true for
more
the
than that.
token. That would be true for the token, the semantic representation of the thing, but not true for the thing itself.
That's all.
Yeah, but the
that's
underlying
all
semantic
concept
content
is.
is subjective.
Ainsley,
That's all the
Ainsley, can
concept
I
is.
can I push back on this just real quick? It's
Yeah, go ahead, Constantine.
I've been hearing this conceptualism when it talks Apple, or any object, but the idealism, I believe, right, fails. Here's why. I think it denies what is
idealism fails.
Yeah, because this is what you're hinting at. It sounds like it's just his idealism.
You're an idealist, not me.
Okay, what? So you're not saying from
I'm not an
direct
idealist.
perception. Okay, so you're interacting with these apples like touch, taste, and smell. Those aren't just mere ideas. That's not what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is that there exists the material, and whatever.
No, I mean,
wanna
so
call
just
it-
real quick. So do these the apple, the taste, touch, and smell? These aren't just mere ideas, but they're sensory experiences grounded in a physical reality. Okay,
that's all
now because here's the deal. I've been misunderstanding you this whole time, and I just wanted to grab, like, so I can make sure I'm tethered to the conversation. This whole time I thought you were just saying nonsense. Okay, but now I'm back in the fight here. You're saying that we interact with apples, touch, taste, smell. These are not mere ideas. They're grounded. They have a physical ontology, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They're physically evolved processes.
Then I would be pushing back on something different than what I thought. Thank you for clarifying.
And the reason we have a struggle is because we are consciously trying to define, right? And there is a disconnect between philosophically what some people believe, not myself, but some people believe that there is a disconnect between conscious thought, conscious concept, and the physical world.
Okay, how is this not idealism? I'm sorry. How is this not idealism?
Because idealism is going to be grounded on the fact that there is like Platonic forms and minds and things like that undergird that undergird reality, right? For me, the only thing that there is the physical world.
Yeah, well, I'm actually an objective idealist. Yeah, so Ainsley is not referring to idealism, but she's just not. I don't think I genuinely just don't think she's like understanding what the brother Redefine is asking. Because Ainsley, we're asking you about what unifies the discrete set of particulars. We're asking you about appleness, right? We're not asking you about like how you like. We're not asking about like the sensory data that like apples give off, right? We're like that's not what we're asking you. We're asking you we're asking you what unifies the discrete set of particulars. When you say apple and you conceive of appleness, what is that which unifies?
But I'm not conceiving of appleness, right? I'm not saying
if you're not conceiving of apple, if you're not conceiving of appleness, then there's no way for us to contextualize any proposition that you invoke, because the propositions that you invoke are not ultimately being universally contextualized. Then now you can't invoke propositions at all. So now
this is what I'm going to do, Ainsley. This is what I'm going to do for purposes of progress and fairness to other guests, right? I'm going to move on to critically. I'm going to ask you critically, how can you account for change in your worldview, and how can you account for causality in your worldview? Antoine, I also like you to answer as well, both of you, because this is the reason why I'm shifting the conversation, as well as including other people, because they've been on the live and they haven't said anything. I'd like to, not that I'm sorry about that, Ainsley. Not really a guest, you're kind of a flyer. So.
Is the host cutting out for anybody else, or is that just me?
It is cutting out for me.
Yeah,
host, you're going in and out.
How about now? Am I good now?
Yeah.
You're
Constant, you're good now. You was cutting out intermittently.
Okay, so here's the deal. I don't want to pivot away from Ainsley, but she's not so much as a guest as she is kind of a frequent flyer. You know, like that roommate who hangs out like that neighbor who hangs out all the time, and they're no longer a neighbor. They're sort of just living there. Ainsley's like that on my panel, so I don't feel bad saying, Ainsley, hold up, let me let another guest speak, if that's okay. I'm going to shift over to critically, and I want to ask critically, and I want to ask Antoine, how do you account for change in your worldview as well as causality?
I'm sorry, just
sure,
1 second. One second. Hold that thought. I just want to compliment Ainsley and tell you that I do appreciate the way that you hold and conduct yourself very much, even though we disagree. That's all.
Yeah. I love Ainsley to death. I love having her on the panel, but I just wanted to give critically and Antoine have just been patient, as well as Javier. I wanted to give them a chance, so.
Yeah, I'm fine with a collaborative conversation as well. It doesn't have to be just one person at a time, as long as people are respectful to the flow and can figure out when things are actually going to move the conversation forward. So in terms of change in my worldview, if you're just talking about change, do you mean change in my perspective?
No, okay, hold on. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, within your worldview, how do you account for change?
Wait, Constantine, I think what he's asking, because I think he maybe wants you to like unpack what you mean by change. Are you talking about like identity over time?
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so I'll tell you this. I believe in a prime mover. And so that's how I explain causality. And so that's how I think change is necessitated through this prime mover Can you explain in your worldview why that doesn't work, or does it?
Yeah, change is just different orientations in reality over time. I think just change occurs by our perceptual experiences, identifying progression, different orientations of the matter that we conceive of around us. I think those are fundamental facts of reality. We live in a reality that is time-bound, temporal. Time assumes change. So,
What do you mean by fundamental
that's how
facts?
things are generally conceived.
Not accounting for anything.
Yeah, it's meaning it's descriptive of what reality is.
Okay, so are you just necessitating these facts as brute?
Well, I mean, there might be a greater explanation for them. But in terms of what we can identify, what I can identify through my sense reality, time just seems to be the way things are. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How is this knowledge accessible?
Based on how any other justified belief is accessible. You have a set of presuppositions that are functionally necessary for you to be able to do anything. Based on those presuppositions, you make ideas about the world around you, and you see how well those hold up.
Okay, so how well do yours hold up? What is your constant that you can appeal to in order to make the claims that you just made? Do you require an ultimate?
The constant is just my psychological continuity. I have memories. The memories could be totally fabricated. That's technically true. But as far as my memories go, the understanding of the world that I have around me, the way that I've conceptualized things, makes sense. It seems to correspond to future actions, planned action, things like that.
Critically,
yes,
what
but
is causally connected?
What's that?
No, you're good. I just wanted to get some. I just wanted to get something. No, I wanted to get something started. That's all I was doing.
Yeah, I was going to ask him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Talak. Yeah, Talak. Go.
Change. All I really heard you say is pretty much that things change. You didn't account for how at all.
How things change?
Yeah, how do you account for change was the question. Not simply pointing out that things change in the world.
Well, if you mean like what's the fundamental thing that makes things become other things, there are facts of reality, there are laws of reality that dictates the way interactions go. If that's what you're pointing to, if you're going to ask like why those laws are the way they are, they could be brute. There could be some reason behind them. I have no clue. I don't think we have access to that.
So critically, so this is a punt to mystery. Would you agree? We're okay with that. We just want to know.
I'm not sure about mystery. I just think that if you just mean that we don't have the sensory experience necessary, nor the conceptual faculties necessary to make these determinations, like sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's just going to be what we mean when we say mystery. You're claiming you don't have epistemic access to what is actually causing things to change.
Sure, yeah.
Because here's what I'm saying. That atheism cannot explain reality, but Reformed theology does. That's my prompt. In my worldview, this is my explanation of reality, that I can appeal to something that grounds everything that I've just said. Right now, and that's in the three systems of any worldview: your epistemology, your metaphysics, and your ethics. I want to know how those work. I can account for change. I can account for causality. I can account for ethics. I can justify all those claims. I have an answer to those within my worldview. And what you've told me about yours, as far as atheism is concerned, is that you can't. So you punted it to mystery. And that's okay. I just want to know if that's your concession.
Yeah, and we've seen that time after time, day after day. We've seen that here tonight. We see sophistry. We see atheists trying to argue that they can explain reality without God, but their argument is either sophistry or punting to mystery. And you know what?
It just depends on what you mean by explaining reality.
Just really quick, what they need to do is they need to repent. They need to stop absconding from the God who is. They need to realize that they stand guilty before a righteous God, and there will be a judgment, that Jesus Christ has made a way, and he offers that to anyone who will approach him and acknowledge their sin with repentant heart and be saved. And that's what we want. That's what we want from these
there's like a fundamental problem.
Or are we just going to
their minds need to be girded up and sanctified.
So there's
That's
a
what we
problem here,
want.
Redefined, because you run into the same problem. There are also things that you cannot explain.
For example.
So
Here's the
there's a
issue.
few.
Well, there's
Okay?
there's a
problem.
difference
Hold on,
between explaining something exhaustively and
real quick.
having a coherent explanation for this thing we call reality.
That's
So-
fine. Well, here's the problem.
Yeah.
Is are you claiming that you have epistemic access to these things?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the issue: is that there's an issue of companions and guilt. There's a parity problem here, where when I say something like, "Well, I have access to external reality to some extent. My sense experiences give me qualia. I think I'm accessing the outside world. It's just going to be based upon my experiences." You say, "Well, how do you know that's true?" And I say, "Well, it's just going to be based upon my experiences." And that's evidencing. It's making a more
Wait, who said that?
an outcome more. It's making an outcome more likely.
Wait, who said that?
Well, okay, maybe you want to take it back, but what I heard is that you said you do have epistemic access to these broader things, correct?
I understand that you're here to disagree, but are you able to do that by accurately representing our position, or are you not able to do that with the accurate?
Someone said yes. Now, if you think you don't have epistemic access to God,
that's
fine.
I don't think anyone here appealed to their experience in the world.
No, the point is to make a parity between perspectives. So, do you or do you not have epistemic
I'm not
access
sure.
to God?
I'm not sure who argued that. Did somebody argue that?
Okay, that's fine. Then I'm just asking the question now. Do you or do you not have epistemic access to?
Are you not able to answer? I think we should both answer each other's questions. What do you think? Is that good? Could we do that?
All I want is you
both answer each other's questions. What do you think? Is that good? Could we do that?
All I want is you to engage in good faith.
Yeah,
I don't know what this is.
Let's both engage in good faith. How about that? And let's both answer each other's questions. Is that cool? Are you able to do that?
Sure. I already answered your question, but I can re-answer it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just making sure.
Would you want me to re-answer your question?
No, yes, I would like to. Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't really remember.
Could you ask the question again?
Yeah, I don't really remember the question. Oh no, I asked.
Okay, so it wasn't pertinent. So could you answer my question?
The question was who actually said that? Hey, God exists because I have an experience in the world. I think that's the atheist's argument. The atheist is like, hey, I think there's no God because I've had an experience in the world, and they can't even defend that.
Just to be clear, I never asserted that. I was building parity between worldviews. I asked specifically if you had. I asked someone specifically if they had epistemic access to God.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I asked. Okay. So I heard a yes. I heard a yes reaffirmed. Okay.
Yeah.
So you do have epistemic access to God. Good.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what that whole rant was, because it was irrelevant, because that question was answered and I was responding to the answer to that question.
We already answered. We already answered the question like multiple times, right? It just
and then Redefined asserted that my response to that answer wasn't actually responding to anything, but the question was answered and I was responding to it.
That was a
So
misrepresentation of what that looked like, but go ahead.
No, it's because you're not understanding. You're not understanding the point.
Critically, I'm not critically. One second before you continue, right? And I'm not even trying to like interject here. I'm gonna let you and Redefine like butt heads, but I think it's very foundational to the discussion.
Q-Top, you cut out.
You cut out.
I think it's very foundational to the discussion that you have some sort of like prima facie justification, right? Where like we would just take that to mean that your worldview is like ontologically mysterious, right? So we don't hold to the fact that like the preconditions of intelligibility can't be necessarily known. If you're claiming that you don't have epistemic access to the preconditions of intelligibility, which is like how things are actually caused in your worldview, because if you don't have a justification for the causal principle, well then now everything you say is just totally unintelligible. So we just take what you say just be some like epistemic prima facie justification, so that just wouldn't hold any like weight.
Well, I'm not sure how that responds to what I was saying specifically. In terms of a worldview being ontologically, in terms of a worldview,
how things are caused critically. You said you literally don't know how things are caused in the world. You said you don't have a justification for the causal principle. You said you don't know how it works. You said that you know that it works, but you said that you don't know how it works. So I'm saying we would just take that to be some like prima facie justification.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm willing to accept Yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to accept that my worldview has a more epistemic skepticism, whereas you take on and you accept more propositions in order to try and build out some type of like broader theory of everything. The point that hold on, let me finish. The point that I'm making here, which I was trying to make before I was interrupted, is that there's a general parity between worldviews, and that each and every claim that we're making is going to be based upon some fundamental presuppositions, of which are not themselves justified. That's going to be the issue.
Well, that's
so if
on
you're going
your
to say so,
that's hold on. You need to stop. Listen, why don't you speak for yourself? And you can ask me question or
I'm
ask
speaking
us
for you
questions.
two based on your argument.
Yeah, right. But you're wrong though, because you said something that just misrepresents our position, and you need to
Then
stop
demonstrate
doing
how
that.
I'm
Like
wrong.
if you don't, again, if you don't understand our position, it's kind of weird that you try to argue against it. Okay, we wouldn't say that our worldview is like based on some brute fact or some fundamental mysterious things in the world. Now you would.
Does your
Now
worldview rely on
you said
presuppositions?
all worldviews do, yes. But what those look
Okay,
like
cool.
are going to be. Hold on. It's funny. The Bible says that when you correct a fool, he will hate you for it. And that's what we see. And when
I don't care about your rhetorical
when you correct
arguments
a
and stuff
wise
like that.
man,
They're not actually
It's unfortunate
substantial
that
to
you just
things.
quoted the Bible.
Hold on. When the Bible says that when you correct a wise man, he will love you, because wise men don't like to be in error, and you continue
I'm
to
already
be in
falling
error.
asleep.
But every time I
This is
correct
like just a
you,
bunch of meta.
you
I don't hear what you're telling
run
him
back
is
to
error.
your folly. Don't you want to be able to
Tell
accurately
him the error.
represent
That's
what
what
you're
he's asking you
critiquing?
for.
Bro, Redefine be cooking, y'all. I don't even think y'all understand. Like, this is bad, bro.
He's just engaging in meta, and then he's using
No, that's
his
not
holy
meta.
book
Like
to.
Not meta. It's
literally,
not
like
meta, bro.
if I make a mistake,
All
in my reasoning or my argument, I want one of my brothers to
What's
like
his
call me
mistake?
up and correct me on it and say, hey, you shouldn't do that, because I'm not a fool and I don't love to be in my folly.
Well, you
Okay, I'm
claimed you made a
a
mistake.
So
wise
you
man,
claim that
so
I
a wise man
mischaracterize.
loves
That's
correction.
fine.
You
Yeah, that's
continue to make
This is.
fine.
mistakes.
I just want to.
You
I
claim
just.
that
I would just like
mischaracterized
to.
your worldview. Can you say
I
how
would
I
just.
mischaracterized your worldview?
Critically, I would just like to
Yeah,
interject here. I like to explain what's going on. See, this is what happens. I think this happens often. And I can tell we're doing a good job because the little atheist inside my comment section, they start manifesting. And this is why.
Yeah, they do.
Because there's plenty of other
Oh
panels
my
that they
God!
can
Still
go
the
on.
meta.
There's plenty of other panels that you can go on and see the little unsuspecting Christians get cooked on the altars of atheism. But then you've come into this panel, and then you're starting to bleed out. And all your little friends are here to watch it. And it comes with extreme distaste when you get called out. Now, if they want to switch to the
Then
other
make me
panels
bleed and
because
respond to
they're
my arguments.
Right. If they want to switch to the other lives where they can go see unsuspecting and uninformed Christians just go to the slaughter like lambs, they can. But now they're stuck to the screen because they just can't look away from the monstrosity that Redefine is delivering on this corrupt worldview. There's some meta, if you'd like it. Now, I'm going to re-ask
There's
the
no such
question.
thing as an atheist
How do
worldview.
you account for change in your worldview? How do you account for causation
I already
in your
answered this
worldview?
question. There might be gold.
Oh no, you punted to mystery, sir. You punted to mystery, and now you're bleeding out. Would you care to go? Would you care to try ask again,
what's
Alex?
the issue with epistemic uncertainty?
Oh, the fact that you punted to mystery. And here's what we're going to do critically. We're going to accept the concession. I don't know is a concession. Your neutrality is a truck on a downhill slope slipping into absurdity. I'm going to help push you.
Yeah, it was really bad. So look,
I don't know is a concession. Hello, Geo Miles.
Yeah,
and on top of that,
hello.
He gave us no kind of concrete unifier for any of his schemes to account for change at all. We don't have anything to look at in this system whatsoever.
and on
Critically, did you put that truck in gear? Are you going to come back uphill?
critically,
Oh, I'm just wondering if you actually have an argument.
critically.
Oh, hey, redefine. Listen. What's your argument for that?
You gotta pinch
What's
your
your
nose.
argument for? Okay, hold on. How about this? Check it out. I'll do this. I'll do this. No, I got you.
Between worldviews.
Ask me what my argument to that is again, and I will send you to the void.
No, Constantine, bro, that sounds like a demon, bro. You can't do that. That sounds like a demon, bro.
Oh man.
That's not like one of them scary movies, bro. You can't do that one. That one scared me, bro.
Okay, check this out. I'll do something different.
Redefine. What's your argument for that? You're only
Wait, can you
ridiculous.
say intergalactic planetary really quick? I just gotta hear it.
Another dimension, another dimension, another dimension, another dimension.
Now, that's them white. Hey, that's them white boys from Long Island, bro.
Do you want to actually have a conversation, or are you just going to play around and jerk?
Yeah. So when you attempted to
let me know when
address
that
our
can happen.
position, you suggested that your worldview, well, perhaps has a little bit more skepticism with mine, as if to say or to presuppose that there's anything that you can know on the terms of your worldview. So if you can know anything at all, I'd like for you to present and defend a single non-contingent fact. Okay, so that's one
Yeah,
problem.
how are you defining
another
knowledge?
one fact. Okay, so that's one
Yeah,
problem.
how are you defining knowledge?
Another one. Hold on, I'll be done in a second. Another fundamental misrepresentation is you're suggesting that we start within the egocentric predicament as you do, but we don't. So there's an entire worldview misrepresentation that's taking place on your end, and if you're a wise man, you should be corrected by that. Right?
Yeah, how are you defining knowledge, and why don't you think I can know things?
Yeah, if we're going to define, we'll say truth. We'll start off with truth. Truth is that which comports with the mind of God, and we would define knowledge.
That's a ridiculous
of course, then I don't think I can know
we
things.
would
I don't
define.
think things
Hold on.
Oh yeah, no one besides Christians have presuppositions. You don't come onto the debate panel without any presuppositions.
Right.
You come in with a blank slate worldview, and then when we say, "Hey,
Right.
what's on this blank slate?" and you say nothing, and then we kick you, and you're like, "Well, what'd I do, bro?"
Oh, I already mentioned that I have presuppositions
Can I give an
because
axiom of
everyone
change?
does.
So
anyways,
can I finish answering your question since you asked in good faith?
yeah, why can't we know things? Yeah,
Right. Yeah, because truth is that which comports with the mind of God, and we would say knowledge would be access to that truth.
I don't
Okay?
accept that. So why would
You
I?
don't, you
why
don't
would
have,
I take
you
that?
don't have to accept that. Now we have some explaining to do. Now you said very clearly that your worldview is just a little bit more skeptical than mine. So I want you to present and defend a single fact that's non-contingent, something that you could know.
You need to make your argument though. You can't simply say, "Oh, you can't know things," and then by I can't know
I can be an
anything,
atheist.
You say, "Well,
I can be an
well,
atheist.
hold on,
asking
hold
you
on,
this
hold on, real
question.
quick. Hold on, real
This
quick.
is dodging,
You can't simply say,
deflecting,
"Hold on, hold on,
dipping,
hold on."
diving,
You can't
ducking.
say that's fine. So you can't simply say you can't know things, and then when appealing to a definition of
Can you?
knowledge, not being one which is colloquially accepted within these discussions and
Yeah,
philosophy.
ask him to define a bunch of terms now. Hey, critically, start asking him to define stuff.
Hold on.
And ask him, hey, what do you mean by that?
Hold
What do you mean by that?
Let me finish. I know it's tough to let people finish because challenging your worldview is difficult to do.
I
but
literally
specifically,
granted that
but
you don't
specifically
accept
that
my terms.
that's fine. That's fine.
I literally
so that
granted
definition.
you your worldview.
Sure,
This
that's
is
fine.
So
That's
bad.
fine. That's fine. So that definition doesn't have any potency. My definition being a justified belief, I absolutely can know things. That's the whole point
Great.
that I'm making.
Let's.
So when
Whoa,
I
did you say that was a justified belief that you?
Let's unpack.
Okay,
that.
so
Can we do that?
yeah, let's unpack. We're ready. We're ready.
Can we agree with that?
Critically, all he's asking you is, do you have epistemic certainty, bro? That's just the summation of what he's asking you. Do you have epistemic certainty, bro?
Yeah, because
probably not for most things. Maybe a couple
Anything.
things like some
Like what?
Cartesian, some Cartesian characteristic of the
Oh
self.
my
A dualist?
But I don't know.
Wait. So you're a dualist?
my apologies.
No, I'm agnostic on dualism.
Wait, so
I'm
why
not
would
sure
you
if there's-
use? So
Yeah,
well,
while he's
hold
talking
on.
about himself.
Rene
Yeah, while he's
Descartes
talking
was a
about
dualist. I mean, his
Yeah.
argument, his
bad faith,
cogito
because he
was in his
agrees with
his
something that
cogito was an
Descartes
argument for
doesn't mean
theism.
he subscribes to
it
every
was.
single
Yeah, he's-
truth that he
Chris
proposes.
Loves-
No, the only
So
thing
you're like,
that has
hold on,
legwork in is
I'm
that
gonna
there's
borrow this. I'm gonna borrow like his
Yeah,
escape of skepticism.
He just loves
But
his building.
yeah, like come on, dude.
Yeah,
well,
no,
even if that was true, I don't have to take
Wait,
an
what do you mean
argument
if it
and
was
then all of
true?
the
Like
other
you can
assumptions
go,
along.
dude. Hold on,
That's
you can
fine.
go.
That's fine. That's
Look,
fine.
you can,
That's
you
fine.
can go.
That's
Hold
fine.
on, bud.
Do you understand what a conditional statement
beha-
is? It doesn't
can you
actually make a
behave?
claim on the truth of something. It's just saying if it was true, it's irrelevant. So for my conditional statement, even if
Can
it
you
was true
behave,
that his
bud?
argument was explicitly for theism, his specific statement and what that entails doesn't.
Okay,
Like
so
this is so
Oh,
bad.
and now I'm just being
Okay.
muted because
you're
you
not.
can't respond to
dude,
the
you have-
arguments.
critically,
Don't posture,
critically,
bud.
Critically, bro, if you don't have epistemic certainty to the causal principle, bro, why are you up here? You can't even speak intelligibly. So look,
Yeah.
so when
Yeah,
you
what's
say
the argument for that?
when you say
You just all things are this entire space is just a bunch of claims with no argumentation.
bro, you did it, bro.
I know from a childish
It's
perspective
really-
you
it's
think
like-
you can just assert
like
things without
rolling a
having to
fish.
justify them, but generally in conversations you're supposed to justify any claims you make.
Oh
Good try
my
though.
gosh. Including
What's
the
the
claim that you
argument
can know
for
something.
that?
Their view isn't egocentric.
Yeah, believe it or not, when you make a claim, there should be an argument behind it, especially if it's a disputed claim.
What's your argument for that?
Exactly. I can make an argument. If all we can do, if it is the case from a universalization principle, if it is the case that every single claim you make should just be accepted without argumentation, if we make contradictory claims, we can't resolve the contradiction and create a resolution. That's why arguments.
Hold on. Can claims be made implicitly?
Can claims? Yeah, there can be implicit claims.
Okay, so is intelligibility and not intelligibility, is that a contradiction?
Yeah, I think it is the case
Okay,
that
so when
something
you
can't be intelligible and not
great,
intelligible. Sure.
great. So
That's
when
what
you
mean.
invoke a worldview that implies the preconditions of intelligibility, yet you have to reject those explicitly, that's an A and a not A, right?
How am I rejecting intelligibility?
I'm not asking you. We're just talking generically. We're saying, hey, look, if there's a worldview that implies, even implicitly implies the preconditions of intelligibility, yet explicitly rejects them, would that be a contradiction?
Yeah, if there's a contradiction in the worldview
Okay,
like
and
that, sure.
you have a worldview from which you are predicating and speaking and asserting things that presuppose intelligibility, right?
Yeah, I think things can be intelligible. Yeah, to other
No, that
people,
you didn't
yeah.
answer my question. So you are thinking, you are predicating, and you are making assertions from a worldview that implies the preconditions of intelligibility, right?
Yeah, if you're saying my actions imply some amount of
Can you
intelligibility, yeah, I think that when I say things that it can be intelligible to people,
can you justify those preconditions of intelligibility? Because Q-Top asked you a question that you explicitly had to deny. That's an A and not A. So based on your own criteria, that can be clipped out of the stream because it is being recorded. Q-Top, what was the question? What was the question you asked him about
I asked him. So he said he doesn't have epistemic certainty.
Yeah, epistemic certainty for anything.
He has some
So do you think that if I don't have epistemic certainty, that means a denial of intelligibility?
Well, that means everything that you say you can't know. Everything you say, you're just speaking of arbitraries. You shouldn't say anything.
So your
that doesn't follow either. So
your assertion here is that critically doesn't know that 2 + 2 = 4.
Not on the terms. Hold on. On the terms.
Coherence can be applied.
On the terms of his worldview, 2 + 2 = 4 cannot be known.
This just sounds like a Notre Scotsman.
I can know that 2 + 2 = 4 because that's a justified belief.
No, you can't.
Wait, why can't I know that?
On the terms of your
worldview, are you trying to misrepresent my worldview?
Sounds like it. Well, you can right. Well, you're making a category error. You're placing your assertions in the category of things that are demonstrable. Okay, that's another problem. So 2 + 2.
He can't know anything.
2 + 2 = 4 presupposes the rationality of your mind in a world that can be rationally understood. It presupposes that there's unity and diversity in the world. Okay, so can you justify those?
No, all the presupposition, the 2 + 2 = 4 just relies on certain mathematical presupposition. That's what it relies on. So if it is the case that I make those axioms, if it is the case that I assume,
does that presuppose a rational
that I take
don't have epistemic
the axioms.
I don't.
In order for me to, do you mean? Hold on. Do you mean? Hold on, Q-Top. I know you want to talk. Do you mean in order to accept an axiom, I must have a rational mind? Is that what you're saying?
When you make utterances as a statement of fact, whatever that term means, do those utterances, are they being made from a mind that presupposes its own rationality?
Well, I mean, if you're saying like, can I, by rationality, do you mean just can I know things, or can I make logical conclusions? What are you saying?
I'm not sure why this is so hard.
No, all he's asking is that
Well, the problem is depending what you mean by rationality. If you're just going to appeal to something like epistemic certainty, then I'm going to say no. Of course, I don't have a rational mind, but that's not going to be relevant to my worldview. But if by rationality you just mean that I'm able to reason, then yeah, of course I think I'm reasonable.
This is just getting like really bad. Like, okay, critically, look, I'm letting you two like handle this, but like I'm just trying to like get you to understand what he's asking.
No, you're actually interrupting, but thank you.
I'm actually not interrupting, right?
You were. I was talking, and then you were talking while I was talking. That's an interruption.
Critically, I'm going to have to mute your mic if you keep acting like this, okay?
Actually, let's do this. Hey, critically, check it out. You've done really well on this live. I've enjoyed having guests, handled yourself well. You're a smart guy. Well, yeah.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna go ahead and let you go because I got another guest that want to come on. I would like for you to answer more questions when you come back. I'm gonna move on to another guest. Thank you for coming up. And by the way,
all right,
repent and believe.
Let me know when you want to talk more properly in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
So yeah,
I didn't think we were.
Just to backtrack, like the original question I asked him wasn't answered. So I asked him, does he have epistemic certainty? He said he does from like the sense of the self to some sort of like Cartesian analysis. That was just kind of begging the question because that would presuppose substance dualism. But then on top of that, I asked him, does he have epistemic certainty to the causal principle? If you don't have epistemic certainty to the causal principle, then you cannot invoke propositions. Your worldview does not satisfy the preconditions of intelligibility. There has to be cause. Worldview does not satisfy the preconditions of intelligibility. There has to be cause and effects, and you have to certainly know that a cause must produce an effect. If you don't certainly know that a cause must produce an effect, well, now to invoke a proposition becomes totally meaningless. It becomes totally unintelligible. So he didn't. So like he was kind of dodging and deflecting. I wanted like redefine and keep him on that line of reasoning because like he did not answer the original question. I was trying to take it back to what Constantine asked us, like how do you justify?
But Q,
he didn't answer that.
But Q, when you're having to re-ask real simple stuff, I'm gonna get him off the horn because I think I don't want to see struggling. Come back with. You know what I'm saying? Like when they're on the ropes,
cutting out again. Host.
When they're on the when they're having to re-ask things, I think I just want to give them a compliment and move them on. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think there was I think from the initial startup said, look, I have to punt this to mystery. Oh, so after that, I don't really know what else we could say.
I actually do have a question.
What's up?
I would like be open to answering.
One more thing, really quick. I just want to reiterate something that I tried to point out, and Q-Top also pointed out, that when you, as an atheist, or from anyone speaking from whatever perspective worldview they're speaking from, if they can't answer a question within the terms of their worldview, and they have to point to another worldview like Cartesian dualism when you're an atheist, you've just implied that your worldview
atheist
is false.
worldview. That's the point.
Well, naturalistic. Well, that's not actually true.
Atheism isn't a philosophy.
Hold on. Well, sure it is. Fundamentally, they're invoking that the fundamental nature. Hold on. Well, sure it is. Fundamentally, they're invoking that the fundamental nature of mind.
It's not a philosophy.
Hold on, dude. Calm down, bud. You're gonna get so much time to talk. It'll exhaust us all. But when somebody has to point to a worldview that's not their own to answer a question, they're implying that their worldview is false. That's a problem. So if you're an atheist, you can't point to a dualism.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
I'm an atheist. I don't claim.
So how does that not follow from your worldview about if you're pointing to God's worldview?
What do you mean? What do you mean that doesn't follow?
I want to say that there's like a huge problem with this argument.
Yeah, for example, I don't really want to talk about this. I have a theological question for you based on substance that was talked about earlier, because I am a Christian, but I disagree with something that was said.
Wait, one second. Like, this is insane. If you're an atheist, you believe that the fundamental. Not talking about you. It's when any atheist, someone who believes that the fundamental nature of reality is not a mind, and they have to point to some sort of theistic answer to answer a hard question within their worldview, Don't you see how that their worldview fails immediately?
Yeah, it could fail in regards to a certain. It could fail in regards
So
to
then
a
their
certain
worldview
particular,
is
but it
false
could.
because their
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay, so
cannot
redefined. There is not a single
reality.
worldview that accounts for everything. There's not one that accounts for everything. Especially yours.
How we determine truth is false. But anyways, this is all just not.
What do you
an
mean when
important
they have to
discussion.
turn to a theistic?
Oh my gosh, bro, we just got baited. Like, come on.
If I say, hold on, let me unpack this. This is
as an atheist, there are certain things that you must necessarily affirm, right? And so when you don't affirm those things and you borrow from the theistic worldview, it just shows your worldview to be unintelligible. That's what he's saying. Like you can't affirm substance dualism.
Wait a minute. There's a classical worldview that has nothing to do with theism.
Yeah. Why does? Okay, this is just bait. This is just all bait. Can we just avoid this so I can ask the question, please? I've been waiting for like.
That's not
bait. So important though. It's so important though. This is extremely important.
Dude. Okay.
No.
Okay. Who is this guy that needs to settle down? This is ridiculous. Do better, bud.
Who is it? Who's talking right now? Who's talking?
Yeah, it's me, Constantine. I'm trying to ask a question based on something you said earlier about substance proceeding.
Simmer down.
Yeah, just stop, bro. Just chill. Look, all we're saying is that this is so important for the production of this conversation. As an atheist, you cannot invoke propositions which necessarily entail the Christian worldview. When you have to invoke things like something like Cartesian dualism, you can't invoke that in your world. So Redefine and I are saying is that when you borrow from the Christian worldview to try to make your argument, you've already lost the debate. It becomes unintelligible.
Okay, there's a problem here. I can't possibly be invoking the Christian worldview. I can't possibly be invoking the Christian worldview because it's false.
Now I'm gonna raise my voice.
I can't possibly.
Necessarily entails dualism.
I can't possibly be invoking the Christian worldview because it's false.
Sir, does the
What's up, Phil? Okay, how you doing, buddy?
necessarily entail dualism?
I can't possibly be invoking the Christian worldview because it doesn't.
Okay, yeah, he's bad faith. Okay,
you know you can't actually make an
Antoine,
argument.
you're getting a timeout, bro. Antoine's getting like a 2-second timeout, bro. You can come back, but like this is bad, bro.
Man, my shoe.
Cogito ergo sum necessarily entails dualism. If you don't think that, you have no understanding of any philosophical terminology at all.
Does anybody
you don't think that, or you don't know that?
What?
You can
if you
go.
Don't think that, or you don't know that.
Hold on. You can go to YouTube and you can have college level lectures on it. They're free. They're free.
Okay. Look.
You can just go educate yourself from like Stanford or Harvard on that. They're free online.
I mean,
like
you're
20
just wrong about that Q-Top.
You can just go listen to them.
At the very most, it entails like idealism, maybe. I would grant that, but it doesn't entail dualism.
Why do you think he addresses things like Descartes' demon?
What question for you?
How did we even get here?
But yeah, this all
So
doesn't matter.
you had a question for me about Pock's argument and substance, man?
No.
What's up?
It just had to do with something you said about substance. So you said from substance can only proceed substance, right? So like, for example, no material thing can entail a mind like substance. Would you take that to be
What I'm saying is that physical substance is defined by it's in like an extension, like mass or like location and space. But okay, so mental properties, however, thoughts, beliefs, those are non-spatial. They're intentional. They're qualitative. So to say that matter produces mind, that's to confuse, I think, categories.
Yeah.
It's like asking what the color blue tastes like. And here's my argument for that.
It tastes like raspberry.
You cannot derive intentionality like aboutness from particle because it lacks it. Rocks don't mean anything. Neurons don't intend if mind emerges from matter. It has to. It can only do so by violating its own category boundaries. So this is the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah,
No physical, and this is what I was trying to get at Tupac. No physical account explains why brain states are accompanied by subjective experience.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. But my question was more pertaining to the fact that you made a sort of dude, Q-Top. I'm talking to the host.
It violates the law of principle
Okay.
of proportionality.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, host. So my question was more to do with like the way you phrased what you said. You said from some substance there can never be another substance that comes to be. But as a Christian, you don't even hold that to be true.
No,
because
no,
as
no.
a Christian, you have to affirm
So
that God
if
is
I
like the creator is distinct
yeah,
from the creation.
if I said that, then yeah, I was probably speaking too fast.
Okay,
But
cool,
when I say substance cannot derive mind-like agency, right? I mean, so if it's just stuff, then you're only going to begot stuff, right?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Let's
and, like-
clarify that. You're saying what you're saying is that if you have pure A, you can't get not A from pure A.
No,
And
no
so the
physical
critic
account
says, well, you don't
explains.
believe that because you believe like all things derive from the mind of God, but we don't believe that God would be pure A. God would be, let's say, A through Z. So God can create instances of A, B, C, D through Z.
Okay, let me say this. If mind like,
error.
hold on a second, listen. If mind like properties were reducible to just substance, there's this gap wouldn't exist, but it does. So mind must be a distinct kind of substance.
Yeah, that's
can
fine.
remove-
I mean,
you can
I
remove that
agree.
gap.
I agree on this type of stuff, but this is
can-
I'm
you
not
can
talking about
reframe and
human
remove
minds.
the
I'm
gap.
talking about things being derivative of God. So, like, is the point that you were making earlier, the person who I don't know who talked, I think redefined. The point that you were making when you said that is that like God would have all the properties that exist, so that all properties and all like compositions of those different properties would be derivative of God, because then I feel like you have to affirm that God has physical properties.
No. We can hold to objective idealism, but okay. But like here's the point, right? So like I don't think that you're understanding. Okay.
Yeah.
The law of principle of proportion causality entails there's some sort of intrinsic relationship between an effect and the cause, and the
Wait,
cause can only.
how did we
Okay,
get here?
okay.
I'm so confused now.
Sir.
That's something I said earlier.
Please stop interjecting, sir. Okay.
I wasn't interjecting. I'm just confused.
The law of principle of proportion causality states that when there is an effect, the effect has certain properties. The cause has to have the intrinsic capabilities to either have the capacity to produce those properties or have those properties itself. Now, there's nothing like an idea. An idea is a very unique substance. There's nothing like an idea, and the way we know that is through some sort of deductive analysis that I can go into if you like. But
Sure,
essentially,
yeah. I'd actually be interested in hearing that.
okay, yeah. So essentially, for something to be material, it has to be bound by law. It has to be bound by laws of logic. Now, we have an idea of the laws of logic as a universal, right? Now, that idea that we have of the laws of logic as a universal can only be contextualized if and only if that which contextualizes all universals is a mind, because that which contextualizes all universals has to have the intrinsic capability to contextualize laws of logic, which are conceptual. Now, if you tell me that that which is the ground of all being is material and conceptualizes the laws of logic as them being immaterial, I would just ask you, how the hell does that work? Because that would seem like it'd be a violation of the intrinsic properties that the material thing has. In order for it to
Divine conceptualism explains why there's nothing like an idea.
I'm saying objective idealism explains why there's nothing like an idea.
Yeah, so what would objective idealism be?
Objective idealism is to be that there is no mind independent external world. That God's mind literally is reality itself. So that's why when you say that God doesn't exist, you're literally rejecting the very fabric of what is real, because God is existence.
Oh well, really quickly, let's get this straight. I never said God doesn't exist. I'm a Christian.
Reality generates a
So
coherence
I'm
field.
just saying that God has the. So when you were talking about the principle of or the law to do with
the law principle of proportionate causality.
Yeah. So basically, you listed there's two things, right? Either someone has the property to actualize certain properties, or to create, or to allow certain properties to have like an instantiation, or that thing has the properties itself, which I can grant, and then just say that the former of that would be true of God, right?
That you just perfectly got the view. So yeah, that was correct. That's actually the first time I've actually heard somebody just get the view.
Yeah. So that's fine, but then I just have another question, because like as a theist, I need to be able to explain when I'm asked about these things. Is how do I know then which properties of God are actualizing properties? So that would be the property to actualize something that is distinct from God's own properties, and what would be God's own property?
Nothing would be. Yeah. So as an objective idealism, we wouldn't hold that any like substance would be distinct from God's actual property set. So the thing is, the creator and creature distinction comes in the fact that God exists as the ultimate identifiable, concrete, necessary state, which is ultimately actualizing all things that could exist or could possibly exist. So the distinction is that God exists in a category metaphysically by himself because he's metaphysically primary to our propositions. Now, in terms of objective idealism, we're just saying that which is the substance of reality exists in the mind of God, right? And so essentially, you can kind of think about it like this: everything is categorized by a mental state. So as an idealist, we would just say that there's kind of only one real substance to reality. Now, we can perceive different substances in reality. We can make a semantic distinction or some sort of like epistemological distinction. But as an objective idealist, the way that we perceive the world has to be grounded. So I hold to like George Berkeley's idealism. So I don't know if you're familiar with George Berkeley.
Very vaguely, but yeah, that's what one of my professors taught. So
Yeah,
or like
yeah,
believed in.
Yeah, If you look into it, I can recommend some papers. It's really profound because we would just essentially say that there's no mind-independent external world. So when God creates ex nihilo, he's literally actualizing from his own mental property set.
Well,
So it's not like
I thought Berkeley made less of a metaphysical argument and more of an epistemological argument about that. Like that which we should believe in is that which has like some sort of evidence backing it, and then like we don't have any evidence backing that anything other than an idea exists. Therefore, we should only affirm ideas exist. But that doesn't necessarily exclude the possibility of other things existing. Just that we don't have any evidence to support that claim. I thought that's what it was.
Well, he said So what I'm doing is I'm essentially extrapolating out the epistemic concept from George Berkeley's worldview and then applying that objectively. So that's why I would say that I'm an objective idealist. So yeah, you're correct. George Berkeley dealt more with epistemology, but to have a coherent epistemology, it relies on a coherent ontology. So you can't have epistemology without ontology. So when we extrapolate out the epistemology, what we find is this would have to be grounded in the concrete necessary identity state, which would be the mind of God. Now, things have to have continuity because you may ask, well, if reality is mind dependent, right? Well, we know it can't be human mind dependent because, like, why can I light a candle in my room and then come back like 5 minutes later and that candle is burning with a significant continuity? The reason being is because that which is the ground of all being, which is God, everything's actualized in his mind, and so he is literally continually observing everything, right? His coin, George Berkeley's coin, was "Este est percepi," to be is to be perceived, right? And so God is literally, he is literally perceiving all things right now at the same time, and exemplifying his property set such that these things operate with order, regularity, and uniformity and continuity. So to answer your question, there really only is one substance ontologically.
Okay.
And we have
Okay, yeah. Then I mean, if you just bite the bullet on that, I'm down to just like accept that as like the creation is not distinctly is not a distinct substance from the creator, but they're just distinct.
Let the record show. Let the record show that Yah is willing to bite the bullet. Yah is willing to bite the bullet.
Yeah, he's a Christian.
But I actually want to know if you guys would be willing to bite the bullet on a complete modal collapse, or if you do bite the bullet on that at least.
Modal collapse.
What from an argument from contingency?
No, I don't think as a Christian, like if you start from God and God's necessity, that you can affirm contingencies.
Yeah, that's good. This dude. Yeah, whoa. I'm gonna drop this dude a follow. Whoa.
Yeah. So listen, I should probably introduce Yah. Yah is a product of some sort of supernatural intelligence, and every time he comes on, he keeps me in check just a few times. I gotta read.
Yeah, no, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like the stuff that this dude is saying,
Yah's on another level.
I've heard very little theists say this. Like, not only would he like,
shut up. We're praising you. You don't get to say anything. Just sit there and act kind of like Ugashi, you know.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just all shucks your way through this, Yah. Anyway, Yah's not even a guest. He's a frequent flyer. He sort of lives on the couch and he doesn't pick up after himself. But it's okay. I'll let him crash.
Yeah, no. The only thing I wanted to say to him though is like, I'm not gonna lie though. Like, usually when I describe these things like objective idealism or like the law of principle of proportion causality, is like takes people a little bit of time. You like clearly articulated back to me what I said like the first time. So I just want to say, man, that's
Now tell everyone that you're Eastern Orthodox so we can lose a little confidence in you.
I'm not Eastern Orthodox. I'm a Lutheran.
Oh hell no! I take back
everything
I said, bro.
No. Hey, Q.
Everything I said, bro. I'm on follow you, gang. You don't get the follow. You don't get the follow, bro.
Q. dude, he's a Lutheran, so he appeals to Jello a lot. And listen, let me ask you something, yo. What is up with Lutherans and Jello? What's going on with that?
Jello? What the fuck? Jello, never heard that.
Yeah, Lutherans are always eating Jello. Every time I go to a Lutheran event, there's like a large supply of Jello there. And I've asked them, I'm like, listen, what are you Lutherans doing with all this Jello? And they look at me like I'm crazy. Like you don't have a lot of Jello at a Baptist function? I'm like, no, I don't have a lot of Jello. I mean, there may be a little bit. I don't know.
Wait, you're a Baptist? I thought you were like a Presbyterian.
No. I believe in baby safety. I don't dunk them in the water. How are they going to get out of it? How are they going to get out of the water when they're fully immersed? It doesn't make any sense.
Wait.
I definitely go for squirting over
without
Jello.
holding to infant baptism?
No, I do not hold to infant baptism because I do not believe it to be scriptural. Where do you see any advance in the book of Acts of babies getting baptized?
No. The reason tulip was produced by Augustine was to justify.
I don't care. I don't care what Augustine said. I don't care what Augustine said. Don't care. Here's my problem. I just don't believe babies. I just don't believe babies can repent. So why are we baptizing them if they can't repent?
Because
What's the point?
It purifies their soul. So like they.
Did a church father tell you that? One of the church fathers tell you that? Listen, let me tell you something about church fathers, yo. They're like a buffet. You can just sort of pick and choose truths from them.
Gentlemen, I need to run. It's been a pleasure.
But
Constantine.
Hey, check this out. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and give the gospel and get off this thing right now. So here's the deal. Everybody is checking this out. God is holy, righteous, and just. You are corruptible and unreconcilable, wicked. You're completely depraved. You have no idea on how to be reconciled to God on your own. There is no way. So what should a just God do if he is holy and just? If that's part of his nature, then he should administer justice, or else that would depart from his nature. Okay, so how do we prevent justice and how do we enact grace? Well, you don't, but he does. Through repentance and belief, through the supernatural act of grace, making your heart from stone to flesh in repentance and belief is how you can be reconciled to an all holy and just God through the effectual covering of his blood. I urge you to hear the message of the cross. I urge you not to crawl to the cross, but to crawl on the cross. I urge you to see that the illegitimate arguments that we've heard today have no realm in the meaning of universe and reduced to absurdity when compared to the truth of God. Through repentance and belief, I urge you to come to the cross to crawl on it. And you can have eternal life, and in his name, the name alone, which is offered through salvation, and that is Jesus Christ, Jesus Christus. Him and only him. That is another episode of the Constantine Chronicles. Thank you for coming in again, and a special shout out to our guest, Q-Top and Redefine. Thank y'all for coming out. And Tone Loke, it was a good meeting you, Gazoo. Sorry you didn't get a chance to speak. And welcome our brother, Ya.
You'll follow. I'll be back again.
Thanks.
All
right. Have a good night, man.
All right, man. Much grace. Walk in grace. It's been another episode of Constantine Chronicles.
Take care, folks.